Hello and welcome into the stream for everybody tuning in on YouTube. I hope that you've had a great start to your Sunday alongside the 7,000 people who've already tuned in over on TikTok. I hope that you have as well. We are back for another day of discussion of the breaking news and debates with Trump supporters. So of course, if you've never been here before, that's what we do. We try to get more people to wake up and realize that they're on the wrong side of history if they're still supporting, the predator in chief, Mr. Trump. I mean, every single day something new happens that just casts a stain on this country, particularly the executive branch and their actions directed not just towards citizens, but non-citizens alike and citizens of other countries around the globe by, threatening to invade our allies. Now, every single day before we hop into those debates, in fact, we already have our very first Trump supporter connected to the live over on TikTok. We also like to go through the breaking news, so this will only take a moment. The breaking news of today is kind of crazy, and I really want the Trump supporters to listen into what I have to say here, including the man connected to my live stream right now. Trump is suing you. Trump is suing me. Trump is suing every single American taxpayer for $10 billion. And this isn't even new. Let's first start off with what we've seen similar to this in the last year. Around 4 months ago, you may remember, Donald Trump announced that he was considering launching a lawsuit against the Department of Justice for $250 million because he felt as if he was unfairly prosecuted under the Biden-Harris administration relating to his 34 felonies, relating to different civil suits, so on and so forth. And when we heard that, the alarm bells rung because it's obviously corruption. The person who would approve that lawsuit and pay him out would have been one of the deputy attorney generals that he actually put into that position, and he's had as a personal lawyer for years. You have a conflict of interest there. It is just bold-faced corruption. And the same thing rings true for this new $10 billion lawsuit that he's launching against the IRS. First and foremost, it is more likely than not that there's a settlement that is going to be reached, and that settlement is going to be paid for by you, public funds coming from the taxpayer. Second of all, Donald Trump even said himself that he's suing himself because he thinks he is the federal government. He has his hands everywhere. He thinks he controls everything. That's not new. We know he wants to be a dictator. Just look at his blatantly unconstitutional executive orders supporting murders of citizens on the street, so on and so forth. And this is an unprecedented level of corruption, okay? Because regardless if he does or does not have good reason to be suing the IRS over leaked tax returns a handful of years back, okay, I don't think any good president would turn around and attempt to resolve that issue by suing the IRS, knowing that money is not coming from the person who leaked the tax returns, but it's rather coming from the American people that they're supposed to be representing, okay? And B, the glaringly obvious conflict of interest, because it is his appointments who are running the IRS. He has a level of influence, power, and control over who would be approving the payout of that settlement if they were to reach one, so on and so forth. We've never seen anything like this ever before, okay? We've never seen the American president sue the American people for $10 billion dollars. It is just completely egregious, evil, wrong, terrible, and unbelievable that there are still millions of Americans that hear the words that are coming out of my mouth talking about how he's literally trying to take your money and will still say, that's my guy, he's a populist, he fights for the people. No, the hell he doesn't. And just one second order breaking news headline that I'd like to bring up to you guys. We saw a video coming out of Minneapolis, I believe, of a 16-year-old being detained by ICE. They told him to put his hands up, so he did. He was cooperating. And then he got pistol whipped in the head, dragged to the ground, beat, put in handcuffs. And then a second ICE agent came up with a dog and was holding the dog over the 16-year-old with his head against the corner of concrete, just viciously waiting to be unleashed to attack this 16-year-old. It was, oh my God, I just saw the video, so I felt that I had to bring it up on the stream because of how dystopian and crazy it was, especially considering the fact that in response to Renee Good's murder, in response to Alex Preddy's murder, I feel like what I've heard a lot on these live streams is, well, guess what? Maybe if they didn't impede, maybe if they complied, they'd still be alive, okay? And I don't really think that we saw Alex Preddy obstruct. I don't. Even if he did, even if Renee Good did, that doesn't give good reason to the cops to kill them, both legally and morally. But that's still yet been the narrative. They should have complied. Okay, well now when people do comply, they're still being pistol whipped. They're still being beat to the ground. They're still being thrown in cuffs. They're still having vicious dogs inches away from their face. I mean, it's not comply or die. That's really bad. Now it's like die. Period. There's nothing else to this story. So we're going to go ahead and hop in to those debates. As I told you all at the beginning of the stream, we already have the very first Trump supporter of the evening loaded up and connected to the live stream. American Dude 1776, I appreciate your patience. The mic and the floor are yours. If you want to tell us why you support Trump, that'd be greatly appreciated. However, before I did start that live stream on YouTube, I do remember you telling me that you had a question for me. So feel free to ask me that question if you'd like.
Yeah, listen, I'm 49 years old, okay? I'm kind of simple-minded. When I get up and go to work, I put my back into my living every day, okay? I have 2 kids. One is your age. Like I said, you remind me a lot of my son. You seem like a very smart kid. First of all, God, I wish you were over on our side. And you seem like a very smart young individual. Good parents, obviously. They raised a great young kid. And I just wonder, do you have any conservative values or thoughts in that smart brain of yours, young man?
Well, I mean, if you were to ask that question,
I don't mean to ask it like that, but really, I know I'm on TikTok Live.
If you were to ask that question, maybe like a year ago, I would say that, the farthest right belief that I hold is like I want a permit to carry my pistol, okay, with me when I'm like going out in public for my own like personal safety. I own guns. But I mean, a year later, like that's not even like a far right belief. That's not a Republican belief at all, quite frankly. I mean, we saw the response from the Trump administration, Alex Spritty's death. I mean, now it's like if you have a gun, if you're exercising your constitutional right to bear arms, like now you're a trained assassin in the eyes of the GOP. So I don't really know if I have any like beliefs anymore that are like typically categorized as more like right leaning. Now like 2A is a liberal ideology. That's what we got from the divorce. But you said at the beginning of your statement there that you wish I could be on your side. Well, I wish you could be on my side, man. Listen, I'm not a liberal because of social indoctrination or pressure from my family. In fact, most of my family's Republican, agrees with you. I'm a liberal because I believe that that's where the facts have led and that reality has a left-leaning bias. And I would love to have an honest attempt to prove that to you and what I think could be a good faith conversation. So would you mind sharing with us how you still support Trump as president after everything that we've seen, not just in the last day with him being named another 6th time in the files, not just in the last month with him defending the murder of 2 citizens on the streets of this country, not just in the last year with him passing the most expensive piece of legislation ever, taking money from the poor to give to the rich or threatening to invade one of our allies, but in the last 10 years from 2025 and 2015 until now.
I think Donald Trump wants to bring us back to pre-1913 times before we put in the Federal Reserve and before we really started paying taxes. Because in my research, like I said, I'm not a super smart guy. I'm going to try to sit here and sound as smart as I can for you. But from what I know, what our country was like before pre-1913, we didn't pay a whole lot of taxes. Tariffs did take care of a lot of our municipality issues. People didn't have to go to work and bust their ass like they have to now, bud. I mean, like you think about what you bring home, and I'm talking both Democrat, Republican, Independent. We're all going to work, and where all of our tax money has been going, it makes me sick. I'm almost 50 years old. I don't have a bunch of money in the bank. I should. I've made some mistakes. But I know that when I put my back into my living every day and I sweat and I grind and I come home to my kids, and it's just, it's like a waste of money. And I feel like a lot of us, like I said, forgive me for speaking so plainly, but a lot of us are tired. And I understand that those of the people that are on the left, they have a lot of emotional things going on inside. Like, I get that. But with what's been going on with all of the corruption and all the things that have been exposed, granted through Doge, like I said, I'm not an expert on it, but what I'm finding out is all of our money are going to a lot of wasteful programs, basically in front of all of our faces. And I think one of the reasons why they hate Trump so bad is because he is exposing their system. That's what I've gathered, and this is just my opinion. Okay, I'm not a TikTok cool guy, but I just, like I said, when I said I wish you were on our side, I really do, because if you could kind of maybe put yourself in our shoes and see where we're coming from, it's not that bad, because it's us against 13 families, man. That's what it is.
Listen,
We're just
listen,
all little people here.
listen. See, the thing is I can put myself in your shoes, and I could understand that you feel as if this popular, honest president, Mr. Trump, is exposing the lies and the corruption of the deep state and the swamp, and he's attempting to clean up all that wasteful expenditure, and he's exposing the clear, broad daylight democratic theft of the money that you work hard for that is then taken by the government. Okay? I'm able to see that perspective because that's the perspective that the TV tells you to believe. That's what Jesse Waters jams down your throat for 7 hours a day. If you ever open up X, Truth Social, Facebook, Insta, any of your social media, I mean, I just already know what your algorithm looks like, repeating that lie in this echo chamber of bullshit. Okay? But see, from my perspective, okay, I'm able to reasonably conclude, okay, I understand that Donald Trump said that there was all of this illegal corruption taking place in the government driven by Democrats that Doge was able to clean up. But that's obviously a lie, because not only has there been 0 arrests made of anybody in connection to quote-unquote corruption uncovered by Doge, but there hasn't even been any recommendations for an arrest to be made. Okay? So that kind of seems like a lie, a BS narrative. So this quote-unquote corruption definitely isn't like illegal corruption. So maybe we're just instead using the term corruption to describe sending money to, or putting money into investing into things that we don't like. And that's what I think the conclusion is there. Doge and Trump are saying that the Democrats are spending money in places that we don't like. And instead, now my next step would be, instead of attempting to like get you on board with like spending money on the things that the Democrats want to through like global funding to other countries and whatnot that totaled to maybe like, I don't know, $10 billion, 0.01% of our budget. I just want to like describe to you how the right, how the MAGA movement, how Trump is spending even more money, like exponentially more money on significantly worse things. Like, for instance, the Big Beautiful Bill costs $5 trillion, and according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, is only helping people making over $51,000 per year, while significantly harming everybody making under that dollar amount. Or this notion of like bold, clear as day corruption. I mean, we see that today. That was what we talked about through the breaking news headline. Donald Trump wants to take $10 billion from you and the taxes that you pay just to put in his bank account. Or what the Wall Street Journal reported on yesterday, with there being a private deal struck between UAE investors, okay, and members of the Trump family, where they invested a significant amount of money into a crypto project that the Trump family has been working on. And then less than 4 days later, the Trump administration gave Saudi Arabia access to technologically advanced computer chips. That's corruption. Okay? And I feel like we just continue to see this more and more and more. But to reduce it all down to one sentence or less, it seems like your real big issue here is spending the money that you pay in taxes on wasteful programs. We've never seen a president more wasteful than Trump. He's already spent over $5 trillion in the last year. That is more money than the Biden-Harris administration spent in 4 years, totaling to $4.6 trillion, including their expenditure on the pandemic. If we leave out their expenditure on the pandemic, the Biden-Harris administration spent $2.2 trillion in 4 years. So now in less than 1 year, Donald Trump has spent over twice as much. So seemingly, the Democrats are significantly less wasteful spenders than Trump.
Well, I kind of disagree with you in that, but anyways, I don't want to do this all day. I'm sure you've got some other guests that could come up here that could debate like a champ, but there, either way, the forces that be are trying to turn us all on each other. Okay,
That force
we're all
would be
busting
Trump.
our ass.
Trump is the one saying that your neighbor is a domestic terrorist.
No. Like, who says that? I mean, and by the way, you said
that's what
something
Kristi
about me,
Noem
like,
and Trump said about
watching
Renee Good and
Jesse
Alex Preddy.
Waters. Okay, so but you said something earlier about like me, like Jesse Waters talking point. I don't watch a lot of Fox News. I do like Greg Gutfeld. He is, He makes a lot of good points. But I just don't agree with it. I think there's a lot of things going on, and I think we all need to open our eyes and see that it's something trying to divide us. And until then, we're going to be stuck in this predicament of going back and forth. And the whole Minneapolis thing's, in my opinion, ridiculous. You mess with a federal officer, you're going to get burned. I'm sorry. Look what happened back in 2020. Isn't this where it all started with the whole George Floyd thing? Why is it there again today? Like,
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you acknowledge the legal standard of excessive force? Like federal officers, LEOs in general, even on the local level, they are only legally permitted to engage in particular levels of force in response to impediments such as obstruction or threats?
I mean, all I see are when I when I go through TikTok and check all the streams and stuff like that, I see a bunch of fools trying to do something and getting in the face of federal agents and acting like idiots. So if you're gonna do that, you're gonna pay the piper, man. I mean,
do you think the price that people have to pay for acting as legal observers in accordance with their First Amendment rights is death?
I don't know, buddy.
The answer there is like an obvious big old no.
Okay,
it's
you got me there. Like I said, you're a smart guy, you know. But hey, I'm going to let you go. I got to get back to cooking dinner, but God bless you and your family, and I wish you the best, my friend.
Yeah, have fun cooking dinner. If you ever want to have a longer conversation, you know where to find me. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest at this point in time, folks. We're going to go to get that next guest, Kyle, loaded up into the box. Lordy Lord, folks. All right, well, there's the first conversation of the evening. We got that next guest loading up into the box right now. Welcome in, Kyle. Do you sport Trump? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be a very small child, maybe 5 years old max. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Make sure if you find yourself in the queue on TikTok that you are honoring our rules and following the rules of the live. Please, you have to be at least 18. You have to be an American. You have to be an adult, and you got to support Trump. So we got the next guest, Dean Withersucks, connected to the live stream. Hello, Dean Withersucks. How old are you?
I screwed it up.
Anxious Millennial, thank you so much for the motorcycle. I appreciate that. Well, Dean Withersucks actually ran away. I guess he got a little bit of stage fright. Moving on to the next guest, Danny. All right, we got Danny loading up into the box here, folks. Do give us one moment.
Folks, do give us one moment. Folks, do give us one moment.
Sorry.
You had a little bit of an echo there. Hi, Danny. Do you sport Trump?
I do.
All right, Danny. Well, first and foremost, there's a little bit of background noise. I should let you know if there's anywhere a little bit more quiet you could go or Bluetooth device you could disconnect. That'd be great. Before we hop into our conversation, I'm going to thank like 4 people for their love. While I do that, I'm going to put you on mute just because of that background noise. First and foremost, this was actually the very first donation of the day. This came in 13 minutes ago over on YouTube Super Chat. Pondering Politics. Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Pondering Politics says, when you debate MAGA and obsessively whine about Hunter Biden, how do they respond when you point out instances of Trump corruption, which are infinitely far worse? Well, Pondering Politics, I hope that last conversation answered your question. They just kind of leave, I guess. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Pondering Politics W's. We got 2 people with 50. Oh my goodness. First and foremost, Daydream. And then second of all, Linda. Daydream and Linda. I appreciate the 2 of you both for the $50 each over on Super Chat. That is so kind of y'all. Let's get 500 Linda W's, 500 Daydream W's. Daydream with a 50 says, hey Dean, in light of recent events, Gmail is a website everyone should be aware of. It mimics Google Gmail database as a way to easily not only see the Epstein files, but flight logs, photos, and even his Amazon purchases. Gmail, sorry, okay, I'm going to look into that. Gmail, I guess, is a really easy front-end UI to look at the Epstein files. That's really cool. Thank you so much for letting me know. Thank you for the $50. Same thing goes to you, Linda, with a 50 as well, who says, being on the right means using your quote-unquote logic to come to some conclusion and locking into that position. Being on the left means knowing that below the surface is a complex web of data, facts, nuance that you need to understand before having those conclusions. Yeah, I think that we definitely see the more rational minds and voices living on the left, Linda. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you both for the $50. Show some love to Daydream and Linda. Seriously, I appreciate y'all. I'd also like to very quickly thank you so much, Alec, for the $15. Thank you so much for the love, Alec. That is ALEC. Show some love to Alec. Nathan, thank you for the $15 as well. Huge shout out to Alec and Nathan. Valkyrie with the $10 says, I appreciate you. Dean, you know I appreciate that. You too. Kat, thank you so much for the 5. And then Haley, thank you for the $5. You are explicitly asking me to not read your message out loud, so I want to keep it to myself, but thank you so much. And then Logan, thank you for the $5 as well. He says, love the streams. Keep up the good work, boss. Oh, thank you so much, Logan. You're very nice. And that last guest who we did have connected to the live stream to have a conversation with us literally left, so we're just going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA and you want to come up here and have a conversation with us. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? You have 5 seconds to respond. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean.
Hi, do you support Trump?
I support Trump getting the death penalty.
Okay, I don't know if you could say that. I think that the Secret Service may find your address. But I don't know. What would have to qualify as like one of those threats? I don't know. Anyway, stay safe. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, James?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18, just turned 18 actually.
Really? What year are you born in?
2007, May 7th.
And what time is it?
It's
What time is it? You cut out.
10:13 for me right now.
Yeah, no worries. Well, I think I do need to repeat here, folks, that we are only looking to talk to people in the United States of America. We're looking to talk to American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. If that's not you, no worries, but that's who we're looking to have a conversation with. Also, guys, thank you so much for the love over on PayPal. We have like 4 people to thank over there. I appreciate y'all. What's up, Saul? Do you support Trump?
When you hopping on farm sim, Dean?
Oh,
Play
no, I
farm
kicked the other
set.
guy, not the fetus. Follow our rules. Follow our rules. You have to be at least American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president to join up into the live. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, I support Trump.
How old are you?
Me, I'm 17 fresh.
Dude. All right, 5'9", do you support Trump? Oh my goodness, folks. We are really struggling. We are really struggling today just to find somebody to come up here and have a conversation with us, which makes sense because there's not a whole lot of Trump supporters left, y'all. They're all kind of leaving the cult because they're realizing just how bad of a president Trump truly is. First and foremost, hey, Rose, thank you for the very first donation of the day over on PayPal with the $13 21 minutes ago. Rose says, thank you so much for speaking out against the agents. Well, Rose, I appreciate you so much for the $13. I hope that you're enjoying that stream. Show some love to Rose down below. I think it's all very important for us to speak out against what we see happening in front of us today. 110%. Hi, do you support Trump hurting? Hurting Murphy. You got a second here.
Yeah.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, well, Hurting Murphy, you are breaking our rules, so you're just going to get automatically banned. That's pretty easy, right? Moving on to the next guest, Drew. Oh, I know that y'all were showing some love to Rose for the $13. Also, show some love to Anthony for the $10. Thank you, man. Anthony with the 10 on PayPal says, I am a gameplay engineer, and I love having your streams up while I'm working, cooking, or just relaxing on the couch. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Anthony. And yeah, these streams are fun to listen to while you're doing something else. They're great as background noise. Hey, Drew, you said ballsack. That was weird, but are you a Trump supporter? Okay, well, Drew's, I think he just came up here to say ball sack, then he left. Yeah, we have a lot of really weird people. We're going to repeat the rules because we got a lot of new people in here, folks. We're looking to talk to American adults that support Trump as president. If you're not, then you're going to get banned. Hi, do you support Trump?
Kia ora, Dean. If I may, I just want to say that from the other side of the world,
I read your bio. You are not a Trump supporter. I appreciate you, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, but I am pretty serious today about enforcing those rules just because, you know, we're looking for a debate. I'm pretty serious today about enforcing those rules. I hope that you have a good rest of your day, though. Moving on to the next guest right now, Santana. If you want to throw them up in the stream, I'd appreciate that. So I don't know where to find them in the queue. I appreciate you for helping me out here, Santana. Huge shout out to Santana. He's actually watching right now, going through the queue, looking for people who seem to be Trump supporters. Just because, like, there's so many people in the queue who are breaking the rules. I don't know why y'all do that. It's very easy just to follow them. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, y'all. We're still looking for that next Trump supporter. We got Flicks loading up. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yo,
That's,
fuck the fucking faggots and fuck you
it's
too.
Another rule breaker. Yeah, your parents have failed. Hello, Tomahawk. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
35.
You're not a Trump supporter.
Am I not?
Your bio says on Blue Sky for when the fascists win and ban this app.
Yeah, the fascists that were trying to ban this app were the leftists. I mean, Biden was trying to ban this app during his presidency.
Now, so do you think that Biden's a fascist?
Well, I don't think Biden was the fascist. I
Yeah,
think
but you just said the fascist who was
fascists.
trying to ban the app was Biden.
Well, Biden was just the leader of the movement. He was sleepy the whole time.
So
but
you think
people
that
were
Biden
around
was
him.
the leader of a fascist movement?
I think he was the puppet of a fascist movement.
But you just
He
said
was
leader.
he was the one that they were propping up. Yeah,
But
the
you
puppet
just-
leader.
Okay, so you think that Biden was a quote-unquote puppet leader of a fascist movement?
Absolutely, he was the face. There were people that were less
this will be a
popular
great
than
this
him.
this
He
will
was
be a
trying to-
great conversation. I'm gonna thank 4 people on PayPal, then I'll pass you that microphone, and I'll let you yap as much as you want. Hey Rachel, I appreciate you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. That is very kind of you. Let's get 100 Rachel W's down below. Same thing goes for you, Tava. Thank you for the $5. Then Daniel, thank you so much for the $20. He says, thank you for what you do. I enjoy your debates. That's awesome, Daniel. Well, I hope that you enjoy the stream today. We got a couple hours of debates coming your way, my friend. Show some love to Daniel down below in that chat for the 20. Same thing goes for Rose with the $10. Who says, thank you for speaking out about these things. Well, I'll always try to do my best. Thank you so much, Rose. Toxic, appreciate you for the $6. Then Ryan, sorry, thank you for the $10. Who says, I appreciate what you do. Thinking of you and your family with your pup. Thank you so much, Ryan. And then J Pod, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Show some love to J Pod down below in that chat. Thank you so much, man. J Pod says, from a tired essential federal employee on the second shutdown, I appreciate all that you do. Well, I appreciate all that you do as well, man. And I hope that you inevitably get that paycheck. And I think that the government should actually open back up tomorrow. Thank you so much for the $20, dude. Show some love to J-Pod down below. And that guy ran away as well. So, folks, we are close to 30 minutes into the stream, and we have yet to been able to identify a singular Trump supporter who doesn't want to run away from me. I think at this point, I'm just scaring them all away because they know that I'm significantly more intelligent than they are. Hey, Gage, do you support Trump?
Dean, hello there.
Okay. It's Gage. Goodbye. 5'9", do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2007. I just turned 18 a month ago.
Okay, sounds good. Santana, if you're watching right now, do you actually have the availability to come cover me real quick? I need to go do something. If not, you're totally good, Santana. Okay, Santana says, I got you. All right, folks, give me one moment here, folks. I'm going to load up Santana here for a second. He's going to cover me. I will be back in just a moment, folks. My a family member of my girlfriend's is moving out of town, and I got to go say bye to them real quick. So it'll only be a minute. But then I will, then I'll be back. Before Santana is joining up, if you just want to take it away and tell us why you support Trump, you got my attention.
The only reason why I support Trump is because of, it's only because of my political views. And plus, I do I support the ICE, but I don't support what they're doing with it.
Okay, so you support Trump as president because you ideologically think that you support something that they're doing, but in all reality, you disagree with the material outcome?
Yes, technically, yes.
Okay,
also,
so then wouldn't this mean that you actually don't support what the administration is doing?
No, I mean, I support what they're doing. I just don't.
But you just said that how can you support what they're doing if you disagree with its material outcome?
Well, I mean, I don't like how they're putting people on the ground. Only if some people will listen and follow directions and don't run people over, then maybe we can have a good, you know what I mean? I don't support.
Here, I'm gonna pass the mic here to Santana just for a moment because, like I said, I gotta go say bye to one of my girlfriend's family members. I'll be right back, everyone.
So I'm sorry, keep going. You were saying that you think that people should do what?
I don't if people would listen and actually cooperate. I don't think there'd be the shootings and how what's his name? How did he get shot?
Alex Preddy.
The nurse, yes. If you would actually if you see the videos, don't spit and kick a government official's car.
So wait 1 second. So
That's
first and foremost, those are two different videos, right? I mean,
the two, but it's the same concept of it, though.
Wait, but hold on for a second. So even if you say the first video was him escalating tensions, he wasn't murdered in the first video. He was murdered in the second video, where it was less of an escalation,
It
and he was
also
still
leads up
hold
to
on.
it.
Can I finish my sentence?
Yes, sir.
It was less of an escalation in the second video versus the first video, but even more than that, like, you understand that you have the right to your First Amendment without being murdered, right? Like, you don't have to, you shouldn't be murdered for actually protesting or speaking up or speaking out.
I didn't think protesting was spitting and kicking a government official's car. That's like doing the same thing to a cop car.
Okay, but do you think you should be murdered for spitting or kicking a car?
Well, I mean, if you're being aggressive, then
Yeah, that's yes
and you're
or no.
you're charging at a technical officer, then
Sure, but that's fine. I just need a direct answer. Do you think that spitting or kicking a car justifies being murdered?
was he restraining arrest?
No. But again, do you think that kicking or spitting at a vehicle deserves to be
Well,
murdered?
that's not the only reason why. He was also being like, that's literally the only reason why. But you
That's
also
not, you're conflating two different videos, and I've said that multiple
no,
times.
I didn't. I'm sitting here comparing, not complaining, because it has two things to do with ice. Two people got killed.
But again, so even if you talk about the second video, the fact that one, he was pepper sprayed, two, he was dog piled on, three, they took his weapon, and four, when they shot him, he was on all four. So again, the
So he
point
had
that
a
I'm trying
weapon.
to, I'm sorry?
He had a weapon.
Yeah, he was a legal gun owner.
Okay, so then yes, there's my question.
Wait, have you watched the video at all? Do you actually? I don't think he knows what happened, Dean, because he keeps
Wait, I'm sorry.
conflating the videos and.
I just came back. Is he saying that because he had a
just
weapon,
came
the shooting
back.
was
Don't-
justified?
Yeah.
That's what he just. Well, first he was saying that it was justified because he kicked and spit at the car, like he
But now that
justified
I'm
murder.
learning, now that
this
I'm
guy's
learning
an
he
idiot.
also had an illegal weapon. Then
Wait. So I just
Who
want to
said
clarify.
anything
So I just want to
illegal
clarify.
weapon?
Is your argument that because he had a weapon, the LEOs were justified in killing him?
no, but like you also.
Okay, so what's the argument? Why was Alex Petty not murdered?
If he's also being aggressive,
Hold on, stop for a second. Dean, again, I don't think that he's actually seen the video because he has no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah. Well, then it'll just be fun. Even easier. Sorry, even easier. To
I
make him
just
look
have.
stupid.
Well, I have one question
Okay.
before I go.
No. I actually have a question because I just got back. Do you know what the legal standard is that authorizes LEOs to engage in the use of lethal force to kill people?
No idea what you just said. Absolutely zero.
Absolutely. So I'm going to try to dumb it down a little bit. Okay. What is the legal standard for self-defense to be met when an LEO shoots a gun at somebody and kills them?
I don't even know what an LEO is because
That is
I
a
just-
law enforcement officer.
What was the question again?
What criteria have to be met for an officer to be justified in killing someone?
Aggressiveness? I don't.
No, this is a really beneficial conversation for you. I'm happy that you came up here so we could correct you and teach you something new. So no, in order for an officer to be justified in killing somebody, that officer has to reasonably feel as if that somebody is purporting an imminent threat of death to themselves or anyone else in the immediate vicinity. And mere aggressiveness, okay, is not an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death. It's just simply not. So, in other words, what do you think Alex Petty was doing that purported this objectively reasonable imminent threat of death to the LEOs surrounding him? I think that we're going to make someone else run away. We are literally only 30 minutes into the stream. We've already made 2 people run away. I think that this guy's at third.
I don't know what the fuck is happening, but this is their move now. They keep running. It's driving me fucking crazy. I don't understand why they keep doing that.
It's because there's no substance to the debate from their end because they can't like reasonably justify the points in which they're making. It's all just like it's absurd bullshit. It is absurd bullshit. And that's why they keep running away. Like I said, he just left. I actually have a running clock in front of me that shows how long I've been live. We've been live on YouTube for exactly 34 minutes and 9 seconds. Keep in mind that maybe around 10 minutes of that was the intro going over the breaking news. So in less than 24 minutes, we've had 3 people run. And Santana, I actually really appreciate you so much for joining up. Would you like to stay up here?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to drop back down and keep listening for a while. If you're free later, I might hop back up, but I'll keep surfing through your inbox trying to see what I can find. I was in the middle of Elden Ring, so.
No worries, man. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, and if you ever want to come up here and co-host with me, feel free. Thank you so much, dude.
All right. See you, bro.
Yeah, huge shout out to Santana down below. Appreciate you, man. What's going on, Trace? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I absolutely do.
Okay, do you think that you could go into a room that's a little bit more quiet? We could hear some TV or people talking in the background.
Okay, yeah, I'm going outside right now.
Appreciate that, Trace. While you're doing that, I'm actually going to thank a couple people. First and foremost, dude, Julia, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. That is very, very kind of you, Julia. Julia with a 50 says, I've been officially watching for 1 year. You've also given me the courage to speak out. Thank you. Also, Liam got to go home today. Julia, thank you so much for the $50. And that is crazy that you've been watching for a year. And yes, I saw that a judge did order the release of Liam and his father, which is very, very exciting. And Julia Roberts, I just want to let you know, because you said that you've been watching for a year. Well, I've been seeing your name for the last year because you've been supporting me. Just know that I really appreciate you, not just for the $50 donation today, but for all the love and support that you've shown me over the course of the last year. I'd also like to quickly thank Serpent for the 10 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much for the love, who says, and so Dean Withers wept, for there was no more MAGA cultists to conquer. No, it's not Dean Withers wept. Dean Withers fucking celebrated, went to Cancun, and drank a strawberry daiquiri on the beach. Swag, thank you so much for the 10 Canadian dollars as well in Super Chat, who says, so wait, MAGA are now against the Second Amendment? Yes, they are. That's what we were talking about earlier in the stream. They are against the Second Amendment. Then Sassy Diva. Oh my God, what a name. I love it. Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Didn't attach any message to the love. Just sent that 20. Appreciate you so much, Sassy Diva. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Aiden, I appreciate you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. It is in the link in my link tree. Courtney, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much for the love, Courtney. Because of you, I've grown astronomically in my political knowledge and have had many mind-altering conversations with MAGA. Well, I'm happy, and I hope that you've been able to prove them wrong. Thank you so much for the $10, Courtney. Then Gabriella, thank you for the 30 cents. Over on PayPal, Robin with the $10, who says all love and support from Sweden. Well, all the love and support to Sweden. I wish I could be there right now myself. Thank you so much, Robin. Wilder, thank you so much for the $10 as well, who says, I just want to show my support as you are actively working to make the world a better place. Oh, Wilder, thank you so much, man. Let's get 100 Wilder W's. And then Ryan, thank you. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate that, Ryan. Show some love to Ryan. Let's get 200 Ryan W's, who says, thank you for doing your show. Well, we'll do it every single day. No need to thank me. I love what I do. Let's show some love to Ryan down below, as well as Kay with the $10, who didn't attach any message to their love, just sent it as a donation. I appreciate y'all. Looks like we're all caught up. Go ahead and take it away, dude. Tell us how the hell you support Donald J. Trump as president.
I was just going to say something about what the last guy was talking about. I think I can explain it a little bit better than he did. But as far as the ICE agents shooting Alex Preddy, if you're going to be a licensed gun owner and not only carrying 2 extra clips on you, you don't need to put yourself into a situation where you're carrying a gun and you're the aggressor. He was the aggressor in that situation. So I'm all about the Second Amendment rights, and I'm not a huge ICE supporter or anything like that, but I do believe that he was wrong in that situation. It was wrong on both sides. They could have handled it better, but I absolutely don't think he should have put himself in that situation, carrying a gun and being that aggressive towards the police that were trying to do a job.
Sounds good. So first and foremost, I see a couple people on TikTok spamming that he follows kids. As per usual, we do have an order to how we deal with that issue. So if it is true that he's following kids, go ahead and take a screenshot, drop it in a private ticket on my Discord channel. That is the order in which we use, and please stop publicly spamming about it inside of that comment section, because that just is going to lead more people to go scours following this, potentially find kids. It's best to just leave that in a private ticket over on Discord, and of course I have Discord open, so I'll be able to see it. But now to respond to you, I just think that sentiment that Alex Preddy was the aggressor, when Alex Preddy was one that was unarmed on the ground on all four, being pistol whipped by an ICE agent, while also being piled on top of by 6 other ICE agents and being shot in the back 10 times and killed, is just insane, okay? And I think the sentiment where you're getting that idea from, that Alex Preddy was the aggressor, is the fact that he put himself in between the woman that was just pushed by ICE, saving her from falling to the ground, and the aggressive ICE agent. Only in 2026 to deranged lunatic MAGA crazies do you become an aggressor when you want to help a woman that is getting pushed around by a masked thug, okay? And regardless of my opinion or your opinion on the matter, legally speaking, merely being in possession of a firearm does not give the authority to any LEO to shoot and kill you dead. And that is in accordance with the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment, alongside SCOTUS rulings like Connor v. Graham, where they ruled that the use of force must be reasonable, and shooting and killing somebody for merely obstructing or merely being in possession of a firearm is unreasonable.
what do you think about the previous the previous video though of him spinning and kicking the police vehicle? We don't know what happened before they started recording in that video of the second video where he was murdered.
So thank you for asking about my thoughts on that prior video, and I could give them to you clearly. They change absolutely nothing. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Kicking a taillight 11 days ago, A, is completely irrelevant to the situation that unfolded 11 days later, and B, even kicking a taillight, if he were to be doing that the moment before he was shot and killed, once again, okay, is not a objectively reasonable imminent threat to the lives of the Elios, so... and guess what, dude? You are following a bunch of children. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Appreciate y'all for following the proper channels in order to inform me of that fact. Seriously, y'all, when somebody's following kids, do not spam it in the chat because, like I said, think about it this way. Right now, we have 14,000 viewers on TikTok. That's then going to send 14,000 people to scour the following list of the guests, potentially sending 14,000 people to then interact with a minor's account. They don't deserve that. It's weird. Okay, it's like it's wrong. Just send that in a private ticket on my Discord. Welcome into Sport Trump. I sent you I sent you an invite to unmute your mic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, I do.
Yeah, are you driving?
No, I'm not. I'm at my house.
Okay, that sounds good, man. Yeah, so how the hell do you still support Trump, the worst president of your life, after everything that we've seen from 2016 until now? Limited to, but obviously included, but not limited to, sorry, like pardoning domestic terrorists that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol, to suing you for $10 billion, to defending murder, being held civilly liable for raping Eugene Carroll, or attempting to conceal and stop the release of the Epstein files, then being found listed 5 times in them, being accused of things including the rape of minors, so on and so forth.
I mean, everyone gets accused of something, you know, just to start off with that, but really,
everyone,
I mean, both sides
gets accused of something.
I mean,
let me ask it this way. If a court
point.
determined that he did one of those things, would you still support him as president?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay, and by the way, not everyone gets accused of those things. Like I can't really name anybody else in a position of power, okay, that has like 40 plus accusations on the record while also being an educated rapist, which is what I'm gonna get to now. Because you just said that you would you would not support him as president. You said that you would not support him as president if a court found him guilty of like one of these acts of like violent SA. And that's exactly I'm speaking and you're listening.
Go ahead.
And that is exactly what a court did 2 years ago when they determined that he raped a woman by the name of Eugene Carroll.
Asian girl. Yeah, I mean, okay, I wanted to get to like the ICE part of it, you know what I mean? Like I was listening to everything and I saw that you said like he got pissed away, Petty got, what was his name? Excuse me. I don't want to like disrespect him, but what was the guy's name that
Alex
got murdered?
So you don't want to talk about. So, I mean, let's just get it straight. You said that you would not support Trump as president if a court determined that he, like, raped somebody, for instance. Then I brought up the fact that he did have a court determine that he raped somebody. And then you, in response, said, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about somebody else. So you're basically just telling me here that you don't want to talk about
I just think
glaring
there's money involved.
a fundamental contradiction that is true of your own position. And by the way, there's only money involved for the victim if they can convince the jury that, you know, what happened to them actually did happen to them, meaning there's only money involved if they have enough evidence to prove the guilt of the perpetuator.
Yeah, that's why they took him to civil court, right? Because, you know, like the statute of limitations, it took, 30 years for them to come out and say this, you know, after he's president. I mean, that's when.
What does this have to do with like refuting the reliability of the claim?
It's just sketchy, you know. That's all it is.
How's this sketchy? Can you give me like a cogent description of exactly how this is sketchy? Considering the fact that 60% of women who get raped never reported to the authorities in their lifetimes, and we hear about people waiting so many years because of various social pressures, including but not limited to the immediate impacts of great culture, being like embarrassed, having people blame you as the victim, so on and so forth, leading to people never reporting or coming out many years later. So in this breath, you're not only invalidating Eugene Carroll, but you're invalidating millions of other victims as well.
No, and at the end of the day, I don't know, you know, so that's why I don't want to put my 2 cents in there because, it's a sensitive subject for those people. And I don't want to, if it did happen, like it's wrong, right? But I don't know, it's just an opinion at the end of the day. Two different opinions, so I mean, that's fine. But as far as Alex Preddy, I think he got murdered. I think ICE was in the wrong there, but he did put himself in that situation. You know what I mean? Like, he went out there, he protested. That's his right, First Amendment right. He had his Second Amendment right with him too, right? And I think he put himself in a dangerous situation. I know he was trying to protect that woman that fell as a nurse. He's trying to do his job, but at that point, I think they're trying to detain her. They're trying to. She's under arrest. No, wouldn't you think so? They're impeding. Or am I wrong here? I'm not saying
wrong.
it's justified for it. I'm not saying it's justified for him to get shot or pew-pewed 10 times, and that's crazy. That is, I mean, that's murder. So I mean, as far as I'm slowly changing my view, but like, it's hard when people are aggressive out there. It's the same thing on both sides. Like, what was his name? Who's that? The guy carrying the rifle. It's the same thing for him too. Like, nothing happened to him. So like, it's kind of like what really happened. There has to be another video that's gonna come out soon, and then if that video comes out, what would you think? Well, like if there's more to it, will you change your opinion? Go ahead.
Okay, so you just said like a whole lot of nothing, honestly. So first and foremost, about the E. Jean Carroll rape case, you just said that you have no clue, which is kind of contradictory if you like support the mass deportation operation of the Trump administration, because it's typically civil courts that would adjudicate, okay, the fact that somebody is an undocumented immigrant, and you're saying that they're reliable enough to deem this person guilty of this federal misdemeanor to then send them to be tortured in another country. But apparently, as soon as a civil court with a higher standard of evidence, because typically the judges in immigration courts don't have a jury agreeing with them, finds Donald Trump to be guilty of rape, you just say, oh, it's all a matter of opinion. You don't truly know. No, it's not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of fact. Okay, we have a significant amount of evidence, rather it be the direct evidence that he raped her, or the indirect evidence that he raped her, rooted within the inconsistencies through his defense. Evidence? Don't interrupt me. Or his character priors. I'd say that we have more than enough evidence to reasonably conclude that he is guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll. And now to respond to your second point about Alex Preddy, you're saying that he put himself in that situation. Well, I just think that you're complete and utter dumbass for making such a terrible suggestion. If you think that somebody deserves to be killed by a masked agent of the state on the streets of this country because they're engaging in the appropriate application of their First and Second Amendment rights, then you've just completely lost the plot. And you just said that you didn't say that. You absolutely did say that. Don't backtrack now because you're getting proven wrong.
I didn't say he deserved it.
No, I said that you said that he put himself in that situation. So if you think saying that he put himself in that situation is synonymous to saying that he deserved it, well, then guess what? You did say that he deserved it, because that was what you took away as it was an implication of me repeating what you said.
So what's brandishing a weapon?
Brandishing a weapon is a criminal charge that he was not guilty of.
But what is it? Like, when you're brandishing a weapon, do you need to hold it in your hand, or is it just showing it, or what is it?
I don't know. Let's look it up. Legal definition of brandishing a weapon. Brandishing a weapon is the illegal, aggressive exhibition of a firearm or deadly weapon in a rude, angry, or threatening manner. Okay, yeah. So it's basically, menacing somebody with a weapon by showing it to them in a rude, angry, or threatening manner.
Okay, so if he's threatening, let's say. Right? Let's say he's 2 inches away with his phone now, right? Like he was, and his weapon.
Wait, no, let's talk about the brandishing
exposed.
the weapon. Do you think that he did brandish his weapon?
I have to look at the video again, but I mean, they saw it, right? It was out.
No,
right?
So I'll happily clarify. I'll happily clarify with you here. He never brandished his weapon. He never even touched it. He never even touched his goddamn gun. So what happened is they beat him to the ground. They then dogpiled him, and in the process of doing so, an agent lifted up his shirt, saw he's legally permitted to carry a weapon on his side holster, then took it from him and killed him.
I mean, I can't argue with that. I know that it's not justified there. You know what I mean? Like they shouldn't have killed him. They
Right.
could have
But it's
detained
just like
him.
you're trying to find ways to defend ICE in this scenario by saying that,
No, I'm not.
oh, he
I'm
put
not.
himself.
I'm
Yes, you
against
are.
that.
No, don't play dumb. You are. By saying like, oh, he put himself in the scenario. Oh, he might have been brandishing his weapon. Oh, he's doing this or he's doing that, bro. Bottom line is, okay, Alex Preddy was just simply enacting upon his First and Second Amendment rights. And if there was any illegal obstruction that he engaged in, well, it was in the defense of a woman that was getting pushed to the ground by an ICE agent thug. So I support him all the way. I think that he did what I would have done in that same scenario. Alex Preddy is a goddamn American patriot, and he was murdered by lawless thugs. And I think that fact needs to be recognized by every single American for us to not absolutely lose the plot and give way to total tyranny and authoritarianism in broad daylight on the streets of this country.
And what about good? What do you think
Another
about
victim of
that?
murder.
But you don't think she hit him with the vehicle or tapped him or whatever you want to say? Like,
Yeah, no, I don't think that she hit the ICE agent, Jonathan Russ. No.
no?
No, and the reason I know that is because through an evaluation of bystander footage, you could literally see that he's off to the left of the vehicle the moment he pulls the trigger the first time. But the reason
do
why
see
I
him
know
limping,
that
though.
the reason that I know that she was murdered, okay, is because the autopsy report revealed that it was the third shot that killed her, and when he took the third shot, he was literally like chasing the car down to the left of the window.
I didn't see that in the video. I just need to look at more videos for that because there's different angles and stuff. So I just probably haven't seen the right video yet.
So Alex Preddy was murdered. Renee Good was murdered.
And I've been talking to like different people about like they're saying that more Americans were murdered. Is that a fact or
More Americans were murdered? What do you mean?
yeah, like by ICE. Like I haven't seen any other news besides those two. But like,
So I would assume not. I would assume that there's been more non-Americans murdered by ICE than Americans.
Okay.
I'm not for sure though, because so far this year there's been 9 people murdered by ICE. I'm unsure about the other 7. Well, actually the other 6 because Keith Porter was an American citizen. About the other 6 and their citizenship status.
Okay. And do you think it's okay for undocumented immigrants to cross the border?
Okay, I don't know what the relevance of this question is. We're trying to determine why you support Trump as president, and like so far, like I just feel like I haven't heard a single goddamn reason. So, let's go back to that. Why do you support Trump?
Well, because of immigration. That's one of my main reasons.
So you think that he's
so
doing
that's where I was
something
going
good
with
with
that.
immigration? What is a thing that he's doing good with immigration?
I mean, deporting like undocumented immigrants.
Sure. Why is his mass deportation beneficial for America?
I mean, because there's people from all over the world that we don't know what they can do to our families, to our kids, you know? And I'm not saying it doesn't happen here, right? We have plenty of felons here, but
Yeah, like Trump.
but do we need more?
Okay, so you're saying that mass deportation is a good thing because it reduces crime?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, you're wrong. So, A, it actually increases crime rates because undocumented immigrants are less likely than citizens to engage in crimes at any level. And B, it increases the amount of nominal crimes that we observe because of the economically destabilizing effects that it has on our economy, increasing poverty, and a lot of crime is consequential of poverty. Therefore, we'd expect a marginal increase in crime.
Yeah, but also they're coming in and they're taking our jobs for less money, right? Because they need the money and they're willing to do it. And
Okay,
that's
so moving off
taking
of crimes, now going to the economy. So you think that they hurt the economy?
you brought the economy up, but yeah, like
What's one way they hurt the
yeah.
economy?
Yeah, I mean, no, they're hurting American citizens, like middle
How?
class, lower class, because they can do the job and do it for the right minimum wage, you know? Like these guys are doing it for like $14 an hour, and these guys pay other people $20 an hour. It's just an example. I don't.
We're literally like
depends
speed
on
running
what's
through
up.
this guy's points. So yeah, undocumented immigrants are more likely to get paid less. It's because they have less bargaining power to hold against their employers because they're under the threat of being removed from the economy through deportation. And when they're unemployed, they can access like 90% of all social safety nets. So if they don't have money, they just starve and die in many scenarios. The way to fix that is to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship. So then they have just as much bargaining power as any other resident or citizen. So then they get paid just as much as any other resident or citizen, which which would actually have positive effects on our economy by increasing real median wages, by increasing their total taxable contributions and GDP contributions, and it would actually bolster our own manufacturers because then they'd have more money to spend more on American-produced goods.
So why is it okay that other countries have these like immigration policies and they'll kick you out, right? No problem, right? But over here, we want more undocumented immigrants to just walk in here, like through through tunnels.
I think that a fair observation of our debate up to this moment in time is very interesting, because you first started by attempting to justify that mass deportation was good for this country. Okay, so then I asked you why. You said because it would reduce crime and then make the economy better. I was able to effectively dispute both of those points. Definitely, like you didn't even have a counter argument against my refutations. So now you've just reduced yourself down to the statement, well, other people are doing it, therefore it must be good for us to do it too. I don't know if like you ever told us in third grade, but like, you know, that old sentiment, just because one of your friends jumps off a bridge, you know, don't follow them. Well, that kind of goes here too, you know, unless you have good reason to do something, you shouldn't do it. And you've now demonstrated that there's absolutely zero good reason to support mass deportation, as there's no positive effects on this country for citizens or them. And in fact, through the counter arguments in which I've granted to you, I've demonstrated how mass deportation is bad for this country, makes the economy worse off, and increases crime.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not going to argue with you, you know, I respect
so then
your
you can
opinion.
see you accept that mass deportation is bad.
For certain people, you know, some people need to go. Not everyone's a bad person.
Yeah, like
right?
people with like violent criminals on their record. Sure,
Yeah.
I agree. So did the Biden-Harris administration. In fact, they deported them at significantly higher rates than Trump is today, because unlike the Trump administration, they disproportionately focused on them. Under Trump, only 30% of people who have been deported have any criminal record, and out of them, only actually 5% of everyone deported had violent crimes on their record. So now, if you're just telling us that you disagree with the deportation of the majority with no criminal record, you in fact should now support the Democrats.
I kind of go both ways. Like,
well, you don't go both ways, because you have no reason to support the mass deportation. I've demonstrated that. I mean, you just said it yourself. You're not even going to argue with me, because you can't use words to like demonstrate an argument in support of it.
No,
So
like
why
I
would you
said,
go
you
both
proved
ways?
your point there. You're right about that. You know, I feel like not every, like, how can you tell? How do you know by how can you find a record for them? You know, there's no record.
Well, they use the same vetting process that we use for legal immigrants. So should we stop legal immigration to this country because you don't think that there's any way to effectively tell if they're a good or bad person?
Legal, you said?
Yes.
No, we shouldn't.
Oh,
no.
okay. So obviously you think that we have reasonably good enough means to identify if legal immigrants are good enough people to be allowed into the country. Therefore, let's just use those same means on undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, but if they're already here, you know, let's say they didn't go to the American embassy or whatever it is, and they get caught by ICE, right? Or whatever, you know, like, how do you know if they're a good, bad person in ICE's position?
Okay, well, first and foremost, I don't think that you care about good or bad people being in the country, or else you want to put an objectively bad person. No, you want it. No, you don't, or else you want to put an objectively bad person in the White House. Like, can we just take a moment to say that? Oh, how do we tell if they're good or bad people? Well, I guess when we can tell that they're bad people, as long as they're a white billionaire, you say put them in the Oval.
Oh, no. I don't care about that. Like,
yes, exactly. You don't care about bad people running the country. Oh, if they're a rapist, throw them in the White House. If they've admitted to sexual exploitation, throw them in the White House. If they're best friends with Epstein, sending them letters with a outline of a naked woman or girl with a statement, "May ever nay be another wonderful secret," put them in the White House. When they defy Congress and break federal law to conceal the Epstein files, put them in the White House. Okay, when they attack our Constitution, violate the 1st, the 2nd, the 10th, 14th, and the 22nd Amendment, all in less than a year, throw them in the White House. Okay, when they cause people to violently insurrect our Capitol in an attempt to overthrow the government, and in the process they try to kill cops like DJ Rodriguez, who gave Officer Fernando a stun gun a heart attack by grabbing a stun gun and driving it into their neck. You know, throw them in the White House after that president then pardons that person and calls them a patriot. Like, what's this conversation about? Oh, how do you tell if they're good or bad? Because apparently, too, when they're bad, you want them to run the country. Apparently, okay. So I'd say that before we even start having this conversation about, well, how do we identify if immigrants are good or bad, so we could, reasonably conclude if they should be able to stay in this country or leave this country, you first have to accept this foundational claim that bad people, if they shouldn't be in the country, shouldn't be running the country either.
That's fair, yeah. And I definitely don't think Trump's a good person at all. You know what I mean? In fact, like, just the opposite. You know, he doesn't care about us. You know, like
why are you a Trump supporter? If Trump doesn't care about us, why are you a Trump supporter?
Neither, but both sides don't. None of them do. At the end of the day, they talk.
That's where you say, "Oh, it's a both sides issue."
And
I'm so sorry. Where was Kamala Harris's rape case? Where was Kamala Harris's defiance of Congress? Where was Kamala Harris's insurrection? Where was Kamala Harris's?
Kamala Harris was part of the worst
exploitation?
administration in the history of the U.S. Biden
Really?
was the worst president to ever live.
Check this out.
Am I wrong?
You are wrong. Okay, if Biden was the worst president to ever live, what is one bad policy he passed? Be very specific.
He was so incompetent. That alone, like he wasn't there. He literally wasn't there.
Okay, well, we'll talk about his incompetence after you answer my question. What is one bad policy he passed?
Oh, I mean, really, it was all about the immigration.
Okay, then name one bad policy he passed.
The highest policy?
Yes.
I mean, he kept the same thing, you know, like he kept the same thing going for the most part, you know, like
can you name one bad policy he passed?
No, I can't.
Then can you admit that you're brainwashed? Obviously, if Biden truly was the worst president in the history of this country, you would be able to name one bad policy he passed. The worst president in the history of this country would at least have one bad policy. Admit that you're brainwashed.
I mean, I'm not brainwashed. I see
Dude,
both sides.
No. You have to be brainwashed. There's no. Listen. There's absolutely no other option. Can you agree that the worst president in the history of the United States of America in the last 249 years would at least have one bad policy they passed?
Absolutely, but he made bad decisions. Forget about the policies. I mean, he started throwing money to Ukraine.
Stop it. Oh, like Trump. So I guess Trump is the second worst. He resumed all funding to Ukraine in July, but apparently he's your favorite president. So once again, brainwashed. But anyways, so you just said that the worst president in the history of the United States of America in the last 249 years would at least have one bad policy they passed. You said that is absolutely true. Okay, so either Biden has a bad policy he passed, or Biden isn't the worst president in the history of this country, correct?
I just don't think Biden was running the country.
You're not answering my question. Either Biden has one bad policy he passed, or Biden is not the worst president in the history of this country, correct?
I'm sure there's a policy in there I can find if I just look it up, you know? But
sounds good. Go look it up.
I'm over here talking to you. I'm
going to call you on your bullshit. Go on pause, go to Google, and find one bad domestic policy Biden passed.
Okay. All right. Give me one moment, please.
Good. While he's looking for that policy, I'm going to thank a couple people. Fair, I appreciate you for the $2 on Super Chat. Claire, thank you so much for the $5. Then Dag, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, why is it you don't use the Epstein files now often to talk them out of supporting Trump? They're pretty crazy stuff in there. I think that's exactly what we're going to be doing with the next guest. Dag, thank you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 Dag W's down below. As well as BitBoy, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, why aren't we debunking the AI video? Seriously, it never happened. I don't believe that it's AI personally. Then Sassy Diva, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much for the love, Sassy Diva. Appreciate you so much. By the way, if you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, you want to support me in what I do, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and handles at the top of the phone screen. I get all of those proceeds to go straight to me. You could even attach a message that I'll try my best to read off on live. He's still looking for that one bad policy Biden passed, so we're going to thank a couple more people here. Beatrice, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Pat, thank you for the 5. Damien with a 1. Angel, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube. On Venmo, who says, if you want, I've got a shovel in my garage that will give you a better argument than these guests. Yeah, probably true. Thank you for the $10, Angel. Then Jessica, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo, who says, for the celebratory strawberry daiquiri on the beach fund. Yes, one day we will be having that. Thank you so much for the $15, Jessica. Show some love to Jessica. Same thing goes for you, Riley. Thank you so much for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, as a great victim, fuck every Trump supporter who thinks the E. Jean Carroll case is fake. First and foremost, Riley, I'm sorry that happened to you. And second of all, absolutely fuck them. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate that so much for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Riley. Then Sophie, thank you so much for the $5 as well. It looks like we are all caught up over on Venmo. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal. Gladys, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Show some love to Gladys down below. That is Gladys. Gladys, it is good to see you, and thank you for the love. Gladys with the 10 says Epstein files. That's it. That's my message. Yes, something that we all need to be talking about more. Thank you for the $20, Gladys. Then Kathy, oh my God, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Holy shit, Kathy. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, with every bone in my body. It is so undeserved, and I'm so grateful for you. That is Kathy with a C. I'm trying to see so many Kathy W's in the live chats. Kathy with 100 says, thank you so much for what you do. This old lady learns so much from you. Really enjoy the live streams. Kathy, you've been tuning in daily for a long time now. You are Queen Kathy. I absolutely love you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. Same thing goes to you, Skylar. Thank you so much for the $30 donation, who says, hey, please don't read this out loud. Okay, I will keep that to myself, but Skylar, thank you for the $30. Let's also get 300 Skylar W's down below. Then Cammy, appreciate you for the $10. And to respond to your question, she's doing good. Thank you so much, Cammy. Kayla with the $15, who says, thank you for what you do and have a great week. You too, Kayla. Thank you so much for the love. Then Pamela with the $10, who says, thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of y'all. And then Gabriella, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Sour Girl, I appreciate you for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, my cat Walter is hissing at the collar. To W Cat. Rodney, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, who says Biden was so incompetent he put the Republicans in their place at the State of the Union. So incompetent. Then Gay Uncles, appreciate you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Jay with the $10 says, is Dirt Cannon? Shut up, Jay, but appreciate you for the $10. And then Taylor, thank you so much for the $20 Super Chat, who says, thank you, Dean, for speaking up about these topics. Could you say hello to my friend Rin? Me and him are such big fans. Yes, hello to you, Taylor, and hello to you too as well, Rin. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's hop back into the debate. Show some love to all the donors down below. Seriously, I appreciate y'all from the bottom of my heart. Back to you, sir. Were you able to find one singular domestic policy Biden passed that was bad?
I mean, the only thing I found was the when he paused the wall, and it created a mass surge of undocumented immigration just flooding the country.
Okay, so
that's the only thing I found, though.
Pause construction of the wall.
To answer your question, no. Like, I didn't find anything, no policies. Like, you're right about that. So, you know, I'm not gonna argue. You know, I just that's the only thing I see. Like, really.
Okay, so then you can see that he's not the worst president of in American history.
Yeah. No, I have my information a little mixed up here. So you know, this is why I'm on here. You know, I'm on here to learn. You know, like, I'm putting myself out there. I want to make sure, like, I get the right information. People like you, and honestly Parker too. Like, I love listening to you guys because, like, knowledge is power. You know, so these things, like, I'll never learn it alone. You know, like, I'm busy. I work. I have a daughter. I have a family. I have to focus on that. You know, so the reason I want to educate myself is so when the next election comes, you know, I'm prepared and I can do my due diligence and vote correctly, you know? As far
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you for the concession, man. I'm going to move on to the next guest. I think that you should tune into the live streams more. There's a lot that could be learned here.
Yes, sir. Have a great one. Appreciate you.
Well, dude. Take care. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, y'all. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. And one last time, folks, if you are watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handles at the top of the phone screen. Appreciate y'all for all the love. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here right now. We have Tristan joining the stream. Also, let me know how your Sunday has been so far down below in that chat if you happen to be watching. I hope that it's been a good one for you, as it's been an all right one for me. It's been a really lazy Sunday. Spent the first half of the day literally just napping. Just napping, dude. Just napping. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Obsessively Hooked, thank you for the level up spark. Hi, do you support Trump?
I saw you hit your vape and you're dating Parker, you weirdo.
Okay, very interesting, Fetus. Moving on to the next guest, we have Nick connecting to the live stream. Here we go. Nick is joining up. And Brittany, oh my God, thank you so much for the $50 on Super Chat. Jesus Christ, Brittany, that is so much money. Thank you. Brittany with a big 50 says, my coworkers are hardcore MAGA. One claimed that Trump charges were debunked, and another said that Alex Preddy was brandishing his gun in the ICE agent's face and attempted to take their gun too. Oh my God, Brittany, please tell them to join my live stream. I'd love to fry them. Thank you so much for the $50. Let's show some love to Brittany down below in that chat. Welcome in, Nick. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
Okay, and what time is it?
What time is it now? 3 o'clock.
Very nice, dude. And what are your thoughts on the Epstein files?
I haven't looked into that yet because I've been busy moving.
What? You haven't looked into the Epstein files?
Well, I've been busy moving this weekend, so.
Okay. Well, just to catch you up, Donald Trump got accused like 6 times. Okay? And a lot of the accusations are things that I can't even repeat. Someone gave sworn testimony to the FBI under threat of perjury. Okay.
Did you say 6 times?
Yes.
That's actually a point I want to make. Can I ask you a question? Did you vote for Harris?
Yes.
Okay. So Biden had 6 accusers, talking about the number 6.
Not true.
Well,
he's had one woman accuse him of rape, and she was proven to be unreliable.
Well, you can Google it at your own time, but I have Googled this and looked at this. There are 6.
What are the names of the other 5 women that have accused him of rape?
I'll get them to you in a second. But my
Chad,
point
thank you
is
so much for liking Sammer.
Did you know that in April 2019, Harris came out publicly and said that she believed all of Biden's accusers and she thanked them for coming forward and being strong to do that. And do you know what happened a year later? She then joined Biden. Sorry?
Can you roll that clip of Kamala Harris basically saying that she believes that
yes, it's on the Hill. Go to the Hill, and
okay, what do I need to type in?
If you Google "I believe them," the Hill published that, and there is a video online some which I haven't seen for a while, but she actually did say she believed his accusers, and then a year later she actually joined Biden. So I'm kind of confused whether she does support sexual harassment by men or she does not.
Let's go ahead and take a listen to this. Now, would you say that you believe the accusations made against Biden?
Do I believe them?
Yeah.
I need to look into them because I actually haven't read up on all of them.
Okay, and then what are the specific accusations made against Biden?
Well, you could probably. I'd have to look through them, but I'm just going by what Harris. Obviously, Harris. She listened.
Okay, I know,
to them, right?
but what were the accusations?
I think I'd have to recall, but if you want specific details, I have to look them up. But
yes, that is so important. We need to know what he was accused of, right?
Yeah, inappropriate touching in the workplace. I know that.
Okay, what kind of inappropriate touching? Can you just be more specific? What happened?
Well, didn't the one that defected to Russia that he stuck his hand up her skirt?
Tara Reid, yes, and Tara Reid is a liar.
Correct. Right, is she a liar?
Yes.
But what about the other 5? They're all liars too.
Yeah, I don't know the other 5, so that's what I'm asking you for about. I do know Tara Reid's accusation, and I know that Tara Reid is a fucking liar.
Okay, but Harris said she still believed her, and she believed the others too. Right?
I'm not sure that Harris said that she believed Tara Reid, and if she did, that she was wrong, because Tara Reid is a absolute liar. The issue with Tara Reid is that she accused Biden, took it to court, and then she had 2 lawyers drop her as a client because of the inconsistencies and contradictions within her sworn testimony inside of that courtroom. And then ultimately, after she was dropped by 2 lawyers back to back because of the contradictions and inconsistencies within her testimony, she dropped the case, fled to Russia, then joined an alt-right misinformation campaign. I do not believe Tara Reid, as I believe her accusation can be reliably proven false.
What about the other 5? Do you believe them?
Once again, I don't know anything about them. You have to tell me about them.
Yeah. Well, we could ask Harris because she said she believed them.
Okay, so you don't know anything about them?
No, but Harris does, right? And she. Well,
but we're asking you because you're the one talking about these accusations.
Yeah, but
so
I'm
what
not
are these
accusations?
accusations?
I'm not the one running for president.
You're the one making the claim. So what are these accusations?
I'm not making the claim. She made the claim. She said she believes them.
Okay. So let's go ahead and take a listen to what Harris said.
2 additional women came forward on Tuesday to say that former Vice President Joe Biden touched them in ways that made them feel uncomfortable. Caitlin Caruso and DJ Hill each recounted their experiences to the New York Times. Caruso is 22, and she told the Times that Biden rested his hand on her thigh, even as she attempted to show her discomfort by squirming in a seat during a sexual assault event at the University of Nevada at Las Vegas. Hill is 59, and she told the Times that while taking a photograph with Biden in 2012, the then vice president placed his hand on her shoulder and began moving it down her back. She said it made her, quote, very uncomfortable.
Okay, well, first and foremost, that was not Kamala Harris talking, and this is the article that you told me. I mean, it's literally titled Harris, quote unquote, I believe the Biden accusers. And then second of all, okay, obviously, those are both things I'm going to condemn 110%. You voted for a rapist that admitted to unconsensually following women and girls into their dressing rooms. That wasn't running against Biden because he dropped out of the race. He was running against Kamala Harris. Not to mention that rapist was best friends with Epstein. According to Epstein in a 2011 email, knew, about what was going on to those girls, and has since then been accused by over 30 people, including auctioning off children that Epstein was selling, and then testing their quote-unquote tightness by sticking his fingers into their female members.
So do you want me to read you the quote that she said?
Can you respond to everything I just said, please?
You're avoiding the question because I know you voted for Harris.
1 second. I literally just played that audio clip off of the Hill article that you referenced to me, thinking,
that's not,
yes,
that's
I did.
not correct.
I did. It absolutely is correct. I'm going to go ahead and show it to you right now. Let's go ahead and turn the display capture on. Here it is. You told me to look up the Hill and then type in Kamala Harris, I believe the accusers. Here is the article that I pulled up, and then here's the audio clip that I played.
A maritime transportation specialist.
Okay, well, we got a 28-second ad. I'm not going to let that play through, so you're just going to have to believe me. So anyways, before you make another claim, I want you to respond to everything that I just said. Because honestly, I feel as if what is happening today, Nick, is you are attempting to completely disregard and ignore every single word that is leaving my mouth to attempt to like drill in a losing point. So please, at this moment in time, respond to what I just said.
Well, it's not losing point. I will do you a favor, Dean. I will find the video clip because I've seen it many times, and I'll send it to you, and you can play it at your will. But she's on video as well. It was caught on video. She said that she believed all of his accusers. So I will find. I promise you this. I will send it to you.
So what should I do? Should I respond to that statement or and ignore everything I just said? Like how about this? Like, what do you want me to do?
Are you ignoring what I'm saying?
Because I feel like we're just in this catch-22 where you just don't want to respond to anything I just said. Okay, well then let me. Okay, you think I'm ignoring what you're saying? That's not true. Because I just played the audio clip attached to the article that you told me to Google, and then I responded to it, and you ignored it all.
Yeah, but
now I'm going to attempt to directly respond to this one last time here. Hopefully, we'll make this simple. Okay, I want to know what she believed occurred.
Well, you've Googled the wrong article and the wrong video, but you're hanging on that now.
I'm trying to ask a follow-up question to your statement. I want to know what Kamala Harris believed Biden did.
I will send you the correct video, and then you can hang on that.
Listen, how about this? I believe you. I saw the headline from The Hill. I saw it from a couple other news publishers too. Somebody even in my chat dropped another one. I believe you that Kamala Harris said, I believe that Biden did these things, but what things are we talking about here? What does Kamala Harris believe Biden did?
No, she said she believes the accusers.
Okay,
I can read you the quote. Do you want me to read you the quote?
I believe you. I believe that Kamala Harris said, I believe the accusers. But I want to know what they accused him of. Is that a hard question? By the way, you just got a 10-minute flag for misinformation. I just want to let you know that. You just got a 10-minute flag for misinformation. Are my words just moving?
Obviously,
what's going on? My words are going in one ear and out the other. Here's my response. Listen closely. I hear what you're saying, and I believe Kamala Harris said that. I now want you to tell me what explicit actions Kamala Harris believed Biden engaged in.
Well, you'd have to ask her that. I can't answer that for you.
Okay, so then your point's dead in the water, because unless we know what she believed Biden did, it's kind of irrelevant.
She believed his accusers and whatever that.
Accusers of what? What did the accusers accuse him of?
I can't answer that for you.
Right. So you just wasted my goddamn time, and now I got to kick you because, like I said, you got a flag for misinformation. We just dropped less than 700 viewers in under 30 seconds because I kept you up here after you got that flag. But we're gonna move on now. That guy was a loser. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yo, yeah, I do.
How old are you?
30.
Was Alex Preddy murdered?
I believe it was a justified shooting. It was unfortunate, very unfortunate.
So why do you think that Alex Preddy's murder was justified?
Well, because he put himself in that situation where he is impeding with officers that are trying to just do their job.
Okay, how's he impeding?
Well, from what I saw from the video, first of all, he went to like grab a lady and like grabbed her for some reason. Can you explain to me what happened in the video? Didn't he grab a lady or something?
After you tell me how he was impeding, that somehow justified them in taking his life, yeah.
Well, when they're telling him to get on the ground and like stop resisting, like you don't resist when you have a gun on you. Like it's very unfortunate that.
But the question is, how is he resisting?
Well, isn't there prior? Okay, we'll talk about the prior video later. But how is he resisting? There's like 4 people on top of him, and he was still like squirming around.
Squirming how?
Resisting. Like trying to get up. Why can't he just like?
But like, what was he doing to try to get up?
It seemed like he was trying to get up. He was like on his fours.
And I'm asking, so because he was on all 4 instead of laying prone. So you're saying that because he was on all 4 instead of laying prone on the ground, that the officers were justified in killing him?
No, I don't think it was. I think it was justified simply because they thought like someone.
1 second, I'm gonna interrupt you. I'm gonna interrupt you here because that is exactly what you just said. I asked you if you thought what happened to Alex Preddy was murder. You said no. You think that the shooting was justified. I asked you why do you think the shooting was justified. Then you said well because he was impeding. I then asked you how he was impeding, and then you said because he was resisting. And then I asked you how was he resisting, and then you said because he was on all 4 instead of laying prone on the ground. Meaning that a condensed version of your argument would be that you believe that he was not murdered and his shooting was justified because he was on all 4 instead of laying prone on the ground. So if you want to like crumble that argument up into a little shitty ball and throw it out the window, I agree you should because it's a terrible position, and we'll just restart. Why do you believe the shooting of Alex Preddy was justified?
The thing is, I'm not a criminal defense lawyer, and I'm not going to be able to give you an exact definition if this was justified or not. But from what it looks like, he went to mess with the officers that were just doing their job.
Now you're completely changing your whole position because less than 3 minutes ago, you explicitly said that you thought the shooting was justified. 3 minutes later, now you're saying that you don't know if it was justified.
Well, I think it could have been avoided if he didn't go and harass the officers and fucking get in the way.
But that's definitely not an answer to my question. Because 3 minutes ago, I'll just repeat what I just said. You said the shooting was justified.
Well, it was
now you're saying that you don't know if it was justified. So which one is it? Do you know it was justified like you said 3 minutes ago?
I don't know.
Or are you unsure if it was justified like you're repeating now?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I don't know. It was just you asked me really quickly, so I just kind of went with what was in my head. But to be honest, yeah, I don't know.
Perfect. So, all right, you don't know if it was justified or not. I'm going to convince you that it was not justified. And this is really easy to do because I'm also not a criminal defense attorney, but I know enough to demonstrate why legally speaking and morally speaking, it was unjust. So we first need to start with, well, in what situations is it justified for an LEO to engage in lethal force and kill people? And according to the 2nd, 4th, 14th Amendment and SCOTUS case law, like Felix in 2025 or Connor v. Graham, okay, SCOTUS has ruled that LEOs are authorized in the use of lethal force when the person that they are using lethal force against is in consideration of all facts, objectively, reasonably purporting, okay, an imminent threat of grave bodily harm or death to anybody within their immediate vicinity. So in other words, if Alex was not purporting this imminent threat of grave bodily harm or death to anybody within his immediate vicinity, then the LEOs were not justified in the shooting. And it's true that Alex was not reporting the imminent threat. We know Alex was not reporting the imminent threat because he was down on all 4 and he did not have his gun because it was taken from him. Which doesn't change much because merely being in possession of a firearm is not an imminent threat either.
Okay,
and that's why you should know that the shooting was unjustified, and that's why you should know that Alex Preddy was a victim of murder.
But you would know that they also have to take into consideration the officer's perceived notion that he was a threat. If he reasonably perceived that he was a threat, he's allowed to use lethal force.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, but technically, if it didn't happen, that doesn't matter. It only matters if the officer perceived it.
What matters is if there was a reasonable perception of an imminent threat, which is repeating what I just said. And for the reasons that I just granted, there was not a reasonable perception of an imminent threat in consideration.
How do you know that? You're not the officer that was there. You're not the guy tackling a guy with a gun.
Exactly. We're not trying to judge the actual officer's mental state. We're trying to judge what the mental state would be of a reasonable officer in that same scenario. And if it differs from the mental state of that agent that led to them pulling the trigger, then it is unjustified. That's how it happens legally, dude. The question is, would a reasonable officer in the same scenario, in consideration of the totality of the circumstances, have killed Alex Preddy? And the answer to that question is no, and that's why it was murder.
It could be manslaughter. It could have been a mistake. I feel like he only shot him. He only shot him when people were yelling "gun, gun, gun," and maybe he saw him reach to his side or something, and then shot him.
Okay,
I don't know.
So are you positing that the officer accidentally misfired his gun 12 times?
Well, when you're trying to get someone to...
Can you answer that question? Do you believe that the LEO accidentally misfired his gun 12 times?
No, I believe he was trying to put him down and eliminate the threat. No.
So if you agree that he was trying to do it and it was not an accident, which, by the way, would be insane to posit that it was an accident, then it couldn't be manslaughter since it'd be intentional.
Well, once you start shooting, you kind of have to commit to stopping the threat. And so it's like, it's all about really the first shot. After the first shot, why are we counting all the other ones?
Oh, yeah, because it demonstrates either criminal negligence or certain intention. So would you argue that you think the first shot was accidental? So he just accidentally took his gun out of his waistband? Wait. We do know. You'd be unreasonable to posit that was accidental, because you'd have to posit that he accidentally took his gun out of his waistband. He accidentally pointed the gun at Alex, and then he accidentally looked down the scope of the gun, made sure it was lined up with his back.
I mean, it's an accident in a different way. It's an accident as if someone yelled gun and he genuinely thought there was a gun. Maybe he saw something that didn't... Like, he saw him reach for something, but there was no gun there, obviously. So
okay,
maybe
then it'd be criminal neglect and still be murder.
Well, sure,
sorry, negligence, not neglect. Criminal negligence.
Hey, I'm all for this going to court and then finding the actual...
Well, the thing is it doesn't need to go to court for us to know that it's murder, because our two options are, was it murder or murder, right? Because regardless if there was criminal negligence or no criminal negligence, the shooting was still unjustified, meaning the shooting was still murder. So the two options that we have on the table here are that it was murder. Unless you could give me good reason to believe that Alex Preddy was purporting an imminent threat of the life of the LEOs, it was a murder, regardless if it was murder because of criminal negligence or not.
Again, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know all the facts. All I'm saying is that he was agitating the situation and he put himself in that situation.
No, he didn't put himself in that
situation.
Don't lie. Don't lie.
Well,
Complete lie.
Haven't you seen the prior video of him spitting on cars and breaking the taillights and stuff like that?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so that's the stuff he's doing. So if you're doing that, like, it's unfortunate. You might end up fucking around and getting caught in a very bad situation.
Well, see, the thing is what put him in that scenario of being dead was the officer unjustifiably pulling out his firearm and pulling the trigger. Nothing Alex did. LEOs are A, supposed to be trained, and B, have to act in accordance with department policy, regulation, local, state, and federal law. And there's very strict, certainly clear department regulatory guidelines surrounding excessive force. There's certain and clear local law guidelines surrounding excessive force, state law guidelines surrounding excessive force, federal law guidelines surrounding excessive force, and even constitutional provisions surrounding excessive force. Just a matter of fact, no, LEOs are never authorized and are never permitted to engage in the use of lethal force to kill somebody unless that person is purporting an imminent threat, to cause serious bodily harm or death to themselves or anybody else within the immediate vicinity. Okay. Seriously, the only way that Alex Preddy could have put himself in that situation is if Alex Preddy was purporting this imminent threat of death to the people within his immediate vicinity, which he was not doing. So don't try to put the fault of the murderer on the murdered, you sick, decrepit POS who has no brain and no sound understanding of common sense, morality, or constitutional law.
Okay, so, well, the cop should go to jail for, like, what, a year for fucking up? He made a mistake.
Oh, yeah, people need to go to jail for a year for murder, but they need to be deported to El Salvador.
This is not murder.
For indefinitely for a victimless federal misdemeanor where they're then tortured and beaten. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like he was this innocent guy just walking by and then the cop came and shot him. I mean, you got to be.
Oh, I know he
genuine.
wasn't just merely an innocent guy walking by that was shot. He was an innocent guy walking by that saved a woman from falling to the ground and then got in between the masked thug trying to hurt her and then was put on all four and then was shot executioner
you just
style
said it.
in the
You just
back.
said it. You just
Yeah,
said it. Wait. He got in between the masked thug trying to hurt the lady. So that's the impeding.
Based.
He's impeding on the duties of the law enforcement officer. You just said it.
Yeah, so even if that would be considered as an impediment upon the official duties of the LEO, guess what? You can't kill people for impeding. Yeah, the legal punishment for obstruction, even if that was true, which I don't think could be qualified, because I don't know if they're acting in their official duties when that pushed that woman, which is further than proven by the fact that they never detained her or arrested her. It just seemed like they were fucking with a legal observer. But even if they were acting within their official duties, which I don't believe they were, the punishment for that would have been a night in jail and a $1,000 fine, not death. Not to mention that before you give somebody a punishment for a crime, they have to have in accordance with their 5th and 14th Amendment rights, and also an impediment/obstruction. Okay, it does not qualify as an imminent threat to the bodily of serious bodily harm or death to any person within any vicinity, meaning that the officer would be unjustified in killing them. You are just a really dumb person if you think that mere obstruction amounts to the death penalty. A really dumb person.
I completely agree, but don't you think it's very dumb to go impeding officers while carrying a gun?
Well, now you're attempting to like run away from the argument. Well, was it murder? Was it not murder? And then make false assumptions predicated on the actions.
I don't know. I've said that many times. I don't know if it was murder.
Oh wait, okay. Well, I gave you a certainly clear argument to demonstrate that it is murder. What is your counterposition to the argument that I provided you? And I would expect you to have the memory of a goldfish. So if you need me to repeat my argument insofar as why it is certainly murder, feel free to ask.
Don't you think a judge is going to look at the fact that he went to impede and he was carrying a gun and he was resisting?
No.
Okay, well, of course he's going to look at that. Why wouldn't he?
Yeah, because in accordance with case law, SCOTUS interpretation of the Constitution, the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment right, merely being in possession of a firearm does not qualify as an imminent threat.
Yeah,
merely
but he also impeded.
Merely resisting does not qualify as an imminent threat.
Yeah, again, I'm going to say this multiple times. It's a very unfortunate thing that happened. And I wish it didn't happen.
So then please respond to the argument that I gave you to demonstrate that it's murder. What's the counterposition?
That the law enforcement officer reasonably believed that he was a threat because someone yelled gun and maybe he saw something on his side.
So now you're saying that he identified a gun being on Alex's side. So first and foremost, this also means that he identified the other ICE agent taking his gun. And this
How do you know that happened? Maybe that he didn't notice that. Maybe he didn't notice that. All he saw was him reaching for something. And I think when he reached, the gun wasn't even there.
Wait. So now you're changing it from identifying a gun on his hip, to identifying Alex reaching for something. So first and foremost, by the way, even if he didn't see that ICE agent take his gun from him, and hit under his perspective, the reason why he shot Alex is because he saw that he was in possession of a firearm. Okay, well then guess what? That's still not an imminent threat. Once again, in accordance with SCOTUS case law, most notably Connor v. Graham, the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment, merely being in possession of a firearm does not authorize LEOs to shoot and kill you.
I agree it was technically not a threat, but the officer didn't perceive it as that.
Which is why it was not a reasonable perception.
The officer doesn't have to be right. He has to reasonably perceive that there was a threat.
Yeah, but the thing is because merely being, but the thing is, once again, is that merely being merely having a gun has been like time and time again adjudicated through litigation in courtrooms across this country as not being a threat. Oh, he left. He ran away. Yet another Trump supporter down the drain because we're just stomping on all of them today. Today's a very bad day for MAGA. Run away. Run away. Run away, you scaredy cat. Yeah, fucking hell, dude. We got the next guest, Phoenix, loading up into the box. Dude, oh my goodness. They are running away today, man. Run. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Nope, they're not here. Oh shit! They started speaking at the end. By the way, that last guest just said that he got kicked in the chat. He's like, oh my god, bro! He left alive, and now he's trying to turn around and say that he got kicked. Jesus Christ! What a clown, man! What a clown, dude! Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh, yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Yeah, why does your bio say that you're 19?
Oh, that was 6, 7.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Make sure that you're following our rules. We got the next guest. We love America joining the live. And in the meantime, Kat, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat, who says that caller was arguing that Alex is somehow at fault because he was quote unquote dumb to get in between. If being dumb is a reason what you get shot in the that you get shot, the caller should definitely watch his back since he's got the dumb part covered. Yeah, dude, honestly, really good point. It seems like a lot of the people that join my live have now forfeited their right to life using that last guest's logic. Very good point. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. What's up?
Howdy, yo.
20 years old.
Okay. Give me one moment, then I'll pass the mic off to you. Brio, thank you so much for the $10 on Super Chat, who says ProPublica just released the names of the ICE agents. Jesus Ocha and Raimundo Gutierrez murdered Alex Preddy. Okay, I'm going to fact check that, but thank you so much for letting me know. I'd also like to quickly thank Kirsten for the $10 over on Venmo, who says if 4 people are holding me down, I'm likely going to struggle and resist too. I don't know, man. Seems like a natural panic response. Not to mention that he was pepper sprayed, beat, and then hit in the head with a gun. Thank you for the $10, Kirsten. Callie, thank you for the $10 as well over on Venmo. MC, thank you for the $10. Maribel, thank you so much. Let's get 100 Maribel W's. Thank you so much. Who says, I just want to let you know that I love you so much. I love you too, Maribel. Thank you so much for the love and support. Then Callie, this was 25 minutes ago, but thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. That is Kali. Show some love to Callie down below who says, I love you, Dean. You know I love you too, Callie. Thank you so very much for your support. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $10, saying this is for eating MAGA every day, Bray. You know it. Beatrice and Melissa, appreciate y'all so much for the 5. Then Pat and Damien, thank you for the $5 and the $1. And it looks like we're all caught up over on Venmo. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal. Mr. Richard, thank you for the $10, who says if Alex stopped a mass shooter, he would be a hero. No one would talk about him having a gun. Yeah, but because he stopped a masked ICE agent from like pushing a woman, all of a sudden he's a domestic terrorist. Hey, Madeline, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Let's get 200 Madeline W's down below in that chat. Madeline with the 20 says my mom is pro-ICE and she supports them wholeheartedly. I do not. You should really get her in the queue, Madeline. Let me know when you're in the box with your mom, and I'd happily debate her. Then R and Alex, I appreciate y'all both for the $5 and the $6. Then Ashlyn, thank you for the $7, who says you changed so many people's minds. I've been following you since the streams out of your garage, LOL. You encouraged me to make my own TikTok dedicated to dealing with Trump supporters. Thank you for everything that you do. Oh, dude, that is so awesome, Ashlyn. I love hearing that I've been able to inspire you to do something similar. Fucking good on you. And then one more here, Miss Crystal. Thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, who says, thank you for everything that you do. Well, Crystal, thank you so much for the love. If you're watching and you like this stream, you want to support what we do here so we can continue to do this for 4 hours, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. You could also find the handle right there. Same thing on YouTube. You could find the handles in the pinned message and the link in the description of the video. I appreciate you guys so much for all the love. Take it away. We love America. How can you love America and support Trump, who's trying to destroy it?
Yeah, well, the two things I probably support Trump for is economic policy and immigration policy. Those are probably the two biggest things I support Trump for. I think he's doing good in both of those departments.
And how old did you say you were?
20 years old.
What year were you born in?
2005.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys know it. I see a couple of people in that comment section on TikTok spamming he's following kids. Once again, I'm just going to repeat this. Don't spam that in the chat, dude. Put that in a private ticket over on Discord. Appreciate y'all. Okay, so you support his economic policy. Why? We saw some of the worst economic outcomes in modern American history last year.
I would say I support the big, beautiful bill. I think that tax cuts are necessary. I would say tariffs are probably the biggest economic policy I support.
Can you respond to what I just said? Like, did we see some of the worst macroeconomic outcomes in modern American history last year?
Oh, yeah, he was, first few months in his term, it was under the Biden economy. You got to give it a year to his economy.
So actually, that statement, you got to give it a year, is just a false sentiment propagated by people that aren't like economically familiar with facts. And we actually saw great trends in the last year of the Biden-Harris administration: exploding GDP growth, exploding employment, exploding business investment. Everything was booming, doing well. Trump gets into office, and then last year in 2025, we had the worst job reports ignoring periods of recession since 2003. All right, after experiencing two 50-year historical low levels of unemployment in the Biden-Harris administration. Okay. Highest level of unemployment in 5 years. Most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2007. GDP growth down. GDP growth was down 1%. Failing and dwindling business investment, going down quarterly after going up quarterly for 3 years under Biden. If the Trump administration's economic policy is so good, just curious, what caused those negative economic trends?
Well, could you name the policies? I would assume that maybe the liberation tariffs, but obviously liberation tariffs are going to have short-term pain, long-term benefit. That's maybe the only policy I can think of.
So then you think that Trump is bad for the economy from your own perspective, because you're saying that all these tariffs he imposed have short-term pain, long-term benefit. Well, he allowed them to persist in the short term and then remove them, meaning that he just allowed them to harm this country.
He didn't remove all of them, and he used them for trade agreements. I mean, a lot of the liberation tariffs are still on, and the ones he did remove, he probably got an agreement off of them. And this idea is that we cannot have this trade deficit. We have to China owns 1 billion of our treasury bonds. We are literally selling our land out.
There's no tariffs on treasury bonds. There's no tariffs on land.
Well, the reason why we're having to sell our treasury bonds and land is because we have a trade deficit. That's the whole reason why.
We have a trade deficit, which is why we need to sell bonds. No, we sell bonds to make money to pay off the debt. So do you think that a trade deficit creates debt?
I would say that, yeah. That's less economic flow because we're borrowing money. Money is leaving the United States.
Borrowing money has nothing to do with a trade deficit. Do you know what a trade deficit is?
That means that we're importing more products than we're exporting.
Yes, we are buying more goods than we're selling, but who's buying them? Not the government, the people of the country.
The customer,
not the government, the people of the country. And of course, by the way, we would expect that out of the most economically prosperous, as you like to put it, country on the face of planet Earth, right? I'll just take Canada and America for instance. Donald Trump has reported repeated for the last year and a half straight that it's an issue that we have a trade deficit with Canada. Do you agree with him?
Oh yeah, I would agree with him.
Think about it this way. Why would you ever expect for us to buy the same amount of goods from Canada as they buy from us, considering that our populace includes 300 million more people than theirs, and our economy is 10 times bigger than theirs? We have more people that have more money. So if we have more people that have more money, we would naturally expect in a free market to buy more from them than they buy from us. The same way we would naturally expect somebody with a net worth of $1 billion to spend more money than somebody with a net worth of $500,000.
Well, this is a dumb argument because what is America's biggest export? It's probably media. You would agree with that, right? Our biggest export is completely banned in Canada. Our cellular companies aren't able to operate there, and there's a lot of media restrictions on our companies. So Canada has all these embargoes and doesn't allow us to put our biggest export in there. The reason why we have a trade deficit with Canada is because we buy their lumber.
Wait, what's our biggest export? You said media?
I would say technology is our biggest export. Media technology.
Okay, so what technology does Canada have an embargo on?
Cellular tower. They don't let our cellular towers, and they have
So they don't let us sell our cellular towers to them.
Yep, cellular companies aren't allowed to operate in Canada. Same with certain type of
which
media.
ones?
Actually, a lot of media. AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon's not allowed to set up in Canada.
Oh, okay. So you think that there's by the way, are you accounting for the fact that Donald Trump renewed the USMCA and ushered that agreement with them under their first administration and called it one of the best trade agreements ever? So that was a mutual agreement between us made by Trump and them, even if what you're saying is true. So you're saying that Donald Trump made a bad agreement with them?
Well, it was better than the past agreement, but you can look at it and you got rid of them.
Oh, wait, so you're saying that we actually have the ability to renegotiate better trade agreements with Canada without imposing tariffs on them because Donald Trump was able to negotiate a better trade agreement going from NAFTA to the USMCA without imposing tariffs on them?
Yeah, but the trade agreement wasn't far enough. You could look at it. You could look at it.
By the way, do we still have blanket tariffs on Canada?
Do we? I don't know.
No, the answer to that question is no. And did we reach a better trade agreement with them?
We have tariffs on their steel. We have tariffs on certain products.
No, we didn't. Oh, so we have so we have tariffs on certain product that are unrelated to their embargo on cellular technology? Oh, okay. And by the way, even that statement that I gave you a bad argument surrounding even that statement that I gave you a bad argument surrounding why we'd expect a natural trade deficit to be created between America and Canada is because they have embargoes on some of our goods.
So why don't we have
even if they lifted those embargoes, we would still have a trade deficit with them.
Hey, genius. Why don't we have a trade deficit with China then? China has 1 billion people. We have 300 million people. Why don't your argument falls apart? Why don't we have a trade deficit with China?
Because we still have more money than them. Our GDP is like 2 times larger, and theirs has been stagnating for the last 5 years straight. Not to mention that we likely buy more products from other countries, particularly those that we have good trade agreements from.
Why don't we have a trade deficit with the Why do we have a trade deficit with the EU? Similar GDP. Why do we have a trade deficit with the EU?
Why do we have a trade deficit with the EU?
And the EU has more people.
More people with a similar GDP. What is the total combined GDP of the EU?
21 trillion. About the same as the United States.
What is United States GDP?
Around 22 trillion.
Okay, let's see. It's actually 30 trillion.
Okay, what's the search up the EU's GDP?
22 trillion. So we should, once again, we should naturally expect a trade deficit with the EU.
Not to the same levels though. And what's China's GDP?
17 trill.
Currently, I don't think it's currently 17 trill.
Yes.
It's past 20 trill.
Yes, it is like 17.4 trill. Oh, actually,
trill.
no, it's up to 19.
Okay, and what's our trade deficit with China? Do you think that they are?
I don't know the trade deficit with China. By the way, do you know? Let me just ask you. Let me just ask you a blanket question here. So, when was the last time in American history when we did not have a trade deficit?
I would say the 20s, 1920s.
What else happened during the 20s?
It was 1929, the end of the Roaring 20s, where the Great Depression happened. Us having a trade deficit.
So we should go back to the Great Depression. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, that's such a low IQ argument. We should.
Well, I'm just saying.
The Roaring 20s, and also.
Well, it's actually Ben Shapiro's argument, by the way. Then you just think that the talking heads on the right, the largest ones like Ben Shapiro, are low IQ because that's literally Ben Shapiro's argument.
Am I Ben Shapiro?
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're calling Ben Shapiro low IQ.
It's just a low.
Like accidental, like W guess. I don't know.
So you think that our trade deficit, or not having a trade deficit, caused the Great Depression?
I don't think that not having a trade deficit caused Great Depression. I'm just simply saying not having a trade deficit doesn't seem to cause the economy to boom, or wouldn't have expected to see the Great Depression. Okay? And of course, the reason why not having a trade deficit doesn't cause the economy to boom is because we should expect a trade deficit due to the fact that we have a booming economy. And if we know anything about the outcomes of Donald Trump's economic policy within the first year of his second administration, it seems like he's not causing the economy to boom, with the worst job report since 2003, with the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2007, highest unemployment since the pandemic, and 1.3 million layoffs. So. I just don't really see anything good that Donald Trump is doing for the economy, right? Like you're over here screaming and shouting that Trump is like an economic genius. Meanwhile, everything that I just described that was true of 2025. What did Donald Trump rate the economy last year?
Are you gonna let me talk or no?
Yeah, if you can answer my question, what did Donald Trump rate the economy last year?
I don't know.
An A plus 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 plus. So explain to me why you think that Donald Trump is an economic genius that is just propelling America into its golden age. If he's gonna call one of the worst economies in modern American history a quote unquote A plus 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 plus.
So here's the pivot that I
it's
never
not a
said
pivot.
that
It is a genuine question related to your main point. No, let me clarify. It's not a pivot. It is a genuine question related to your overarching point that somehow Donald Trump is good for the economy. So please answer it. If Donald Trump is such an economic genius that is accelerating America into its golden era, then please tell me why he's rating one of the worst economies in modern American history as an A plus 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 plus. In fact, I would argue the fact that he rated, one of the worst economies in modern American history, an A plus 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 plus, just demonstrates his lack of comprehension and or ability to appropriately serve this economy, alongside like other actions, wanting to like arrest Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Fed, for like basing his database judgments and reducing the rates not off of what the facts or the algebra or the math says, but rather off of what Trump wants. That is definitely a signifier of somebody who's not good for the economy. Somebody that is like willing to disobey a court order, to refuse to to pay food stamps to 16 million low-income Americans, when food stamps and other social safety nets actually give low-income Americans more economic mobility to scale and grow their income, is not good for the economy. Okay, and by the way, just like generally wrecking domestic havoc, regardless if it's economic or not, you know, like with like the pardoning, you know, domestic terrorists, calling for the execution of his Democratic counterparts in Congress, having, ICE thugs killing citizens in the streets of this country. All of these things are also not good for the economy because they cause more uncertainty surrounding the consumer base of the country.
I would say he said an A++ because he sees the long term where the trajectory is going. Under his administration, the first term, he had 3% GDP growth, twice as much as Obama, twice as much as Biden's ever had in his first term. And when you look at it, when I didn't say that the trade deficit caused us to have negative GDP growth or sales value going down. I said the trade deficit causes us to be a net borrower. That means that the government has to sell foreign bonds, has to sell land, and it causes our debt to go up because China has these U.S. Treasury bonds that have major interest in it. And I said it was an A+++ because of the trajectory. You mentioned a million fucking things that, you know, you want me to hit, you ICE agents and this and this and this. No, let's stay on topic. I said that the trade deficit is bad.
You can't just claim that you're not going to respond to what I say. Well, one second. You can't just claim that you're not going to respond to the points that I make by basically labeling them not on topic when I could demonstrate with certainty that they are on topic as it would relate to the economy. And by the way, you already conceded the very first words that came out of your mouth when you joined the live stream here, okay, where what causes us to have to sell more treasury bonds, including to other countries, would be like more money to pay off the debt. So it's not necessarily an increase in any trade deficit, and which would then cause us to sell more bonds. It would be an increase in the debt. And if you think that Donald Trump working on reducing the trade deficit is working on the debt, well, then you have to turn around and explain how you still support him, even though he's a worst president in modern American history for the debt. From your own perspective, he is the crisis that is causing our treasury to sell more bonds to other countries like China. In his first term, he spent $8.4 trillion compared to $4.6 trillion under Biden and Harris. And so far in his second term, he spent over $5 trillion, which is more than the Biden-Harris administration spent in 4 years. And if we were to isolate for their expenditure specifically on the pandemic, they're then down to $2.2 trillion. So he spent more than twice the amount of money the Biden-Harris administration did in 4 years in 1 year. Okay, then the last point you made there was that we saw 3% GDP growth under Trump in his first term. Okay, well, the only GDP growth that we could attribute to the economic policy that he passed, most notably the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, according to the CBO and many economists on the right and the left, would be around 0.4% per year. Okay, right? Which is just simply not amounting to this 3% figure that you're baselessly throwing around.
First of all, do you think that trade deficit contributes to the debt? And also, yes, it does. The Tax and Jobs Act. What other correlation would the GDP grow from 1.8% to 3%? What other policy is passed? Name me something else that correlates to that. Of course, it's the Tax and Jobs Act. It's also the IRS.
Well, guess what? When Republicans and liberals that are economists studied the economic outcomes and performance of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, they only attributed 0.4% GDP growth to it.
Can you give me a source for that?
Yes, the CBO and 2 Harvard economists. You could go on Google right now and type in, a macroeconomic analysis of the 2017 tax reforms bill by Harvard, and then you'll be given a paper drafted by 2 Harvard economists on the subject matter. And then if you were to type in the same thing, but instead of putting Harvard at the end of it, you put congressional budget at the end of it, you will see the same thing reported by a Republican-led budget office.
Okay, I'm searching it up. Loading. But first of all, can you answer my question? Do you think the trade deficit contributes to the national debt at all?
Yeah, for sure. After, you respond to everything that I just said.
I see an estimate right here. It boosted GDP by 0.5 to 1%.
Yeah,
each economist has different. Each economist has different. Also, 1% is enormous. We're talking.
So by the way, specifically what I told you was 2 Harvard economists with and they concluded that 0.4%. The CBO concluded 0.4 through 0.6%, and I'm actually unaware of any source that I've ever seen that reports 1%. But of course, because they'd be the outlier due to the preponderance of evidence of a vast majority of studies done by Harvard economists on the right and the left alongside the CBO, I deem them as incorrect. So, what's your source reporting 1%?
Tax Policy Center.
Okay, what do I look up?
What were the economic effects of the Tax and Jobs Act? It's around 0.7 to 0.8. First year.
So actually, what they're reporting is that it led to 0.8% in the first year, but then dwindled. Well, oh my God, bro, you're fucking joking. Literally, table 1 under what you're saying is affirming that what I'm saying is right. It literally gives you, the congressional budget.
0.6.
Yeah, they literally gives you the Congressional Budget Office's projection of 0.6%. It gives you Moody's projection of 0.4%. It gives you the Tax Policy Center of 0.7%. And it doesn't even begin to talk about, the outcomes from the Harvard economists. And by the way, that's for the first year in 2018 through 2020. And they're actually reporting that we could expect diminishing returns. And by
2027, what happens in 2027?
0.2%.
What happens in 2027?
But anyways, your source actually just reaffirms that what I said.
Wait, what happens in 2020?
Nothing that is relevant to our conversation because the source
What
that you just gave
happens
me
in
reaffirmed that what I
2027?
said.
Yeah, the bill runs out, you
not
fucking
gonna answer. The bill ran out in 2025. You fucking idiot. No, now I want you to answer my question. After you tried to give a source to claim that this policy it was attempting to argue that it led to a 1% increase in our GDP, but then your own source proved you wrong and me right. At this point in time, I want you to respond to the points that I brought up. I feel as if I've been at a complete disadvantage this whole debate because it's been surrounding the points that you have been bringing up and not any of the points that I've been bringing up in rejection of the claims that you've made. Now, I don't feel as if this disadvantage has made me lose the debate because we've been clearly watching you blunder every single point that you've been making. You blundered on the argument that you made insofar as suggesting that Donald Trump led to a 3% increase in our GDP per year. Not per year, under his first administration. You blundered in the argument that you made surrounding the trade deficit and its impact on the debt. You blundered, on the suggestion that Donald Trump was good for the economy. You blundered, on suggesting that somehow the tariffs were signaling prosperous outcomes in the future. You blundered when you attempted to argue that we shouldn't have a trade deficit with Canada and that, we need to impose tariffs on them now to get a better agreement. So now I want you to please respond to the points that I've been bringing up the whole debate, the whole time you've been up here, that you've been completely avoiding. Now, if you'd like me to repeat them, feel free to ask because I doubt you remember them. So would you like me to repeat those points?
You can repeat them, but you keep pivoting. Would you say 0.6
I'm
to
so sorry, sir.
0.7%?
If I've been pivoting, then I wouldn't have gotten you to blunder in every point that you've made so far. I could actually, check this out. I'm actually just going to repeat the counter arguments that I've given against your positions to prove that I haven't.
I'm getting muted like crazy.
Yes, because I got to prove you wrong real quick because you continue to repeat this claim that I'm pivoting. I did not pivot when you brought up the trade deficit with Canada. I was on topic, directly responding. I said that we should naturally expect a trade deficit with Canada. We have more money and more people. Then you said, well, that's a stupid point to make because of the embargoes that they have on our technology. I then brought up the fact that while seemingly these embargoes had to be included within the trade agreement that Trump negotiated with them, the USMCA under his first administration, and then you said, yeah, it wasn't perfect, but it was better than last one. Then I got you to fucking blunder because then I was like, okay, so you're telling me that Trump can negotiate better trade agreements with other countries, more specifically Canada, our outdoor neighbor, without imposing blanket tariffs on them. And then I brought up that we've actually since restricted the blanket tariffs that we impose on them with no trade agreement. Nothing about that argument was a pivot. Another claim that you made is that Donald Trump increased the GDP by 3% under his first administration. I responded and refuted that claim by bringing up the fact that we have Harvard economists and the CBO ran by Republicans on top of these many other sources you actually gave to me indicating that it led to an annualized growth rate in the GDP between 0.4 and 0.6%. That wasn't a pivot. That was a direct refutation of your point. You said overall that Donald Trump was good for the economy. So then I brought up the negative economic outcomes that we observed in the American economy last year, from the worst job report since 2003, the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2007, including but not limited to other things like the highest level of unemployment in 5 years, most layoffs since COVID. That wasn't a pivot. I brought up him then rating the economy an A++++. That wasn't a pivot. So we see now that no, I have not been pivoting. You were just spaciously accusing me of pivoting as a rhetorical device to evade the points that I'm making relevant and pertinent to the discussion. So the big point that I've been attempting to make this whole time that you haven't been responding to by basically labeling it a pivot is as follows. Now that we've gone over the trade deficit, now that we've gone over the debt, now that we've gone over GDP growth, now that we've gone over the original points that I brought up, consider this. okay, there are non-economic inputs that can cause negative economic outputs. Okay? When you create domestic instability, regardless if it's economic or not, regardless if it's the instability created through the big beautiful bill, taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, or taking 3 million people off of food stamps, or sending massed ICE agents into the streets of this country to murder citizens, sparking protests, sparking strikes, sparking, celebrities to speak out saying that murder is wrong and this president is having people murdered, okay, that is bound to create more instability to shake up the market. Okay, so at this point, I want you to respond to those set of facts. Okay, what is your response, okay, to the ways that the Trump administration is destabilizing the country, promoting worse economic performance by, like, taking healthcare away from low-income Americans, by refusing to abide by a court order to feed 16 million starving American children, by threatening an invasion of our allies, or having massed ICE agents killing people, murdering them in the streets, okay? Refusing to abide with Congress and breaking federal law and defying the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And now having 6 more accusations made by women and girls in the 3 million files that were released yesterday, or defending the murder of the citizens that were killed by the massed ICE agents, or deporting people with no due process to terrorist cells in prisons in another country, or detaining 5-year-olds with no good reason illegally in Texas detention centers where they were then throwing up and refusing to eat because the food had maggots in it. Okay, what is your response to, these things that every single American has been talking about for months now?
Are you going to mute me and interrupt me? Because I'll try to get through most of those points as much as possible. So first point, I'll start off with the first point. The first point you said is that we shouldn't have a trade deficit with Canada because we have a bigger GDP and a bigger population. Was that what you said? That's what you said, right?
Dude,
So
that's something that we already went through. That's something you already got proven wrong on. I'm asking you to bring up a set of facts that I just brought up.
No. That's not. How did I get proven wrong on that? First of all, China doesn't have a trade deficit with Korea. China doesn't have a trade deficit with Japan. China doesn't have a trade deficit with countries that are smaller. For example, trade deficits happen with the ability to produce. It has nothing to do with GDP or with, it comes from producing or minerals. It has nothing to do with GDP or population. So you got that wrong. And second, when you're saying these ICE protests are stagnating the economy because people are afraid to go outside, that's just a complete overblown. Maybe one person decides not to go shopping in Minnesota. Like, it's, first of all, the main protests are happening in Minnesota.
Yeah,
what is the GDP? Is the GDP losing a point or something?
Yeah, you're attempting to misrepresent. You're attempting to misrepresent my point. I said that it creates instability, which is true. Today in America, the average American is reporting the lowest level of instability since 2003. Dead ass. I'd also like to point out here, okay, that your response insofar as the trade deficit with Canada, it has to do with the amount of money that our consumer base has and our productive capacities, okay? And the productive capacities of this country right now are not getting any better under Trump, with the massive instability of the market created through mass deportation, forcefully expelling 8.3 million of our laborers, 11 million of our consumers, through the massive losses to investment in American manufacturing. The Fed reports that it was booming every single quarter under the Biden-Harris administration, is now going down every single quarter under Trump, so on and so forth. And I'm going to let you respond to that point, but then I want to change the topic of conversation. Now, of course, you're going to accuse me of pivoting, and I actually would be pivoting if I did that without allowing you to respond to that point. So let's just finish this conversation. What is your response to the argument that I just gave you insofar as how it's a multifaceted issue for trade deficits? It has to do with the amount of money that our consumers are willing to spend and where they're spending it. And of course, that would relate to our own productive capacities, but our own productive capacities are being weakened by the Trump administration today. Go ahead and respond to that. Let's put a bow on it. Then I'm going to bring up
we'll put a bow on it. All right, ready? Look, besides lumber, what are the consumers of America buying from Canada? What does Canada specialize in manufacturing? We're not buying many products from Canada.
We're buying oil and lumber. Those are our two big ones.
Those are the two. So
you said besides
America
lumber,
has
also
more production
oil.
factor. Our media's, our production of toys, Walmart, Target, all our companies should be, if there wasn't embargoes on Canada, should all be flooding the Canadian market, and we would be not having a trade deficit with them. But because Canada has so many embargoes on our corporations, we have a trade deficit. It has nothing to do with population. But pivot, what was your pivot? Were you going to mention that deportations are bad for the economy? What was your pivot? I'm curious.
Why is that a pivot?
No, that's not a pivot. Was that what you were going to say was a pivot?
No, so I'll bring that up right now. I want to respond to that first, though. Okay, so if we want less embargoes from Canada on American goods, random letters, I appreciate you for the Viking hammers, then we should probably first work on better relations with Canada. Right now, Canada hates us, okay? So we're not going to be getting any of those embargoes lifted.
Canada had these same embargoes under the Obama administration, and they were completely friendly. It has nothing to do with, oh, if we were just nicer with Canada, we send them a gift basket, you know, they'll let our celery company.
If Canada liked us more, then we'd be more likely to get the embargoes lifted.
So why weren't the embargoes lifted under Obama? Why weren't they lifted under Biden?
Because he never pushed to lift them.
Well, then that's
I'm
just
saying
bad
if Donald Trump wants to
presidency.
push to lift the embargoes.
You should be doing what's best for your American corporations and your American people. 100%. Then that's just bad presidency. This is a major issue.
Okay. All right. Yeah, look at this. Okay. The Biden and Harris administration, the Obama administration never pushed to get those embargoes lifted. Therefore, they're bad presidents. Then I guess like Donald Trump was in his first term too and still is today since the embargoes haven't been lifted. Yeah. But I definitely argue that like supporting the murder of citizens in the streets of this country is probably worse than not pushing to get embargoes lifted from another country and us.
Oh,
right? I never saw Biden supporting the murder of citizens on the streets of this country.
Ashley Babbitt. What are you talking about?
Wait, do you think that Ashley Babbitt was murdered? A court literally adjudicated that the cop that killed Ashley Babbitt was acting in justified defense of the congressmen and women behind the door, as he reasonably believed, that there was an imminent threat of serious bodily harm to them if they were not to kill Ashley Babbitt.
She was unarmed, and first of all, this piece of shit, Alex.
But I just want to clarify. Do you agree that Alex Preddy was murdered?
No, absolutely not. I think it was negligence, and I'm glad those two officers are on administration leave. But what this murder? So we shouldn't have any ICE at all. We should just abolish ICE and allow all these criminals to run free.
Okay, so you said that it wasn't murder. So you said that it wasn't murder. Okay, let's hone in on that. So why do you believe that the shooting of Alex Preddy was justified?
Because this piece of shit is treasonous. He's committing treason, and the punishment of treason is death. Do I think that he should be killed for that? No. But he's in these group chats, fucking coordinating with people, harassing federal officials, protecting foreign nationals.
Oh my god.
That's complete bullshit. That's fucking bullshit.
Oh my god. Hey, sir. Hey, sir, you were crashing out. Oh my god, I got this fool crashing out because he knows he's getting cooked. Let me know when you're done crashing, dude. I'm going to enjoy the show for now.
Keep sucking Alex Preddy's dick. This piece of shit. MSNBC fucking editing him to make him look more handsome because no one gives a fuck about him. It's so stupid. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Look at your screen. Do you have any other accounts? Well, 1 second. Look at your screen. Do you have any other accounts?
I do have another account.
What's its name?
Marco something, but something.
Go on it and hop back in the queue, okay? All right, yeah. So he got a flag for saying everything that he just did. So now he has to go on his other account. And by the way, when you come back on your second account, this Marco account, you need to calm down, okay? All right, because I can't get another flag, bro. All right, so you start going on like that, you start crashing again. I'm gonna have to remove you. Very, very, very fast, very fast. So. Holy shit, dude. He literally got like 1 billion restrictions. I'm surprised that we still have our guest access. All right. Yeah, there it is. Okay. All right, buddy.
Yo, what's good?
All right. You crash out like that again, I'm going to have to automatically remove you so I don't get more flags, okay?
Oh, I'll chill out. Trust.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. So you said that the shooting of Alex Preddy was justified because you believe that Alex Preddy was engaging in treason.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know if I've ever heard a more redundant and idiotic argument. What's the Fifth Amendment?
I don't know on the top of my head.
Well, okay, it makes sense. Well, part of the Fifth Amendment.
Wait. Is that the one that you need a judicial warrant? Is that the Fifth Amendment, or am I thinking of a different?
That actually is included, yes. But what we're quoting on in here is due process. So even if Alex Preddy was guilty of treason, okay. Which he wasn't. That's insane to posit.
He was treasonous.
Alex Preddy would have to be arrested for treason, given due process, found guilty of treason, and then sentenced to death. Like what? You can't just say that you think he was guilty of treason, therefore the officers were justified in shooting him, okay? There's not a single judge, a single jury, nor a single courtroom in America that would uphold the legality of an extrajudicial killing on the basis of a suspected account of treason which, by the way, would of course then go until, legally speaking, innocent until proven guilt. So do you concede that argument?
Look, and I said this earlier, I think it was negligence, but this idea that...
No. Do you concede the treasonous argument?
No, he was 100%. Maybe it wasn't...
But do you understand here? Even if you think he was committing treason, that doesn't give the right to the officer to kill him, meaning it was still unjust.
Well, if someone's treasonous, doesn't the officer have reasonable suspect for him to be violent or be crazy? I mean, someone treating the country's crazy.
Okay, so no, there was not any action that Alex Preddy engaged in that would authorize an LEO to engage in the use of lethal force. Do you know
this
what
word
the
LEO thinking it makes you look smart? You
just
sound like
law enforcement officer. The reason
I know LEO means law enforcement officer, but just say fucking officer, bro.
The reason. So I'm going to use the word LEO if that's too like big brain for you. I mean, I could like try to like write it out on crayon with paper. Just stop crashing. I'll make sure I dumb it down for the dumb guy. Okay. So let's first go over this. So now that we've gotten rid of that treason argument, thank you for conceding about that argument, by the way. It was like really stupid.
Treasonous.
Okay. Yeah, but you conceded that as like a basis for the justified shooting of him. Okay, and we're asking you why you think that the LEO is justified in shooting him.
Spitting on people and breaking taillights. Like this guy is like.
Let's go to that. But before we do, we just need to look at it. You got it again.
I didn't.
That guy got it again. He got another flag for harassment and bullying because he can't keep it inside, and that sucks because I really wanted to debate him. Okay, and like absolutely destroy him on what the basis is. Okay, that would be required from an LEO to engage in the use of authorized lethal force. That would have been great. We would have loved to see him get absolutely destroyed. But he did it again. He started like, oh, dude, you're a fucking idiot. Like, dude, okay, if you can't act at least 15 years old, then TikTok is going to flag you because TikTok is very, very sensitive. You just have to have the smallest amount of self-control. And in fact, because of that, we need to hit a restart on the stream because I don't want my guest access taken away. And he got like about 1 billion different flags. This restart is not going to affect YouTube. It's only going to affect TikTok. Let's go ahead and do that now. For the 16,000 viewers, hit that follow button, top left-hand corner. It's going to be a big old red button. Hit that shit now, so then you'll be able to find me on your following feed. And then second of all, if you want to be able to come back to the stream even faster after we hit the restart, because we have another 2 hours, dude. We're going to be here all day. Once the stream ends, it'll say live has ended, and it will show you my profile picture. You click on my profile picture on the live has ended page. It'll send you to my account page. Count to like 10 or 15, refresh the account page, then click back into the new live through the profile picture on the account page. Usually we have like around 50 through 70% of the people come back. So it's like there is a 50% chance, literally a flip of the coin, that if you're watching me right now, you're not going to come back. I just want to say fuck you for not coming back. You should really come back, folks, because we have another 2 hours of debates. And we're going to hit that restart now. But what I will say here is that when you come back after the restart, I'm not going to be in this chair because I'm going to be going pee. But don't worry because I'll be back. All right, let's go and hit that restart now. See y'all soon. And of course, for everyone on YouTube, appreciate y'all for being here. All right, I'm going to go pee, folks. We hit that restart. I'll be right back. All right, folks, I'm back. Welcome back into the live stream. Guys, for everybody tuning back in over on TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out that live with a handful of friends, and hopping in that queue of your MAGA. One thing I do want to go over here real quick is we should really start a petition for TikTok to change their terms of service to allow people to call me an idiot without literally getting banned. We have a couple of people to thank here. First and foremost, Jose. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jose, for the $60 donation on Venmo. Holy fuck, dude. Thank you so much. I'm trying to see 600 massive Jose W's down below in that comment section for the insane level of love. Jose, seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for the kindness. I'm trying to see at least 600 Jose W's. Let's go to get that next guest up here now. But while we are, I just want to, read off Jose's message. Jose with the 60 says, for Dean, Feel free to read. Thank you, Dean. I'm 60 years old, but I feel like a 20-something with regards to politics. Left of lefty. Also, somebody who's Native American. No one is illegal on my stolen land. No one. Jose, huge shout out to you, man. Thank you so much for the very kind and true words. And the $60 donation. Like, dude, I just want to say, like, that is seriously insane. $60 is so much money. And I'm very fucking grateful for you. Please show some love to
Dean,
Jose.
thank you for standing up for trans people. Thank you for fighting for our rights. We love you.
Hey, man, I love you too. Have a good rest of your day. Show some love to Andrea down below. Thank you so much for joining up, Andrea. Show some love to Andrea down below. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, folks. Everyone just do be patient. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Andrea. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. I won't curse this time.
Oh, yeah, it's you again. Okay, you really got to calm down, man.
I won't. Well, bro, TikTok's being sensitive, though. Like, you can't lie.
Okay, but you have to work with it. I agree that they're being sensitive, but you don't see me getting banned, like, every day. You don't see me getting banned twice a day because I'm able to control myself.
Bro, your fans are crazy, bro. My message requests are crazy. Like, it's ridiculous. Bro.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you literally just said that someone deserved to have their life ended because they were trying to help a woman from falling. I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. If anyone's crazy here, it might be you. I'm gonna finish thanking my donors, okay, and then I'm gonna rightfully cook your ass on Alex Preddy. I'm actually really happy that you're back. So because before I had to restart the stream, I was voicing my frustrations that I wasn't able to cook you on that. So give me a moment to thank a couple people. Hey, first and foremost, Thumb, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. This came in 24 minutes ago. Appreciate you for that love, brother. Thumb with the $25 says, I give Dean an A++++. Thumb, bro, you've been watching for years. You know I love you. Show some love to Thumb down below. Same thing to Patsy. Patsy, it's good to see you again today. Thank you for the $30 donation. Actually, you and Allie and Patsy, thank you both for the $30 donations on Venmo. Huge shout out to Allie and Patsy. Allie with the 30 says, been dealing with the coldest weather we've had in the last 13 years since I've been living in Miami, Florida. But the fire of your passion has been keeping me warm. Allie, please stay safe down there. Stay warm. And thank you for the $30 and the kind words. Patsy with the 30 says, hey, Dean, I'm celebrating Remit's win in the Texas Senate as he flips the seat blue. We need this blue wave to continue. Dude, I saw that, Patsy. Literally insane. The last time a Democrat held that seat was in 91. Okay? Trump won that county. Plus 17 margin. There's a blue wave all across this country. Thank you for the $30. And then Kirsten, thank you for the $10. And it looks like I actually did thank you a while ago. Thank you so much, Kirsten. Quickly over on PayPal, Coley, thank you for the $5. Huge shout out to you, Coley. Hovik, thank you for the $30, who says, as a Republican that hates MAGA, I must say I agree with the Democrats more than ever. Keep up the good work, Hovik. You're going to be on our side of the aisle real soon. Thank you so much for standing on your principles and hating Trump. And thank you for the $30. Let's get 300 Hovik W's down below in that comment section. I also want to extend that gratitude to, oh my God, 4 people real quick. First and foremost, Michael, you are crazy in a good way. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the love, Michael. Please, 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 please show some love to Michael down below in that comment section. That is like literally fucking insane, dude. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Michael, the $100 says, if this caller says that it takes 1 year for Trump's economic policies to work itself through the system, then Trump's grade of the 2025 economic reform being an A++++ would be true now since it's been a year since his inauguration. Yeah, I guess according to his own logic, right now the economy is an A++++. Brianna, thank you for the $50, dude. The same thing with you, Laura and Brianna. Thank you both for the $50. You guys are going crazy today. Thank you all so much. Brianna with the 50 says, thank you for all that you do. I feel sane listening to you, and I use your arguments when debating my MAGA family members. Well, I hope that you're able to change their minds, and Brianna, trust me, I get it. Thank you so much for the $50. Huge shout out to you. Same thing with Laura with the 50, who says, hey, Dean, thank you for all that you put up with. I'm a 49-year-old, 100% disabled vet. I love this country and am saddened, ashamed, and disgusted with what's going on under the Trump administration. Well, first and foremost, Laura, thank you for your service. Seriously, man. I am so fucking grateful that we have true American patriots out there like you. Thank you for standing by and honoring your oath. Show some love to Patriot Laura down below. Thank you so much. And then Lynn, thank you so much for the $30. Let's get 300 Lynn W's. That is Lynn. Lynn with the 30 says, love your content so much. I literally watch you every day and appreciate what you do. This is the revolution. Thank you for the $30, Lynn. Seriously, thank you so much. And then Yolana, thank you for the 10. And Shakira, thank you for the 6. If you're watching and you want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handles at the top of the phone screen. Now hopping back into the debate, this guy thinks that the shooting of Alex Brady was justified. So what is the legal standard that justifies an officer killing someone?
A reasonable threat. And also, wait, can I just thank
you're-
Nixon for the 5 points? Nixon9987. Thank you for the 5 points on TikTok. We really appreciate that. Yeah, considered a reasonable threat. That's what I would.
No, that's not true.
Reasonable. Yeah. What is it then?
Yeah, so the legal standard to justify an LEO to kill somebody is if they objectively, reasonably believe that this person is purporting an imminent threat of either serious bodily harm or death to anybody within the immediate vicinity.
Okay.
Nicole, thank you for the level.
Yeah, I think he did. I mean, we can assume
those criteria.
Yeah, I mean, these
Okay,
officers.
so I'm gonna ask this question very clearly.
Can you let me? Hey, stop interrupting
I'm sorry.
me.
I'm sorry. Let me just frame this. It's gonna be clear and simple. Your goal now, because you accepted that you believe Alex Pretty shooting was justified, and you accepted that
I said it was negligence. I said it was negligence. I said it wasn't murder, but it was negligence. I never said it was completely justified.
Okay, well, the definition of murder would be the intentional unjustified killing of a human being.
There's different types of murder. There's degree 1. There's degree 2.
I just gave you the definition of second degree murder.
Yeah, I think it would be third degree murder.
No, that's second. That's third degree murder typically doesn't exist in most jurisdictions, as that's like manslaughter, like the unintentional unjustified killing of somebody.
Yeah, it was unintentional murder. Yeah,
it was unintentional.
Yeah.
So the officer didn't intend to take his gun out of his waistband.
Well,
didn't intend to point it at Alex's back. Didn't intend to pull the trigger. Didn't intend to kill him by shooting him 12 times.
I have unique insight. Let me explain exactly what happened. So these officers probably have seen this guy around. This guy's been going to every ICE protest. He's in these group chats. He's harassing federal officers, to protect foreign nationals. That's why it's treasonous. But, so these people have seen this guy break taillights. They've seen him spit on them. They've seen him harass them and assault them. So they approach this guy. He is impeding an arrest. He's, obstructing stuff. And the officer points him to the ground. He's squirming. He's fighting against it. And someone yells gun and the guy shoots him. I would consider it negligence. But overall, let's just say, yeah. For your point of argument, let's say, yeah, he got murdered. Does that mean we should abolish ICE?
Did you just concede?
No, I don't think he got murdered. But
okay,
I'm just saying.
I want to debate you
if
on
he got
that.
murdered.
Because because here's what I just heard. If you want me to be honest, I gave you the mic to explain why you didn't think it's murdered. You realize that you're cooked, okay? Because you're not making a cohesive argument here. Because you're arguing that it was negligent, but you also then realize that under your view, that negligence would be the reason why this shooting was unjustified, therefore murder, because I clarified on what murder even is before you started speaking. So then at the end you were like, I fucked myself. This is murder, even from my own perspective, if I posit it was driven by criminal negligence. So no, I'm not willing to allow you to move the goalpost any further than you already have. We are debating why you do not think the murder of Alex Preddy was murder. You don't have an argument because you have now accepted, okay, that the officers were acting within negligence. You've accepted that the shooting of Alex Preddy was unjustified, or not completely justified, as you put it. And you accepted that the legal and moral definition of either second degree murder or just murder as we use it colloquially would be the intentional unjustified killing of a human being. You have to concede that it's murder,
Unintentional is not murder.
You have to
Unintentional is
revision
not
one
murder.
of your, or you have to revision one of your premises. Oh, actually, you're right. The one option that you have to attempt to use to argue here that it was not murder, given everything that you've already accepted that you will not concede on because you're a pompous, egotistical little man, would be the fact that it was unintentional.
Aren't you 5'4"? Well, hold up. Aren't you 5'4"?
No, I'm 5'9". But even if I was 5'4", I would still be calling you a little man, not because of your not because of your physicalities, but rather because of your mental acuity. But anyways, to go back to what I was saying, in order for you to argue that it was unintentional, you'd have to accept that the officer unintentionally reached for his waistband, You'd have to accept that the officer unintentionally grabbed his gun. You'd have to accept that the officer unintentionally pulled out his gun. Then you'd have to accept that the officer unintentionally pointed that gun at Alex Preddy. You'd have to accept that the officer unintentionally aimed down the scope of that gun to ensure that it was on his back. Then you'd have to accept that the officer unintentionally pulled the trigger, not once, but twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times, 11 times, and 12 times. Do you accept those things?
Well, look, put yourself in the officer's shoes. I mean, this crazy guy, not the best looking guy, according to MSNBC, has been harassing these officers for weeks on end, have been kicking their taillights, spitting on them, assaulting them, and someone yells out gun. This officer's probably very scared. And I really have sympathy for this officer. I think he should get his badge taken away because, you can't be scared in that situation, but he's probably terrified. Think about the officer. He's probably really scared. He's probably terrified. This crazy guy's been assaulting them for weeks, and he probably shot him because he was scared. Look, do I think that he should have? I think he should get his badge taken away.
You just conceded because you just conceded that it was intentional, but he did it because he was scared, meaning it was negligence.
Well, he heard
Therefore,
gun.
It's murder.
He heard gun.
Yeah, therefore it's
He
murder.
heard gun.
Therefore it's murder, dude.
He heard gun though.
Yes, and that's what drove murder from your perspective, inducing criminal negligence. So you think that this ICE agent intentionally did kill him, but it was out of criminal negligence due to the fact that he got really scared, but unreasonably scared, when he heard somebody say gun, leading to the death of Alex Preddy. That would be second-degree murder.
If someone walked into your house on accident with no weapons, no nothing in the middle of the night and thought that it was their house and you shot them, would you say that was murder?
In many states it would be, yes.
Yeah, but not in Texas, not in other states. Let's assume it was in Texas. Would you consider that murder?
In Texas, I'm not aware of their laws.
Okay, well, it's not murder, right? So if someone has reasonable respect,
I would
this
argue.
guy's been assaulting them for days.
Okay, so legally it's not murder in Texas. So what's the relevance? I'm just confused because you're trying to say that legally that's not murder in Texas. By the way, I bet a lot of people out there, including many Texas attorneys, would refute your claim. I'm just not aware of the specific stand your ground laws in Texas. But this is completely unrelated to the debate. What is the relevance of bringing up the murder laws in Texas to the murder laws in Minnesota?
I'm bringing up hypotheticals that show you that it wasn't like this guy just randomly shot someone on the street. He had reasonable. He's seen this guy for many weeks.
Wait! I have a question. Did that officer, was Alex Preddy purporting an objectively reasonable imminent threat of death to the LEOs?
He's been assaulting them, and if someone hears gun, if someone yells gun, yes.
Was Alex Preddy? One moment. Was Alex Preddy purporting an objectively reasonable imminent threat of death to the LEOs within his immediate vicinity?
The LEOs, seriously.
Yes, the LEOs.
Before he was disarmed, yes, he was.
Oh,
before
you're actually
he was
wrong
disarmed.
again.
Yeah, because he's a crazy person.
Well, you're actually wrong again. Okay, you're actually wrong again. I'm happy that I could clarify this for you. So first and foremost, he was disarmed before he was shot, meaning you're now conceding it was murder. Round of applause from the audience, please. Second of all, actually, in accordance with the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment, alongside case law and SCOTUS adjudication / interpretation of the Constitution, most notably the Connor v. Graham court case, no, LEOs are not authorized in killing somebody because somebody is merely in possession of a firearm. In fact, the NRA published a statement on Twitter less than 72 hours after Alex Preddy was killed in response to a district attorney that was reiterating exactly what you're saying right now by saying that it is dangerous and wrong to suggest that LEOs are justified in killing somebody for merely being in possession of a firearm. But once again, dipping my toe back into the first point that I made that's the most relevant here, he was disarmed before he was shot. Therefore, once again, you're conceding it was murder.
Well, if merely having a firearm, if he's assaulted the officers in the past and is impeding on their work duties, then and he has a firearm, I think that's a completely different case than just a person with a firearm.
It's actually not. It's actually not. Let me explain.
No,
legally, it's just not. I just objectively am smarter than you. I objectively know more than you. So sit down, know your place, and learn something. So first and foremost, it is evaluated on the totality of the circumstances as it would relate to the contextual engagement taking place in any given moment of time. So I agree that if Alex Preddy had priors with assaulting cops, this would give really good reason for those cops to be more hesitant and be more cautious in approaching Alex Preddy. However, that mere fact alone, coupled with him being in possession of a firearm, does not present this objectively reasonable imminent threat of death. Not to mention the fact, okay, that we don't even know that these ICE agents knew of Alex Preddy's priors. We don't even know that these ICE agents were the same ones within the car that he kicked the taillight of. And we don't even know that they even knew his name. Not to mention about Alex Preddy being in the group chat. I haven't seen Alex Preddy's name in any group chat, but that was actually exposed by Ken Higby, some like independent journalist, in all reality, a real dumb guy. Not ICE, so it seems like they didn't even know about that at the time of the shooting. Meaning that couldn't have possibly taken place or be considered in the totality of the circumstances as it would relate to the shooting. And then second point here, you said, well, maybe something that would purport this imminent threat justifying ICE and taking Alex's life is the fact that he somehow interfered, obstructed, or resisted. So I'm not convinced that he resisted. I think that that's bullshit. I think that you know it too. He had 8 men hop on top of him.
He was squirming on the ground.
He was squirming on the ground. No, actually, the ICE agents were pulling his appendages on the ground. I mean, the first 3 seconds of it, you could see an ICE agent at the back pulling his leg, okay, while he was being bodied and then pistol whipped in the head.
So
I would argue that there could possibly be some level of legal obstruction that took place when he put himself in between the woman and the ICE agent, attempting to shield her from the spray. But guess what? Once again, merely obstructing or even obstructing while being in possession of a firearm does not constitute an objectively reasonable threat to the life of an LEO, meaning that they wouldn't be justified in then taking his life. But even if it did justify them in taking his life, that's not the moment they took his life. When they took his life, he was down on all four and unarmed. So it is just, heads I win, tails you lose scenario, where even if what you're saying was accurate, they were still unjustified because they got him on the ground and took his gun first. But what you're actually saying is inaccurate due to the fact that merely obstructing or merely being in possession of a firearm does not authorize the LEO to engage in the use of lethal force.
Let's say LEO one more time. First of all, why do you get whole ass TED Talks and I get like 5 seconds? And then second of all, look, I didn't say it was justified. I'm not saying like a court of law ruled that the officer could kill him, or let me put it plainly, the LEO could kill him.
Make your statement.
But overall,
was it just
I said
or
it wasn't
unjust?
murder. Unjustified, but it wasn't murder. That was
Perfect.
my claim.
Do you accept that the definition of second-degree murder is the intentional, unjustified killing of a human being?
Again, I said it was unintentional.
No, just do you accept that the definition of second-degree murder is the intentional, unjustified killing of a human being?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you don't think it's murder and you think it's unjustified, then you think it was unintentional, correct?
I think it was third-degree murder.
Okay,
unintentional murder.
Well, that'd be manslaughter, not murder. The scope of the following conversation, will only pertain to your claim that it was unintentional. I don't want you to pivot or deflect to anything else, and if I don't want myself to pivot or deflect to anything else. So if either of us go off the topic with this one sub-conversation about it being unintentional or intentional, I want the chat to call me out, chat to call you out. I'm going to call you out. I want you to call me out, okay?
The chat's not going to call you out.
We just want to. Okay, right? Yeah, they obviously want it, right? They're just my little droids that send me money and praise me. Yeah. Got it.
No, I respect. I would do this grift too. I might become.
He thinks I'm a grifter.
Yes. Yeah, I might get that DNC hat and do the same thing.
Okay.
I respect it.
So we're definitely gonna explore the claim that you think I'm a grifter once I absolutely shit on you as it would relate to the intention of the shooting. Wow. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. You're attempting to use a whole grifter thing to deflect away from your shitty argument that it's unintentional. Okay. All right. So we'll talk about the grifter thing here in a second. That'll be a whole lot of fun because what's very interesting is that when guests get pissed off and call me a grifter, then people watching end up sending me more money. Okay, because you're calling me a grifter. So, but we'll talk about that second.
I'm not upset about it. I said I respect the hustle.
Okay. So check this out. So you're arguing that the LEO unintentionally shot him, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you accept that the LEO did not mean to pull the trigger?
No.
Okay. So you accept that the LEO. No. I just want yes or no. This is a dialogue tree. So therefore, you accept that the LEO meant to pull the trigger.
Yes.
Okay, what is the relevant difference between the statement the LEO intended to pull the trigger and the LEO meant to pull the trigger? Because actually the word intended and the word meant are synonyms.
Okay. No, this is a stupid... If someone walks out of a car, right, holding a comb, and the officer mistakes it for a gun and they shoot that person, would you consider that second or first degree murder from the officer?
Yeah, that'd be second degree murder, the intentional unjustified killing of a human being.
But what if he perceived the threat that wasn't there? Like he saw the comb and he mistaken it for a gun.
Yeah, he still intentionally killed him.
Oh, but do you think that he should get jail time? And do you think that we should just abolish the whole police force?
I think that guy's absolutely murder. So do you accept that? Do you agree that
Well,
that guy would
I
absolutely
think
be
that's crazy.
guilty of second degree murder?
I think that's me and you are just not going to see. I think that's absolutely
Okay,
crazy.
then
If an
define.
officer
Wait.
mistakes an
Then define the
object
word.
for a gun,
Wait. Then define the word intent.
purposeful.
Wait. So your definition of the word intent would be purposeful. So in this hypothetical, okay, where this officer mistakenly like sees somebody with a comb in their hand and thinks it's a gun, did they purposefully then pull out their gun and pull the trigger?
Yes.
Okay, so they intentionally
but
pulled out their gun and pulled the trigger.
circumstances are
Wait.
different.
So then they intentionally pulled out their gun and pulled the trigger, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then it was intentional.
But it was intentional.
Dude, you said that. But you just said it was intentional. But you just said it was intentional.
Hey, can you let me finish?
Yeah.
It was intentional under the circumstances he thought it was. He mistaken the circumstances. He thought the guy was holding the gun.
Right. But it was ultimately
Oh
intentional.
my God! Like, why are we still talking about this guy?
Because you're getting cooked. Yo! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Bro, you made this hypothetical. This is your fucking hypothetical. In your hypothetical that you just made to attempt to combat my claim that the shooting was intentional, you conceded it was intentional. You conceded that the hypothetical that you brought up to demonstrate an unintentional shooting was intentional. So now do you agree, since your definition of the word intentional is purposeful, okay, that the LEO purposefully shot Alex Preddy, therefore the LEO intentionally shot Alex Preddy?
Yes, he intentionally shot him, but it was unintentional if he knew the circumstances.
Oh my God, okay, I got this. Okay, so you just conceded that the LEO intentionally shot Alex Preddy. Earlier you considered that the shooting of Alex Preddy was unjustified, and earlier you agreed that the definition of second degree murder was the intentional unjustified killing of a human being. Therefore, the officer, under your view and mine, would fulfill the definition of second degree murder due to the fact that the bullets were intentional, the bullets were unjustified, and the bullets killed Alex.
Well, no, because that cop that mistaken the comb for the gun would not get a second degree murder charge.
Yes,
That's
they would.
crazy.
Yes, they would. And it
No,
would be
No,
second degree
they
murder
would
rooted
not.
within
They
criminal
would not.
negligence. Yes, because it was criminally
No, they would-
negligent. Like I'm just trying to help you with the law here. Yes, it's because it would be criminally negligent for them to
not
pull the
criminally
trigger.
negligent.
Because mistaking the comb for the gun would be unreasonable. So
If
if the mistake that took place that led to the LEO engaged in the use of lethal force was unreasonable, okay, then it's murder. This is why we have that objective reasonability standard set forth by the SCOTUS case Connor v. Graham to determine if it was just or unjust, if it was murder or self-defense. Like literally, the whole evaluation set forth by the Connor v. Graham court case was, would a reasonable officer in that same scenario engage in that same action of killing the person, engaging in the use of lethal force? And the way that we evaluate these mistakes of like mistaking a comb for a gun or something like that would be, well, would a reasonable officer make that mistake? Okay, and the answer to the question is no. A reasonable officer would not make the mistake of a comb for a gun. Therefore, okay, it is the intentional, unjustified killing of a person.
What if I punched the officer and then I quickly pulled out a comb out of my pocket? Would you think that the officer would be completely unjustified the murder?
It's significantly less clear in that scenario.
So if this guy's assaulted prior ICE officers, someone screams gun, he's holding something in his hand, I assume it was his phone, but the officer easily could have mistaken that for a gun, and he shoots him, do you think that's like second degree murder?
I mean, everything that you just said was false. He was literally down on all four unarmed, so.
Was he not holding his phone? He was holding his phone.
Yeah, and in one hand he was holding his phone, yeah.
Yeah, so do you think that the LEO could have mistaken it for a gun when someone yelled gun?
No.
Oh, no? A black phone cannot resemble a gun at all?
When that black phone is in the hand of a man that's on the ground and the hand of the man is being held by three other ICE agents.
It doesn't matter. If he's on the ground and he has a gun, he can still fire at people. Like, what are you talking about?
What?
If he's on the ground and he has a gun, that doesn't mean he still can't shoot people or shoot ICE officers.
Actually, it does, because his gun was in his holster on his hip.
So if he had a gun, but he was holding the phone and the officer mistaken it for a gun when someone yelled gun.
Okay, then tell me why that officer was actually looking over Alex Preddy and then saw the other ICE agent take his gun.
We don't know if he saw it. What if he was blinking?
Oh,
we don't know.
We don't know. Been blinking in that moment. He was
We don't
blinking,
know.
so he didn't see it.
Either way, it's like
yeah, he was blinking, so he didn't see it.
There's so many different circumstances.
Bro, this guy is such like a good little Trump cuck. You're such a good cuck to Trump.
You're a DNC cuck.
Oh yeah, going back to the grifter allegations. Yeah. I actually have a couple people from the DNC to thank real quick. Thank you so much, Nike, for the 20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love. Nike with the $20 says, gosh, that guy would argue that a declared bullying can be true and false at the same time. Yeah, because he's such a Trump cuck. Appreciate you for the 20 Canadian dollars. Show some love to Nike in that chat. And then Wendy, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Show some love to Wendy down below in that comment section. Thank you so very much, Wendy. Show some love to Wendy down below. That is seriously so incredibly kind of you, and I'm so grateful for you. Show some love to Wendy down below. Brianna, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Says these are the same people fighting for the right to bear arms, and Alex Preddy is using the exact right, and he was murdered. The hypocrisy. Oh yeah, this little Trump cuck is very hypocritical. Thank you for the $15, Brianna. Kat, thank you for the $10 on Venmo from the DNC for the DNC cuck. Evan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the griff. Then Evangeline, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Saying thank you so much for everything that you do. Thank you so much, Evangeline. And then Vanessa, thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo. Oh my God, Vanessa, that is crazy. I'm trying to see 400 Vanessa W's down below in that chat who says, here's my obligatory fake donation because you're so good at grifting. Thank you for supporting the grift. Eva, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Show some love to Eva. Eva says, keep up the great work. I'll keep up the grift. Sandra, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo who says, you know why MAGA can't see shit? It's usually to close your eyes when you're licking boots. Yes, the little Trump cuck is licking the boots. Thank you so much for the love. And then Nina, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo as well. Show some love to Nina down below in that chat. Seriously, thank you so much for the love, Nina. Thank you so much. Let's get 300 Nina W's. Let's see, $30 for an almost 30th birthday. Well, like, a happy early 30th birthday, Nina. That is awesome. And then Jessica, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo to get on that hype train. Thank you for the love, Jessica. Let's see here. Kat with another $10 saying, woo, DNC Dean. Brianna, thank you for the $10 saying, hashtag Dean Grifters. Catherine with the $5 over on PayPal to support the grift. James, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal to support the grift. Thank you so much, James. Show some love to James down below for supporting the grift. Then Tamika, thank you for the $5. And then SJ, thank you for the $10 to support the grift. Cammy with the $5 saying, I'm not the droid you were looking for. Madeline, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Madeline. Thank you so much. Who says abolishing ICE is the bare minimum that must be done. Could not agree more, Madeline. Thank you for the $20.
Oh my
Then
God.
Valerie, thank you so much for the $20 as well over on PayPal. And Kaylee, thank you so much for the $105 donation. Oh my God, dude. Dean Grifters is going wild today. Kaylee with a $105 says, Canada appreciates you and all the work that you do. Keep it up. Myself, my husband, and our young daughter, thank you daily from across the border. Kaylee, seriously, thank you guys so very much. It is such a kind donation from the bottom of my heart. I'm so incredibly grateful for you. Thank you so much. Show some love to Kaylee and all of the live chats for the $105 donation. Seriously, that is like stupid and like the best way possible. Thank you so much for the love. And then Phoenix, thank you for the $20 who says it's not unintentional. Another ICE agent say things like, quote unquote, did you not learn from Renee Good? Or if you raise your voice, I'll erase your voice. Yeah, absolutely, Phoenix. Thank you for the $20 and the truth nuke. Then Philibus, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat as well, who says, from the DNC, we sure do love it when we hear the right move, the goalposts more every time they get proven wrong. Nope, we're proving them wrong all day long. And then Disgusted Veteran. Holy cow. Thank you for the $50 Super Chat on YouTube as well.
Honor, you're going
Holy
crazy.
crap. Thank you so much for the love, Disgusted Veteran. Disgusted Veteran with the $50 says, day after day, here you are still projecting your generation with facts and truth. Boomer says, thank you for recommending Aaron Parnas, good source of accurate fact-based journalism. Disgusted Veteran, it's good to see you again, dude. You've been watching for years now. I love you. We all love you. Huge shout out to you. And as always, thank you for your service. If you want to support the grift, by the way, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok.
Do I
The
get
handle's
some
also at the
commission
top
off
of the phone
that?
screen.
Do I get some commission?
And in the pinned message over on YouTube. Nope, I think that you just got to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. So why do you?
Okay, well,
grifter?
thank you, Zach. Thank you, Connor. Thank you, Eddie, for the roses. I
Yeah,
really
stop
appreciate
grifting.
that.
It's really weird. So why do you think I'm a grifter?
I think you're a grifter because I think that your opinions come from wherever it's popular in the DNC. I mean, I remember I used to see.
Yeah, so absolutely true, dude. All my opinions just come straight from the DNC. I couldn't have said it any better myself. All right, we're going to get that Joker out of here. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, folks. We got F liberals loading up into the box. So true, so true. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Age?
18,
Okay, what year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, are you an obvious troll?
Why would I be like, why are you just assuming that? That's crazy. Anyways, can I like tell you why I support Trump? Because I feel like I'm already being accused when I just came up here.
I mean, your bio literally says white supremacy.
Yeah.
So you think that white people are superior?
Is that not what the bio says? Hello?
Are you white?
Obviously.
How many continents are there?
7.
What are the names of the 7 continents?
Asia, Africa, North America, South America, Australia, Antarctica, and Europe.
Okay, smarter than a 3rd grader. How many amendments are there to the Constitution?
Isn't I think there's like 50, right? Or 40, 41. Okay, listen, that does not matter.
There's
That does not
27.
matter.
So if you're so like superior because of the color of your skin, why do you not know how many amendments there are to the Constitution? Next question:
so, like, I don't-
why are white people
Oh,
superior?
God. What? You just asked me 2 questions at the same time.
Okay, so then answer. Why since you're so superior, you should be able to handle.
Yeah,
that,
I
right?
am. What are you gonna do about it? What
Yeah,
are
you
you
should be
gonna do
able to.
about
You
it?
should be able to handle that, right?
Yeah,
Didn't
I
know
don't
that
know why
white
you didn't know
superiority
that.
stopped at like
Funny.
having to answer 2 separate questions. You idiot.
Well, I couldn't hear you, so can you repeat the question?
Oh wait, so your white superiority stops.
Oh
at your
my
race.
God,
Okay, all right.
shut up.
Okay,
Which
so-
question am I answering?
Oh wow, I guess the white superiority stops at the emotional regulation because now you're crashing out just simply because I asked.
Nobody's. I just told you to shut up.
Oh wait, oh dude, I got wow. Yeah, okay. So answer the question. Why do you think that white people are superior?
Well, I feel like it's kind of obvious in the economy that we're in right now, and honestly,
Well, it's not obvious to me. So could you like tell
my
me why
God.
clearly?
Can you let me speak? Genuinely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, thank you, thank you. Anyways, I don't know why we're saying child in the.
I muted you because you were complaining about me not letting you speak. Feel free to unmute. Tell us why you think white people are superior.
Oh my God. Anyways, back to what I was saying. I'm saying white
I
people
love
want to-
I love rage baiting white supremacists. It is too much fun.
Yeah, does it like, are you like feeling happy? Is that what you're feeling? Or are you
Yes.
just so happy? You're just so happy.
Yes, I do get happy from
Yeah.
rage baiting white supremacists.
Anyways, back to what I was saying. Basically, the reason that white people have supremacy over everybody else is because, in my opinion, the U.S. is a predominantly white country, and I feel like that it should just stay that way. That's just me, though.
Okay. Why?
Yeah. Because it just is.
Okay. So there's no reason why white people are superior, or just simply believe it to be the case?
Well, honestly, also, it's just like genetics as well. So basically,
Okay, so what is the genetic difference between
I'm
white
trying to
people and
tell
non-white
you.
people that
I'm
make white
trying
people
to tell you,
superior?
but the issue is you won't let me speak.
Well, I mean, I think that you
Thank
should
you.
be able to speak
Be
over me if you're so
quiet.
superior.
Be quiet. Dean, I'm going to kick you off my live.
I think that this person is trolling.
I'm gonna kick you off my live.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
All right,
What?
stop talking. Stop talking.
Yeah, you have like 30 seconds to give us the reasons why you think white people are superior. before I
Anyway,
just move
so
on
when
to the next
people were
idiot.
created, it was black people, then Mexicans, then Asians, and then after that they.
I'm sorry. This person has to be trolling. Don't troll about white superiority. That's like really fucking antisocial. Moving on to the next guest. Only opt into that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd appreciate it if y'all would do your best to try to follow the rules. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We have the next guest, Amanda, loading into the box. Here we go. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hello. Hi. I do.
How old are you?
Huh? What? Sorry.
How old are you?
I'm 19. 19.
What year are you born in?
2006.
Okay, and why do you support the worst president of your life?
Just like the way I was born and raised. Oops.
Okay, obviously the way that you're born and raised is not indicative of like what is true. It's just what you think is true. So do you have any good reason to justify why Donald Trump is a good president? I'm gonna go to assume not.
Wait, I'm just want to hear why do you think no, so I can maybe fix my opinion.
Oh yeah, if you just want to know why I don't think that Trump is a good president, I'd recommend watching the stream. That's what we talk about all day. But predominantly the reason why I have guests on the live is so you could tell me why you disagree. Will you tell me why you do think Trump is a good president? Or is that something that you're interested in doing, or should I just go try to find the next guest? I'm going to go to take that as a I'm not interested. All right, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. We got Sharon Official loaded into the live. And hey, Lexi, I appreciate you so much for the $3 over on Venmo. Same thing with you, Summer. Thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. Shout out to you, too. Thank you, guys. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
What's up, Dean?
What's up, dude?
I do
Support
support Trump.
All right, man. How old are you?
I'm 21.
All right, dude. Let's see if we could get that mind changed. Quickly, before we start, I want to thank Angela for the 14 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for the love, Angela. Angela says, hey, Dean, I hope you are well today. Stay hydrated. Well, if you can't tell by the 2 bathroom breaks so far in less than 3 hours, I probably am a little bit too much hydrated today. I had a big old coffee before I went live. Take it away, Sharon. Tell us why the hell you still support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm not trying to come in here with any negative, negative persona, but I support Trump because, from the presidential election, I felt like there was no other better option.
Okay.
And that's pretty much my main perspective.
Mm-hmm. And why don't you think Kamala Harris would have been a better option?
Because I felt like she wasn't really directing towards the economy. She was directing towards certain people. And I felt like Trump was trying to unite the country while she was not.
I actually want to start with that. I'm going to write this down because I'm going to investigate your view and ask you a bunch of questions. Sure. Trump wanted to unite America. Harris didn't. So first, let's start with this question. Why do you believe that Trump wanted to / wants to unite America?
Well, I believe that Trump had done different things for many different administrations.
That's not a clear answer. I'm asking you, what has he done to demonstrate that he wants to unite the country?
Unite the country?
Yes.
I feel like whenever I look at the man Trump, he just loves everybody.
What is this being driven by? Do you have any reason to believe this, or is it just kind of like a supposition that I'm going to have to prove wrong compared to you proving it right?
I just feel like, your question on your live says, how do you still support Trump? That seems like a personal question. That's my personal response.
Okay, sounds good, dude. We could stop it there. We'll stop the interrogation there. I want to interrogate that second claim now. That Kamala Harris didn't want to unite everybody. Why do you believe that?
Well, she was targeting a certain, and I'm not racist by any means.
That is a bad way to start your argument.
Well, no. I'm just saying racist. No, I'm saying race is going to be brought into this. But I felt like she targeted the African American community and not so much of the white community. And I felt kind of left out as a white male myself.
So what did she do to make you feel left out?
With her campaigns and who she targeted with her campaigns and, how much money she gave.
What about the campaign?
Look who was there. It's not really rocket science by any means. I'm not mean that disrespectfully, but
who was there?
Who she targeted, who she campaigned with.
Who she campaigned with? Because she campaigned with a he left. Oh, come on. No. Come on, dude. Get back in that queue, man. I really wanted to have a really fruitful conversation with you. I really wanted to have a fruitful conversation with him. We weren't even done with the interrogation of his view. We weren't even counter arguing against it. We were just getting clarity. He folded when we were just getting clarity. We weren't even proving it wrong. Hey, do you support Trump?
Hey, good evening.
Good evening.
Yep, I'm here.
Trump? You left the TikTok app. You'll have to be on the TikTok app in order for us all to hear you.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, do you support Trump? Oh, you left again. You left again, my friend. It looks like you do TikTok lives yourself, so I'm surprised you don't know this. All right, we'll give him 5 seconds here to come back before we move on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bye. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, you like what I do, and you want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal, as always, in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account and the pinned message over on YouTube, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen. There's been a whole lot of y'all showing love today. Just know that I really appreciate it. Genuinely, I'm so very thankful for y'all. All right, we got that next guest, Jennifer, loading up into the box. We got Jennifer loading in. Hi, how old are you?
We got Jennifer loading in. Hi, how old are you? We got Jennifer.
Hello?
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
No worries, you're good, Jennifer. You have a good rest of your day. I'm definitely finding it to be a little bit more difficult than usual to find people to come up here to have a conversation with us, but you know, it is what it is. By the way, how are y'all doing? Everyone watching at home, we have like 12,000 people hanging out with us on TikTok right now. Let me know how you're doing down below. Hope you're having an all right day. How about this? What are you doing while you're watching the stream? I'm very interested in that. Like, are you like literally just watching the stream, or is it like background noise while you do something else? I mean, I'd accept an over-representation of the people in the chat that are just watching the stream because you're going to be on your phone. If someone's like doing chores right now, they may hear me say this, but they're not going to be too inclined to like go to their phone to comment because they're doing something. Looks like a lot of people are 3D modeling, computer work, going through the Epstein list, swiping on Tinder. Yeah, whoever said they're swiping on Tinder while they're listening to live, all right, you're a goddamn queen. You know that, all right? Welcome, Owen. Do you support Trump?
Do you like black people?
What?
Because
He just left. Okay, that was weird. It was really weird. It was really weird. Owen, what the hell?
hi.
Do you support Trump?
Not really. Honestly, he's kind of shady.
True that, but we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters. Where are all the Trump supporters at? Are they gone? Did we win? Did we finally win? Did we finally win? I don't know. Moving on to the next guest. PH, thank you for the $5 Canadian on Super Chat, who says, would you be willing to go on the Necessary Conversation podcast? Yeah, I would love a shot at trying to change that dude's parents' minds. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean.
Thomas, do you support
Can you
Trump?
hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, obviously. Do you support Trump?
It's very delayed, but yeah, I do.
Let me know when you hear this.
No, I do hear you. It's just a 2-second delayed.
It's not too bad of a delay. We'll try to work with it. Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18. I just turned it.
Okay, what year and month were you born in?
December
Okay, all right. Of what year?
2008.
Okay, well, you're lying. It'd be December of 07. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Only up inside of the cube, you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got the next guest, Trent, loaded up into the live. CH, appreciate you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Who says, how are you going to address the arrest of Don Lemon? Yeah, I mean, just another move out of the dictatorial playbook of Mr. Trump. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, I don't. Ew, gross. Blah.
Okay, guys, leave the queue if you're not a Trump supporter. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, dude? We're here for debates. Please respect that. Hey, Hannah, this just came through. Thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. Hannah with the $20 says, keep making the world a better place. I try my best every single day. Thank you so much for the love. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you so much. Please show some love to Hannah down below in that comment section for the $20. And then, oh my God, Michael, thank you so much for the $150 donation over on Venmo. This came in 7 minutes ago. Dude, holy shit, man. That is so much money. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Michael. Michael with the 150 says, love you, Dean. Michael, bro, you know I love you too. It is so cool that you've continued to engage in the streams and enjoy them. Not just me, but Parker and Santana. You've very quickly become a core member of the community that we've built here. Michael, all the love in the world to you folks. While we're hopping into this next debate, please, 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 please show some love to the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Michael, in both of those live chats for just such an insanely kind donation. Seriously, Michael, thank you. And welcome in, Chuck. Do you support Trump?
I do. And it looks like your wish came true because you will get a debate now.
Okay. I don't know. I'm just getting weird vibes off of you already, but I guess we'll see if that proves to be the case. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life? I mean, he's really bad, dude.
For me, it's his war on DEI that's been incredible, and he began against Harvard, defunding Harvard. It's well. So are you going to just laugh at me, or are we going to have a serious debate here?
I am going to laugh at you when you say dumb shit. Don't take that as an interruption. Just keep on speaking. In fact, I could unplug my mic if you like.
Yeah. Well, contrary to your popular belief, the Electoral College is not DEI. Okay. What DEI is admitting non-qualified people to college over the qualified based on race. That's one example. Another example was Kamala Harris, obviously. And don't take my word for it. Joe Biden said, I'm not going to pick the best running mate. He said, I'm picking a black woman. And they said the same thing for his Supreme Court nominee. So don't take my word for it. He said that. Biden said, I am picking. Go ahead. Want to respond?
Wait, so you're quoting Biden as saying, I'm not picking the best running mate. I'm picking a black woman.
Yes, that's correct.
How much money do you want to bet?
Oh, no, I'm not going to say that that's the verbatim quote, but that's what he said. He said, I'm picking a black woman.
There you go. There you go.
Why would you say I'm picking a black woman?
That they're not the best running mate because they're the black woman.
Why would you say that?
By the way, listen here. Given the way that you define DEI, Kamala Harris was not a DEI candidate. So first, I'm going to respond to what Biden said. So Biden said that he was going to be picking a woman. I've scoured the internet to look for a clip of him saying specifically a black woman. I haven't been able to find it. But don't worry, I don't blame you for believing that because me and Parker both believed that for a long time. I think just so many people have said it for so long, it just kind of became true in the minds of many. There's not a clip out there of him saying that he wants to pick a black woman. However, there is a clip out there of him saying that he wants to pick a woman. There's a couple issues with your takeaway here that this was somehow, excluding like other potential running mates only to women because I mean, hey, by that time he could have already known that he was going to pick Kamala Harris. Therefore, he already knew that he was going to pick a woman. Therefore, he came out and said, I'm going to pick a woman. Okay. Like after vetting her in comparison to other potential running mates. So could have included men. Okay. Second of all, you said that DEI specifically when you pick people that are not qualified to do something. Okay. So even if he only picked her, or he picked her including many attributes, but one of them being because she was a woman, she was not unqualified. She was very qualified.
And black.
Much more qualified than Trump. Okay. Therefore, in accordance with your own argument, she wasn't DEI.
No, she was because among the plus factors that were considered were 1, her gender, 2, her race. That's DEI.
We don't have any evidence that her race was considered. And then 2, considering gender, we also don't know that for sure because of the description that I just gave.
Okay, so
by that moment in time, let me finish speaking here. Because by the moment in time that he said he was going to pick a woman, he could have already picked Kamala Harris in consideration to other running mates.
Let me respond to that then.
No, let me finish speaking.
On the topic of Kamala Harris.
Let me finish speaking.
Yes, I realize that. No, I'm speaking. Yeah, I'm speaking. Okay, yeah, now you're quoting Harris. Great.
I'm going to mute you if you don't stop interrupting me. Just hold on.
Go ahead, Dean.
I'm almost done, Siligus. Okay?
Go ahead.
This will be really easy to get out. So, first and foremost, we do not know, okay, that when Biden said he was going to be picking a woman, okay, that he hadn't already deduced that a woman, Kamala Harris, was the best possible running mate compared to other people that could have possibly included men. Maybe that wasn't, okay, this prescriptive statement that when he looks for a vice president, he's only going to look for a woman, but rather a descriptive statement that after looking for a vice president, he concluded that the best pick was a woman, and he was giving a little bit of a spoiler for everybody at home. Point number 2 here, you said that the definition of DEI, I'm quoting you here, okay, is picking somebody that's not qualified because of their race or because of their gender. So therefore, if you were looking at multiple qualified individuals and you gave the advantage to somebody because of their race or their gender, under your view, that's not DEI. Therefore, Kamala Harris is not DEI because she was qualified, Chuck. These 2 points are very easy to get.
May I respond?
5 times. Yeah,
no. Normally in a debate, people are allowed to respond. It's not just a monologue. So maybe you can let me respond.
Don't worry, you can respond.
Here's what's fascinating about your argument, logically or illogically. You are not defending DEI at all. You're not saying, yes, Harris was chosen by DEI, but DEI is good. Instead, You're just simply making the case it wasn't DEI at all. So you're conceding the dangerousness of DEI implicitly in your argument, and you're just trying to argue that it wasn't DEI. So I'm glad we agree on that. That DEI is bad.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. That's
Well,
only
I'm gonna
that's
have to
true.
respond to that now. So that's actually not
Okay,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
doing at all. So when
That's
I
exactly
attempt
what
to
you're doing.
prove
Go ahead.
when I attempt to prove somebody wrong, I take the path of the least resistance. Okay, I attempt to prove you wrong with the strongest counter argument possible. So if I have two potential counter arguments to give against your position, where the first potential counter argument would necessitate me proving to you that DEI is good, but the second counter argument would still prove your argument wrong, but not necessitate me proving to you that DEI is good, I'm obviously going to be picking the second counter argument here because it would be the path of least resistance. And that's what I'm doing right now. You started this conversation, okay, by defining DEI as picking somebody that's not qualified because of their race or their gender. I then ended this conversation by saying, in accordance
think
with
you've
your
misunderstood
definition
me.
of DEI, Kamala Harris was not DEI because she was qualified. Not to mention that audio clip of Biden saying, "I'm picking a woman," gives us no input nor any bearing towards if he picked her because she was a woman or he picked her because of other attributes,
If
not
I
because she's a
may
woman, and then gave this spoiler
speak.
to everybody at home that he picked a woman. So we understand now, A, that kind of
Okay,
like really
that's fair.
weird.
Now,
Stop
can I
interrupting me,
speak?
Chuck? Almost. So now we understand that, A, that kind of really weird counter argument that you tried to get in there of saying that I conceded DEI was bad is been defeated because I described that, I'm just merely taking the pathway of least resistance. And then B, you still have yet to respond to the two points of refutation of your argument. That first point being that Biden's statement saying he was going to pick a woman could have been after he descriptively already picked Kamala Harris, and he was just giving a spoiler to us at home, not necessarily a prescriptive statement that going into the consideration of a running mate, he would only be looking at potential women.
That's not my argument is not really about Kamala Harris. It's about DEI. And I said, you asked me why I supported Trump.
You
and I
said that
said
Kamala Harris
because
was DEI, and I use your own logic to prove you wrong. Stop whining, and then start responding.
What was my central claim? I said I support Trump because he's getting rid of DEI. If
Oh, so you're running away?
No, I'm not running away.
Okay,
because
then
Biden.
concede first. Then concede that A, in accordance with your definition of DEI, Kamala Harris was not DEI because she was qualified. And then B, okay, Biden's statement, "I'm picking a woman," has absolutely no bearing nor input because she could have just been descriptively stating a spoiler that he did pick a woman out of many running mates, including men. He just determined that she
So
was disqualified.
for the purposes of advancing this debate, because you won't allow it to advance otherwise, I'm happy to concede that because that's not my point.
No,
in chief.
I don't want you to concede for the purposes of advancing the debate. I want you to concede because
Harris
you can
was not a
recognize that I'm
DEI
right.
candidate. If that is what you want to hear,
But I
because
don't want
that's
a
not my
concession
main
to
contention.
advance the debate. I want a concession because you acknowledge that I'm right and that you have a losing argument.
The evidence may not be there that Biden said I'm going to discriminate, but there is for his Supreme Court pick. So this is where it's important. Remember,
Wait. So I just want to clarify. You truly concede that Kamala Harris was not a DI candidate, and I've been legitimately able to prove you wrong.
No, I don't want to get bogged down in it. So
But I don't want a concession because you don't want to get bogged down on it. I want a concession because you can recognize that you're wrong.
I'm not wrong, but I don't want to get bogged down in it.
Okay,
If we
then
get
give the
bogged down
counter
in it, we
argument.
will
If you're not wrong, I want you to give me. And this isn't just a small minute point. You're saying that Kamala Harris, the presidential candidate for the Democratic Party in 2024, was a DI candidate. Stop running. You're so fucking scared.
There had never been. This is what Biden explained, and you can deny it, but Biden had explained there had never been either a female vice president or president or a female black vice president. So that's why he chose Kamala Harris. I think that Pete Buttigieg, for instance, would have been a better choice. He didn't pick him. We know why. Why didn't he pick Waltz, which is who Harris chose? Why wouldn't he have just picked Waltz if Waltz was so great? I mean,
Thank you so much for the galaxy.
And I'll tell
because
you
Kamala
why.
Harris was better, which is true.
And so, okay, I'll concede that for these purposes. But here's what you can't deny. Biden said, quote, "I am picking a black woman to put on the United States Supreme Court," before he even began his selection. And then he nominated Ketanji Brown Jackson. He specifically wanted a black woman, not someone who was the most qualified necessarily.
How do you know that
Most
Ketanji
qualified.
Brown Jackson was not the most qualified?
And we know that because who was appointed before her and denied? Merrick Garland. And so we know that Merrick Garland was the most qualified. Here's the problem with Merrick Garland. He's a white male. And so Biden didn't want to appoint him. He appointed Ketanji instead. So that's DEI. That's an example of it. It's
Oh, wait. I'm so sorry. You're pivoting. I'll happily talk to you, okay, about SCOTUS after you either give a counter argument and concede on Kamala Harris. I think that your counter argument there was that there's other like better picks. Okay,
what do
that's
you
not true. I think
what do you
Kamala
want me
Harris
to
was best.
concede about Kamala Harris?
Yeah, that
Please.
she wasn't DI.
No, I just explained to you why I thought she was.
Okay.
Did you not
Your
catch that?
explanation was you said, oh, it's because Biden said, I'm going to pick a woman. Okay. Could have been descriptive, just simply relaying the fact that he already did pick a woman compared to other people. Come on.
Okay, I will concede that point if we can move this debate forward.
It's not about
But if
moving
you're
the debate
going-
forward. I like, do you actually have a counter argument to that point?
Yes, I just gave it, and you don't.
Wait,
you didn't respond.
repeat it?
Biden pointed out the fact that there had never been a woman or a black woman.
Yeah, which is
in
true.
either the.
Okay, so telling the truth is now DEI. Got it.
Well, why would you make that statement unless
Because
your
it's
point
important.
is-
Because it's fucking important. That like
Why-
the,
no, it's
the,
not
the
im-
most
it's- it's
that the
not
most
im-
qualified
it's not- why
candidate
is
for the
that- no,
VP
why
that
is
he's
that
picking
important?
is a first black woman ever to serve in the position of the role of the VP. Not only because it's an historical achievement for black women, okay, but it's also because now, okay, many women and many black people in this country get to see themselves represented within the second highest position in the American government. It's literally history. Of course,
No,
it's important.
it's identity politics. It's not. It's not something that should be brought up. It's ostracizing.
This phrase, identity politics, okay, is overused by dumb people that are probably misogynistic or racist, okay? Because it is absolutely an historical achievement to have a black woman serving as a vice president of this country, because we've never had a black woman serve as vice president in this country before, okay? It is absolutely an historical achievement to see black people in this country going from being deemed as legal property in accordance with the Constitution to now being in the executive branch of our government serving as VP. That is an historical achievement. If slavery never happened, if racial segregation never happened, okay, if discrimination never happened, if redlining never happened, if none of this shit never happened, it wasn't happening anymore today, I would agree. Okay, it would be baseless identity politics that, whoa, ostracizing of the others, okay? But no, it is absolutely an historical achievement, okay? And by the way, Kamala Harris was an historically achieving vice president outside of the color of her skin or her gender identity. She passed more tie-breaking votes than any other VP in history, and on top of that, passed some of the best legislation that we've seen in modern American history. Now, Chuck, I just have a quick question. How old are you?
I am 22.
Okay. You follow kids on TikTok?
I look at my content. I posted it. I mean, if we want to go there, I can explain.
No, I don't even want you to explain. I don't talk to people that follow kids on TikTok. Let's go and move on to the next guest. I can explain. No, bro. You can't explain. Moving on. By the way, he sounds like 50. That 22, I think that's a lie. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, what's up? You're back. I'm back.
Hey, you're up here a second ago, but you left the app. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, because what happened is that I didn't even realize that I couldn't exit TikTok when I'm on live. Yeah, I do live streaming. No,
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you support Trump?
All right. So Dean, I've been watching you for quite some time.
I'm sorry, man.
And
do you
I want you
support
to know
Trump?
firstly that I'm a Jamaican, right?
Okay.
I'm a Jamaican. So I'm not voting in the US, but I'm curious about the impact of leadership beyond party lines.
Okay.
Right?
Well, due to the
Yeah.
fact that you don't seem to be answering the question of you're a Trump supporter and you're not in the U.S., unfortunately, we're going to be moving on to the next guest, but appreciate you for being kind and hope you have a good rest of your day. Dude, a couple people to thank you. First and foremost, holy crap, man. Thank you so much, Travis, for the $40 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, man. Travis with the $40 says, wouldn't Trump be DEI by this caller's definition? Yes, because he just defined DEI as unqualified. Trump is unqualified. Therefore, Trump is DEI. And Travis, appreciate you for the love. You're the GOAT. Same thing goes for you, Darian. Thank you so much for the 50 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. Darian, holy cow, thank you so much. Darian with the 50 euros says, at Mike Davis 7790, why are you worried about anyone else's sexuality? It's not like you're going to lose your cherry to anyone here. So what it sounds like Darian is relaying here is that in the YouTube chat, there's somebody by the name of Mike Davis that is attacking people for like probably not being straight. And Darian just sent $50 to have me read off their message, clowning them in front of 22,000 people. I love you for that, Darian. Show some love to Darian. Then also, Nerd of the Games. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Nerd of the Games W's. Who says, hey, Dean, I'm currently drawing art going against Ice and Trump. I like listening to your debates while I'm drawing or doing anything. You're always telling the facts, and please continue to do so. Oh, Nerd, you know I'll never stop. And good luck on that art, man. You should definitely send a picture of it in the Discord after the fact. And then Rodney, thank you for the $10 as well over on YouTube Super Chat. He said affirmative action is what he described. Yes, an affirmative action is not. Yeah, I appreciate you so much for the love, Rodney. Welcome in. Dario, do you support Trump?
Regarding Trump, he unalived 40 people in Venezuela because of the attack that happened. Regarding that, when people die, where do they go anyways? Do you know, like, people, if they go somewhere, or you'll ever meet them again?
Just to clarify, man, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, basically the attack on Venezuela basically got 40 people unalived. Regarding families and people who got unalived because of military actions, where do people go when they die? Do you think there is a place where people go when they die? Do you know? Do you meet Lowell, for example?
Are you asking me if I believe in heaven?
I mean, I believe that people, I don't know, people like
What's going on?
Go to a place where they die after
one second.
those one.
So why do you support Trump as president?
I'll never support that guy. He's a bitch.
Okay, very nice. We're only looking to talk to MAGA. Moving on to the next guest. Dude, Victoria, thank you for the $18 donation on Venmo. Victoria says, after 32 years in upper management, my observation is that by the time a woman or minority was chosen for the promotion, their experience often excelled that of their male counterparts. No, that is absolutely true, because they have to do more in order to get that promotion. They have to do more in order to get into that position. So I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for the $18, Victoria. And then Andy, that is ANDI, thank you for the $10. She says, thank you for your lives that keep me sane in this horrid political climate. Well, I'm happy that you're enjoying them. And it looks like we're all caught up over there. Over on PayPal, Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Yo, let's go, Kathy. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get 500 Kathy W's. Kathy says, here's another for the strawberry daiquiri fund. Thank you so much, Kathy. So, by the way, guys, this is my plan for when... Can't share that publicly yet. Thank you so much for the $50, Kathy. Then one more here over on PayPal, Jocelyn. Jocelyn, oh my goodness. Thank you for the $60 donation on PayPal. You guys are being so kind today. Jocelyn with these $60 says, started watching on YouTube, and a few months ago, I'm so happy to have found you. I love the work that I do, and I wish that it wasn't such a headache. Well, honestly, I don't really get too much of a headache from talking to these people anymore. It's just kind of my thing. I don't know. I'm happy to try to change minds. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for the $60, Jocelyn. Let's get 600 Jocelyn W's and 500 Kathy W's, as well as Trina. Thank you for the $10, who says, thank you for what you do. Thank you so much, Trina. And then Alice, ALCEE. Thank you for the $10, who says, Dean, I love watching you, bro. Feels like hanging out with a friend, watching your stream. Well, I think that's you calling me real, and I honestly appreciate that. Dude, W's for them. And then, dude, Michael, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Fucking hell, dude. Michael with the $100 says, you know that you have two Michaels, right? Yes, I do. There's Michael on Venmo, and then there's Michael on PayPal. And the two Michaels are the goddamn goats. Thank you so much for another $100. I remember you sending $100 earlier in the stream, dude. I'm so fucking grateful for you. It's like, seriously and genuinely, I do not deserve it. Thank you so much for the love, Michael. I'm trying to see 1,000 Michael W's for their insane generosity and kindness down below. Thank you about 1 billion times over. Same thing goes to you, Carrie. Thank you for the $20. She says, I got my tax return back today. Rather you have some of it than our fuck ass government. Love you and fuck ice. Well, thank you. Thank you for the $20, Carrie. Thank you so much. And it looks like we're all caught up. All right. Welcome into Sports Shop.
No.
Beast! I'm sorry that I had to have you wait all that time to get kicked, but unfortunately we are looking for MAGA. Moving on to the next guest. Do you guys hear that pounding going? I hear that. I think that my girlfriend is downstairs rearranging the plants. We have plants hanging from the walls and ceiling, plants everywhere. We have a lot of plants, and every so often she'll rearrange them. I love that. It always looks real cool. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got them loading up into the box. Thank you, Santana. What's going on, EDAH? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 20.
What year are you born in?
2005.
Okay. All right. So I appreciate you for joining. First and foremost, how do I pronounce your name?
It's Ada.
Well, Ada, why do you support Trump?
Mainly based on his economic and immigration policies.
Economic and immigration policies. Which ones?
Just the things that he's done for the economy as of late. For example, with the OBBBA, with keeping the 2017 tax cuts permanent, and he actually raised the what's it called, the limit for deductions from 10,000 to 40,000.
Okay. Okay. Well, first and foremost, the big beautiful bill, or the OBBBA, as you put it, is definitely not beneficial to the economy. And we could see this directly and indirectly. So first and foremost, the ways in which it is directly harmful to the economy have a lot to do with A, how much it costs, $5 trillion worth of new debt, most expensive policy ever. And then B, its effect on Americans. Like, for instance, it takes healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 40 through 60,000 low-income Americans die per year via lack of access to healthcare. It takes food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, meaning that we're now reducing the economic mobility of the low class. Okay. And then C, it refused to annul and replace this ACA subsidy, and which helped keep the cost of healthcare for 45 million working Americans on Medicaid through the ACA lower. Now they're paying premiums that are like 300% higher than they were before. Okay. And then the total effect of the bill, outside of the millions of Americans in the low and middle class impacted by losing healthcare, food stamps, and now are having to pay more for healthcare if they still have it, okay, would be a reduction in purchasing power of the low and middle class. The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities tells us that if you're making at or under $51,000 per year, you are worse off now than you were before the big beautiful bill was passed, which, you know, in juxtaposition compared to what Kamala Harris wanted to do is, I mean, night and day. I mean, Kamala Harris, you know, she didn't want to take anyone's healthcare away. She didn't want to take anyone's food stamps away. She didn't want to reduce the purchasing power of the working class. In fact, she just wanted to give it all back to them. Slightly increase taxes on the top 5% of income earners, very marginally, just so then we could give massive tax breaks to the value of $2 trillion to working class Americans.
Yeah, to touch on the food stamps thing, wasn't that specifically for those who are unemployed?
No, that's not for the food stamps. That was for Medicaid. And that's one of the things that led to millions of low-income Americans being cut off of Medicaid, which I disagree with.
Oh, okay. So you disagree with those who are unemployed being cut off of Medicaid?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. So with that, I mean, sorry, you mentioned a lot of facts. I'm trying to like run through everything. I've never debated anyone before. But I'm trying to run through everything in my brain. So yeah, I definitely see your point there with that. And I will say that I don't know a whole lot about some of those points that you brought up. But can you explain a little bit further on how those who earn at or under 51,000 are worse off now?
Yeah, so I've already explained a lot of that, you know, having to do with ending that ACA subsidy. Now they need to spend significantly more in healthcare, meaning their purchasing power for everything else goes down. If they're getting cut off of Medicaid as a whole, now they got to spend more in healthcare, meaning their purchasing power goes down. Because of the $156 billion cuts to food stamps, meaning a lot of people are being cut off or having their benefits limited. Now means that they need to spend more money on food, which means their purchasing power comes down. But the main thing that impacts everyone would be the fact that he ended a lot of clean energy production subsidy credits offered under the Biden-Harris administration that bumped the production of clean energy by upwards of 72%. Now we're expecting a significant reduction in clean energy production, which that and other factors, according to the CBO ran by Republicans, is expected to increase the cost of energy for the average American household by around $500 per year, which means they now need to spend more money on energy, which means their purchasing power goes down. And basically this the CBPP is telling us that, well, there is tax cuts for everyone in the big beautiful bill, but they get progressively smaller proportionate to your income the less money you make, so it disproportionately benefits the rich. And they basically weighed the like the progressively smaller tax cut, which benefits you, with the regressively going costs that serves as a detriment to you because of everything that I just listed. And they said that at $51,000 per year, the average income earner is served more of a detriment than a benefit.
Okay. So basically you're saying that the cost or your purchasing power would go down because of everything with the
average income earner making $51,000 per year or less is going down, and the average income earner making $51,000 per year or more goes up.
Okay, gotcha. So what state are you in?
Colorado.
Colorado. I'm not sure what the prices are out there. I'm in Arizona, and for me personally, I've noticed first off prices of gas in Arizona. Right now, it's about I think $2.60 a gallon for just normal gas. In 2024, it was $4. So
the price
it's
of
gone
gas
down.
has gone down, but what did Trump do to cause that?
Well, first off, with the invasion of Venezuela and the deal that he made with getting the oil from them, that cuts gas prices a lot.
It actually doesn't, because he's not taking that oil back to America to put into our supply. He's just selling their reserves to make money, which is being held in offshore bank accounts not connected to our country. But not to mention that the price of gas reduced significantly a while before his invasion of Venezuela.
So if he's selling the oil that he got from Venezuela, that means he's not selling our oil.
True. You sell exactly. I'm happy that you recognize that he's stealing property from someone else and then selling it for a profit.
Stealing?
Yeah.
How is that stealing?
Because he's taking their property from them without their consent. That's how he defines theft.
Last I checked, the Venezuelans were very, very happy to give their oil.
Okay. All of them?
In exchange
They're all
for
very-
their
they're all very,
dictator.
very happy. So by the way,
taken out.
first and foremost, I don't think that you can make that claim. I think that we saw a lot of Venezuelan individuals celebrating the fact that Maduro was no longer their dictator. I don't think we saw any Venezuelans celebrating the fact that now they're going to have their oil stolen from them by America. Not to mention that the Maduro dictatorship as a whole, the regime is still very much so alive in Venezuela. Now they just have Maduro's VP as their new dictator that's being dictated by Trump. And Donald Trump is quite the piece of shit himself. Not to mention that doesn't change the fact that it's theft.
Yeah, I don't believe that that's theft. He removed their dictator in exchange for oil.
They still have a
dictator.
Do you think that Venezuela is liberated? Does Venezuela still have a dictator?
They're one step closer.
But they still have a dictator, right?
They're one step closer.
Okay, but as it stands, they still have a dictator, right?
Sure.
Nice.
They might have a dictator that is, but they're now under the influence of Trump.
Okay, and guess what? Did they vote for that influence of Trump over their new dictator?
I'm sure they all would.
They'd all want a new dictator.
Were they allowed to vote? Were they allowed to vote for Maduro?
I think that there's credible reports that have concluded that Maduro installed himself with his regime, meaning that he is a dictator.
Right.
Okay, I accept that. Okay, but all that I'm saying here is that exchanging one dictator for another dictator to then take their resources and colonize their land and steal their oil is not necessarily a good thing. And I'd say like the cherry on top that really makes it a bad thing would be the permission structure that it created.
Did Venezuela need to be colonized?
To turn around and want to do this to other countries as well. You know, like they felt so emboldened by the quote unquote success they saw in Venezuela that he then turned around and asked the military to draft a wartime invasion plan of Greenland, which is one of our allies through NATO, which is just grotesque.
Yeah, I don't know much about Greenland. I would like to go back about you saying that we were colonizing Venezuela. What do you mean by colonization?
Taking someone else's land without permission.
We took their land?
Yes.
How do we take their land?
Because we're the serving governance over the land.
You just said that his vice president was.
No, I said that Trump is controlling the vice president.
Okay. So they're still under a dictator in your definition?
Yeah, and under yours. You accepted that less than 45 seconds ago.
Do you think that we're under a dictator?
I think we're under somebody who really wants to be a dictator, who's definitely taken from the dictator playbook. I think that Donald Trump is doing everything in his power to become a dictator. That's true.
Like what?
Oh, I don't know. Like maybe circumventing Congress, circumventing SCOTUS, and attempting to illegally amend the Constitution, the law of the land, with an executive order. Like, I don't know, maybe like arresting people for free speech, supporting and endorsing the murders of citizens on the streets of this country. Like ignoring the Constitution, rule of law, law and order, and whenever you have a judge make a ruling against them, he just says that he's going to ignore it, then calls him a liberal activist judge.
That's why we have checks and balances.
Yeah, but guess what? The checks and balances are really working overtime right now, especially with Donald Trump gutting the DOJ, replacing them with his loyalists, then having them abide by him and break the law and defy Congress, like with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, or firing judges at mass just to replace them with Trump loyalists with no history serving whatsoever. And you're saying that we have checks and balances to combat the wannabe dictatorship of Trump. So then maybe you shouldn't support Trump, right?
No, I do support Trump because we do have checks and balances.
If he intentionally tried to like infringe on the Constitution, would you still support him?
You just said that he did.
Yes, I did. So would you still support him if he did that? Because I would assume you disagree with me.
Well, your definition of infringing on the Constitution looks like it's different from mine.
Okay, right. So if in accordance with your definition, in accordance with your definition of Donald Trump intentionally infringed on the Constitution, would you still be a fan?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know who in their right mind would be.
Perfect. Can we agree that intentionally infringing on the Constitution wouldn't be limited to, but would definitely include, like trying to set a new precedent that American citizens who are born here don't have constitutional rights?
Wait, say that one more time?
Could we agree that an example of infringing on the Constitution would be to attempt to set a new legal precedent with the use of an executive order to deny constitutional rights to some citizens?
Some citizens?
Yes.
Like United States born citizens?
Yes.
Or legal immigrants?
Yes. Right now, we're talking about United States born citizens.
United States born citizens, so infringing on their constitutional rights?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be...
That would be a red line. You'd stop supporting them?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Let's see if you see the light, because this will be very cut and dry. He's already done that. He did that with Executive Order number 14160, where he tried to reclassify the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil as non-citizens. And then he basically told his DOJ and federal government to then act on that to attempt to detain, identify, and deport them, even though they're actually guaranteed citizenship as a constitutional right, given the first section of the 14th Amendment, meaning that he's attempting to strip their constitutional rights away from them.
Okay. And that never went through?
Well, I mean, it did with the signatures in effect for a month before all the judges in the world agreed with me and struck it down because it was Trump intentionally infringing on the Constitution in an attempt to take constitutional rights away from American-born citizens.
I'll have to do some research on that because
how about we do it
not
together?
Not to be rude, but I don't trust your definition of that.
How about we do it together? Want to do the research together? I'd like to see if I could change your mind right now. So what do you want to see?
I mean, I would like to see the entire executive order and what it all included.
Okay, EO 14160. Do you have a computer in front of you, or do you want me to show this to you on my screen?
If you could show it to me, that would be great.
Awesome. Let's go ahead and do that now. Let's get the display capture open. Let's throw that open right here. And then I'm going to go ahead and just quickly put this over on YouTube. So give me 1 second. Bada boom, bada bang. Give me 1 second, everybody. I know that you see my OBS overlay, but don't worry. I want you to. There we go. We are good. Okay, so here is EO number 14160. I can just quickly expand it up to the top so you could clearly see that it's 14160. Anyways, back to it. So let's go down to Section 1. The privilege of the United States citizenship is a priceless and profound gift. The 14th Amendment states, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state and where they reside. Let's scroll down here to section 3 or section 2. Here we go. It is the policy of the United States that no department or agency of the United States government shall issue documents recognizing the United States citizenship or accept any documents issued by the state, local, or other governments or authorities purporting to recognize United States citizenship to persons, one, when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and that person's father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth, or section 2, when that person's mother's presence in the United States was lawful but temporary, and the person's father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Okay, so that's
I
just
see. So
describing
he's saying
people with
he's saying
parents that are
Mhm.
undocumented immigrants. They are not to get citizenship.
okay. So the children of the parents who are undocumented are not to get citizenship.
Yes, but the 14th Amendment guarantees that.
Okay, I see. So I can see how that is wrong. But I can also see that the parents shouldn't have been here illegally.
Okay, so you do acknowledge that this is Donald Trump intentionally infringing on the Constitution to take constitutional rights away from U.S.-born citizens?
Yes.
I need to roll back this stream. Give me a moment.
Oh my
I don't
God,
know.
yeah,
Maybe
and I do
circumventing
still
Congress,
support him.
circumventing SCOTUS, and attempting to illegally amend the. I don't know. Maybe like arresting people for free snoring the court, then call some. Give me one moment.
You just said that he did.
I would assume you disagree with me.
Well, your definition of infringing on the Constitution looks like it's different from mine.
Okay, right. So if it, in accordance with your definition,
I know what I
in accordance with
said.
your definition of Donald Trump intentionally infringed on the Constitution, would you still be a fan?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know who in their right mind would be.
Okay, so before I prove to you that this is something Trump has done, you said if Trump did it, you would no longer be a supporter of his, and you even added on there that no one in their right mind would be. Now you're acknowledging that it's something that Trump has done, and you have also acknowledged that you still support him.
I'm gonna say I still support
according
him,
to
I don't-
yourself, one moment. According to yourself, you're not in your right mind. Do you agree?
Sure, Dean, I'm not in my right mind.
Okay, so
but
you
I
admit
don't
that
think
if
that
you
can-
wait, so you admit that if you were in your right mind, you would stop supporting Trump as president.
I don't know. Okay, can you? All right. Whenever I said that, I didn't know exactly the terms of the executive order that you were going to refer to. Yeah, no, I see that you were kind of setting me up on that one. And yeah, sure, I'm not in my right mind. But
So you admit that if you once
I-
again, I know it's funny, but I'm actually being serious about this question. So you admit that if you were in your right mind, you wouldn't support Trump.
no.
Wait, why? Because that's what you said.
Yes, I know what I said. It's because I didn't know what exactly you were, going to refer to. You were setting me up on that.
Wait. No, you knew that I was exactly going to refer to Donald Trump intentionally taking constitutional rights away from natural U.S.-born citizens. And that is exactly what I referred to. You agreed.
There also is a difference between supporting every single thing that a person does and supporting that he's a good leader for our country.
Okay, but you explicitly said that you wouldn't support his administration as a whole, and you'd revoke that support if he did what you just accepted he has. Like there's no wiggle room here, my friend. There's none. There's no wiggle room. You said if he did this, you no longer support him. In fact, you added on there no one in the right mind would. I proved to you that he did do it. You conceded that he did do it. Then you're like, well, I still support him, which must mean that you think you're not in your right mind. So I'm asking this question, like, sincerely. Do you agree that you are not in your right mind because you still support Trump?
No.
So then why did you say you would not be in your right mind if you were to continue to support Trump after I proved to you that he's done something which you said would make any reasonable person stop supporting him?
Because it's situational.
But it is situational indexed to the overall criteria. Has Donald Trump infringed on the Constitution in an attempt to take constitutional rights away from U.S. citizens? And that situation has been met.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say
That's the
that,
only thing it's situational to.
It's situational in the instance of that executive order, which
No,
I
it's
was
not situational.
personally
It's special plein. You're basically saying that if he did this, then you'd stop supporting him. But once you learn he did do this, you all of a sudden just come up with an excuse on the spot. Like, okay, why are you okay with him infringing on the 14th Amendment?
No, I'm actually not okay with that, is what I'm saying. Is I'm,
okay.
I'm,
You're not okay with that, but you still support his administration as a whole.
Can you let me say what I need to say?
Yeah.
I'm not okay with that executive order. It's not something that I would support. I think that is in fact a constitutional right of people who are born here, our citizens. And I wouldn't support that. I didn't know that was an executive order that he put out.
So it's situational in the fact that you didn't know that he actually has done it. You're basically saying you could identify, really?
Yeah, I didn't know that he did it.
And that's why you told us if he did do it, you'd stop supporting him? Oh.
No, I mean,
Oh.
well,
So then what? Then why did you change your mind?
I changed my mind because in that specific instance or in that specific executive order, I can see the how some people, I don't know how to put this.
You could
just
see why it
because
might
of
be a
that.
good thing to like infringe on the Constitution.
No, I didn't say that.
Then what can you see?
I just
She laughed. We're cooking. We are cooking tonight. Ladies and gentlemen. I mean, unreal. Unreal. We are cooking tonight. And let me tell you right now, 17K people on TikTok, 7K people on YouTube. That is 24,000 people. That's why I love these streams, man. 24,000 people just got to witness an absolute implosion of the MAGA worldview. So if you're out there and you're like an independent, if you're out there, you're MAGA but good faith, like you just saw a undeniably compelling reason to stop supporting Trump in real time. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
So like I honestly so my parents do. I'm 15 and I just want to like have some
Well, Logan, I appreciate you and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Unfortunately, you have to be at least 18 to be on TikTok live. And by the way, for everybody watching, we are very specifically looking to talk to people who are American adults that support Trump. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Please just make sure that you're MAGA if you find yourself, inside of that queue. We got Wonder World loading up. Okay, all right. It does not look like Wonder World is loading up. We are going to move on to the next guest right now. Like I said, only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Okay, here we go. Welcome in, Mike.
Hello. How we doing?
Doing all right. You support Trump?
Yeah. Yes, in some aspects. I don't want to say I fully support Trump as like 100%.
Well, let's just ask a clarifying question here. If you were teleported back to last November, would you vote for Trump again?
In this state of politics right now, yes. Yes, I would.
Okay, yeah. And how old are you?
I'm 20.
Cool, man. Let me thank a couple people. We'll pass that mic off to you. Hey, Leonardo, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat who says this is why we call it a cult. absolutely true, Leonardo. That is why you call it a cult. I mean, we just witnessed her in real time, like recognize that principally speaking, she should stop supporting Trump if he does this really bad thing. But then once she concedes that he did do this really bad thing, okay, she still supports him and her mind blows up. Timothy, appreciate you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Holy cow, Timothy. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love, brother. Timothy with a 50, didn't even attach a message, just sent the love, Timothy. Just know that that means the world to me. Thank you so much for the support, man. I'm trying to see 500 big ol' Timothy W's in those chats. Then MM, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says presidents have limited influence on gas prices, and the recent prices are not because of the prez. Sometimes low gas prices are a sign of an impeding recession. MAGA will refuse to believe this. Mike, thank you so much for the $20 and the absolute truth nuke, my friend. Couldn't have said it better myself. Show some love to Mike down below. And then Spiral, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much. Let's quickly catch up over on Venmo and PayPal. On Venmo, Chris, thank you for the $11. Who says, is it called casserole or hot dish in Colorado? I mean, I call it casserole. Soda or pop? I call it soda. Hope that helps. Thank you for the $11, Chris. Then Sophia, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, Arizona in here. She must be in the middle of nowhere because it's definitely at least $3.60 for gas in all major cities. Probably is. Mason, thank you for the $10. Show some love to Mason down below in that comment section. Ben, thank you for the $10. Who says, I've been a fan for years. Appreciate how you break down the info. It helps me do the same and widen the reach. Appreciate you, brother. Hell yes, Ben. I'm happy that you take something positive away from the streams. Same thing goes for you, Riley, Coley, and Caitlin. Thank you all for the $5. Then Tegan, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Who says, my aunt believes that Trump is the only one that did nothing bad in the Epstein files because he did ban Epstein from his club. So how do I tell my aunt? Just reference him saying that the reason he banned Epstein is because he was poaching his employees. It was self-motivated. Go ahead and take it away, Mike. How the hell do you still support this terrible presidency? And by the way, if you are watching and you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio everywhere. Okay, including in the bio of my TikTok account. The handle's at the top of the phone screen, right there at Dean Withers with no E. And the handles are also located in the pin message over on that YouTube stream. I appreciate you all so much for the love. I get 100% of all the proceeds on Venmo and PayPal, compared to like 30% of the proceeds through TikTok gifts, and then 60% of the proceeds on YouTube Super Chats. So if you want to support me in a way where I get 100% of the proceeds, Venmo and PayPal is definitely where to go, and I appreciate y'all for that love. Mike, the floor and the mic are yours.
Okay, appreciate it. So I just kind of want to talk about a few areas where I stand, because I think that's super important to clarify. I want to say that I am not some diehard MAGA. I hope that's okay. I just more than the liberal, I'm generally conservative in terms of views. And I kind of just wanted to have a conversation with you because I wanted to understand from a more, I'm generally leaning conservative, but open perspective. What would your ideal world look like in terms of politics? Because the state I'm at right now, I would vote for Trump just because of the other alternative options, right?
Okay, yeah, before we continue. Hey, Bradford, do you support Trump?
For Donald Trump, anyone that was involved in anything to do with that island and what they're doing, I just can't support it.
He's watching a YouTube video.
Children
Bradford?
be protected. Everyone knew better. Fuck
Bradford's
that.
watching a YouTube
Justice
video.
For all. And
Bradford, you're connected to the live.
It's not great. We have learned through
What's up, Dean?
that Donald Trump is, quote,
Can you turn off that YouTube video for me?
that someone in his inner circle has intentionally leaked.
All right.
What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
I got the wrong number.
What, bro?
Oh, you didn't need to join?
Yeah, I mean, you join. I just don't support Trump.
Dude, Bradford, you're the absolute goat. Oh my God, absolute goat. Have a good rest of your day, dude. Hell yeah,
You
what
too.
an absolute Chad. And welcome in, Parker.
What's good? What's good? How's the live been today so far?
Oh no. I have to
We've
to go against Dean and Parker. Oh
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, we've been
chill out.
We've been clipping fools all day long. It's honestly, I feel like I've been cooking today, dude. You know, it's like you have those days where you just feel like you are just like exceptionally locked in. I feel like I've been exceptionally locked in today. You know,
Is locked in that okay, Mike? Does that mean you're getting cooked?
Oh, you just joined.
Not
You
yet. I
just
just
started.
joined, but it's
Okay.
only a matter of
Well,
time.
Mike, the first question that you asked me was like, well, what do I see as like the idealistic political view? It'd be a model of like social democracy where we are operating under capitalism, just with the right social safety nets to ensure that everybody's needs are best fit. But of course, the question being asked today would be, why do you support Trump as president? And I think that's what we want to identify. That's what we want to talk about. So the mic and the floor are yours. Please tell us how you still specifically support Trump, either by describing the good that you think he's doing or the bad that the alternative would have if they won the election.
Okay. I think the primary reasons I support Trump right now come down to beliefs on the economy as well as political views. Not political. Stances on abortion and reproductive rights.
I have not talked about abortion in a really long time. Chat, would you guys like to see an abortion debate? I mean, I don't know. Let me know down below. I haven't debated abortion in ages.
It's a really, I know it's a really tough conversation, and I really don't want to bring religion too much into this, but it does have a piece to do with my core religion.
Well, let's talk about it. You could invoke religion if you want. I don't care. I just want a legitimate description of why you think it's wrong. So why do you think women and girls should not be able to legally access abortion in this country?
Okay. I think it has to do with better alternatives as an ultimate. Of course, there are some obscure emergency situations where, maybe the abortion might have to happen, right? But I think in general that abortion should be the very last of last resorts in any means necessary.
Okay, so you do think that women and girls should have legal access to elective abortions?
Should have legal access to lack of abortions? Is that what you're saying?
Elective, which is just wanting an abortion for any reason or no reason at all.
Not any reason. No, I don't think so.
Okay, so why do you think elective abortions should be banned?
I think elective abortions should be banned because it doesn't give a choice for the child inside. I'll put it that way. I believe that the baby is a human and deserves natural law and deserves human rights like everybody.
Yeah, the natural human right to life. So, okay, why does a fetus deserve the right to life?
I think a fetus deserves a right to life because it's not a parasite. It's one of the same creature as the being, the female, or, the human. And I think that it has increasingly gains the characteristics of development like human beings should.
So you're arguing it has a right to life because it's human?
Yes.
Are brain dead patients human?
Yes.
Are brain dead patients biologically alive?
Yes.
So it's therefore murder when a doctor pulls the plug on them?
Yes, and wait, hold on. Because that's actually another topic, like euthanasia. I'm not actually.
But it's they're brain dead, meaning that they have a complete and permanent lack of all cognitive function, and the only reason why they are still biologically alive is because of the life support keeping them biologically alive.
This is gonna be a hot take, but I actually don't believe in that. I don't believe in pulling the plug. No, I think that.
So you think it should be like illegal to pull the plugs on brain dead patients?
Yes, actually. I don't. Okay, listen. Hold on.
What the
I'm not
fuck?
gonna say illegal. Wait, pause because here's why. I'm not gonna say it should be like banned, but it doesn't fit with my like.
Wait, then just say the same
My
thing about abortion.
beliefs.
You don't think that abortion should be banned, but you think it's immoral, like pulling the plug on a brain dead patient. Literally for the same reasons, by the way. You'd argue that like abortion is immoral for the same exact reasons. Pulling the plug on a brain dead patient is immoral. So if you hold this opinion that it shouldn't be banned to pull the plug on a brain dead patient, you just think it's wrong. Then you'd actually be illogical if you weren't to hold that same position.
I meant to
for
say
abortion.
wrong. I meant to say hold on. I meant to say like I don't believe in it. I don't think it should necessarily be illegal because like in a real world that's not gonna
about abortion.
What do you mean? Like,
You're
can you
saying
break it down?
You think it's wrong, but it shouldn't be illegal, even though it's wrong for the same motivating reasons that abortion is wrong. Therefore, why don't you extend that same opinion that abortion is wrong, but it shouldn't be illegal?
That abortion is wrong and it shouldn't be illegal. The issue comes down to like opportunities, right? I think in political world, right? If we want the ideal environment, then it should come down to an absolute last resort, right? I don't like here's the thing. Yes, I don't believe it's morally right either way.
Parker, do you want to hop in here? I don't know. I'm not having too much fun, kind of like poking and prodding at like what seems to be like a pretty difficult view to support. Do you have anything you'd like to add on here, Parker?
And also, I'm sorry it's a weird view. I just want to talk about it because it's like
I don't know. As soon as people start telling me that they think it's like morally wrong to pull the plugs on brain dead patients, I just kind of like low key like mentally just like tune out because of how absurd that is. It is absurd to say that it is
why though? I want
somehow.
to hear it though.
Yes, because they have no cognitive function ever again. The only reason that they're biologically alive.
Ever again? Are you saying ever again? Because brain dead patients have come back. Like there are some cases.
There's never been a case of a brain dead patient coming back. There's only ever been cases of people being misdiagnosed as brain dead coming back.
Which also highlights an issue, right? Because that could be that happens in the
but for
healthcare
people
world
that are truly
And I
brain
don't-
dead, do you think that it's wrong to pull the plug on them?
If they're fully dead, if they die themselves,
No, just brain dead. They're not fully dead because they're still biologically alive.
Like cellular life, not like sentient or brain life.
I can't. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't really. I just feel like if a person dies, then that's really when it ends. Like fully dies, right?
So cellular life death. Okay, so let's clarify. You think
Cellular
that they
life,
should
yeah.
stay on medical supplies until they decompose?
Not decomposure, but
then they'd still be cellularly alive, and you'd think that at that point it'd be okay to pull the plug.
Decomposure is like. Are you talking about the immediate cellular death? Yes.
Like you would seriously just like let them sit there on the machines until the point of cellular death? Like even if it took a very long time, do you know how costly that is?
No. Okay. Yes. I
It's
understand. And
it is incredibly costly to do that. I just want to let you know.
I'm getting you, Parker. But what I'm saying is, yes. Okay. You know what? In legal perspectives, absolutely, you should pull the plug. I'm not saying it's morally right. Okay, in my morals, but I think legally, yes, that should happen. Because why?
Are you saying that it's okay to end human life because it will economically make more sense?
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, so then what are you saying?
I'm saying that it should be a last resort, right? So if the person is brain dead and has no cognitive function left, right? Yes, like in the healthcare world, if they want to pull the plug, then fine.
What about an embryo prior to having any cognitive function?
Because they can develop, whereas a brain dead person cannot.
Yeah, but they've never had it in the first place. So if you get an abortion, it will never have existed at any point in time.
But the cellular life is still there.
But you didn't care about that.
Okay, listen, I do. And that's what I'm talking about, right? Cellular life matters to me. But in the legal perspective of things, which is why I say in extreme
Can I ask you a
circumstances.
question? Do you think IVF in vitro fertilization should be banned because there are multiple zygotes and embryos that are
Oh my God.
discarded for
Okay.
each patient?
If we're really gonna go there, dude, because this is my oh gosh, yes, like in my views, yes, in vitro is I don't
Yeah,
agree.
it should be banned. You think it should be banned?
I don't agree with it, but like I said,
You think it's murder? You care about the
murder. I don't think
zygotes and the embryos?
I don't think it's murdered.
Okay,
Parker,
so then if it's not murder, then you don't think that cellular life is the basis for it being murder, because not only do they have cellular life, but they have a potentiality for future subjective experience as well. So unless you think it's murder, unless you think that people are committing serial murder by discarding multiple zygotes and embryos, then you obviously don't hold that standard.
I'm not
and
a fan.
value
Yes, yeah, Parker.
in personhood is
Yes,
later on.
morally, I do not believe in vitro, but everyone's gonna go crazy when I say that. They're like, what the
Wait,
fuck
so
do
you think people are serial murderers who have discarded multiple zygotes and embryos?
It's gonna be extreme, but low key. I think
so
that
he thinks that they're serial murderers akin
I
to
don't
like
like-
serial killers. Would you call them a serial killer?
no. Okay. Well, okay. I don't know why we have to go to extremes here, but sure. But
You
like,
think they
I'm
should
not.
be in prison for the rest of their life for discarding zygotes and embryos?
Parker, why? Why do you have to do this?
Well, I'm just asking. Like, it seems like the logical conclusion of the view. If you value zygotes and embryos or cellular human
value
life with a future
cellular life,
subjective
so yes,
experience, you have to
technically-
advocate for the
All right.
making it illegal to
If you
discard
want to,
zygotes and embryos and
if
saying
you
that
want to
that's
know
murder.
if you want to know my view, it comes down to this: no in vitro, no condoms.
No condoms? Wait,
Yes.
you know that the existence of condoms reduces the amount of abortions that occur? So
Then
why
how
would
are
you
you
want
gonna
to
make
get
that
rid of
argument and then-
Stop. Why would you want to get rid of condoms if it's going to limit abortions from happening? Sounds like you're actually pro-abortion, bro. You want more abortions to happen because you want less condoms to exist.
No, I want better options to exist, Parker.
What better options? Not having sex?
Adoption, not having sex. Yes.
So not having sex. So I understand you yourself. You don't want to have sex because no one wants to have sex with you, but everyone else,
No,
we still want to do it. So, like, let us be. Like, why do you have to make it?
Parker,
why
that's
why
my
do you
exact
say it should be illegal
Parker,
for
that
people
is my
to?
Parker, that
No,
is
no,
my
no, hold on,
exact
pause,
argument though.
pause.
Because
Why would you want to
that's
get
my
rid
belief.
of?
I get
listen,
married.
pause.
I get married and want to have kids. Right. I wait till.
I understand, but like you understand, for everyone else who's gonna have sex, STDs can spread to a significantly greater extent if there's no condoms. Alongside, there's more pregnancies that are going to happen that are unwanted. So there's going to be more abortions that are going to result from that. If you care about abortions happening, maybe you should want people to have access to condoms and not say that it should be fucking illegal. Why in what right? What actual legitimate reason do you have to ban condoms? What is the actual legitimate reason? Do you just want to prevent people from having sex or something? Unmute your mic. Do you just want to prevent people from having sex?
Have I been muted?
Yeah.
It was I want to talk about like that was my view, dude. It's not. I'm telling you, it should go. I think in legal structure, it should go systematically based on, the most reasonable. So I think condoms, yes, they should exist in the legal world where everybody wants to fuck. Okay, in my world, like
So
I'm not
what's
going
the
to
goal?
be.
What is
I'm
the,
going
what is
to
the
get
goal
married.
from banning condoms? Like, what do you get from that?
I'm not trying to ban condoms. I'm saying that
You
they
said
should.
that. What do you mean? You just said you wanted to
I
do
didn't.
that.
No.
What?
You could run the clip. I said I don't believe in condoms. I don't believe in them personally, because I want to have. I want.
So are you saying
kids
you
to
don't
be-
believe
I want
condoms
planned
exist in
kids.
reality? Is that what you're saying? What do you mean you don't believe?
Yes, condoms.
You don't think you should use them?
I won't. I probably won't. Right? Because
Why is it immoral to? You think it's immoral to use a condom?
Oh my gosh! Like
If in a wait. By the way, if in a relationship you just do it for fun, is it wrong?
to use condoms.
Yeah.
Well, there's other options like natural NFP.
Wait. Say that again.
NFP, natural family planning.
Yeah, I'm asking you this. In this context, if people just do it within a relationship for fun, like they just use a condom for fun, right? Is that wrong?
You're not gonna like this opinion, but in my stance, In my stance, yes. In a legal stance,
It's wrong.
Do I think it should be
It is
banned?
wrong
Absolutely
to
not.
use a condom for fun?
Yes.
Why?
Because you are doing the exact thing I'm talking about, cellular life. Any chance at development of cells is technically, bro.
So you think it's wrong to prevent... So
Wait.
you're saying because it's preventing you from having... Okay, do you think it's wrong to revoke consent to sex? Like halfway through?
Like to pull out? Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, is that wrong?
Yes.
You think it's wrong to revoke consent to sex?
More like
You think you are morally obligated to continue having sex after you've already started? That sounds like
Whoa, whoa,
rapist
whoa, whoa,
mentality,
hold on,
unironically.
Hold on. Whoa. That is not what I'm. Wait, I'm talking. I thought you were talking about contraceptive methods. I thought you were talking about pulling out, not canceling your consent to sex.
So do you? Yeah, but like that is exactly what pulling out would be. Like if you cancel consent to sex, you'd pull out, and it
That's
would
not
prevent.
canceling consent. That's.
Yeah, okay, so
It's not
if
finishing
you
on
were
the
to,
spot, you could still consent to sex and finish on the person, bro.
What is going on?
What are you saying, dude? I'm saying you stop having sex halfway through. Is that wrong? And under your view, you have to say yes. But it seems absurd because then you're saying it's wrong to revoke consent to sex. Because that's absurd. That's ridiculous.
Any contraceptive method in my in religion besides like natural.
He thinks it's wrong to use condoms. So that's all.
Yeah, I've been like half listening. I'm like just spending my time like cooking Republicans on Twitter. Are you familiar with like Bryn Hollyland or whatever the hell?
I'm not.
Oh, the guy that tried to claim that he was going to be the next Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Like, literally,
wait.
like fucking a few days after that guy.
Never mind. This is somebody by the name of Brian Johnson. I'm gonna delete that.
Different person. Okay.
Listen, wait. Can I just?
Oh, but anyways, no. Just to go back to
good thing I said that.
Yeah. So
I
would you
know
argue that you think it's like wrong to use condoms in sex because you're like arguing here that like when you engage in sex you should like want to reproduce from it?
Yes.
Why?
I think that
Why?
because that's the whole goal of marriage, in my opinion. In my opinion, in my beliefs.
Wait. Is it wrong to get married and then to like stay abstinent?
In my beliefs, yes, because
how about this? Oh, that's also crazy. Can I ask you this question? Is it wrong to get married to an infertile person?
Wait.
One of the key.
Before you answer Parker's question here, are you saying that like consent to marriage is necessarily
Consummation.
consent to sex?
Consummation.
Wait. Are you saying that consent to marriage is necessarily consent to sex?
Consent to marriage is break that down. I need. What do you?
You're
mean
saying
by
that if you're consenting to marry somebody, you're also consenting to have sex with that person.
It's part of marriage. It's you need consummation.
Oh, dang, dude.
It's
See, this
part-
is where like
consummation is
generations
part of
of
the marriage.
I just want to tell you, this is where generations of rape came from and still do. It's because of a confusion.
Explain why. Explain why. I'm actually curious. 'cause
Yeah,
I don't-
because then all you have to do is marry somebody, then you could do whatever the hell you want to them because as you just said, consent to marriage is necessarily consent to sex.
Yeah, literally. This is why I asked you the question. Do you think it's wrong to revoke consent to sex? Because under your view, it seems like you think it's wrong to revoke consent to sex in the context of marriage.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was not understanding the phrase that you asked me. I misunderstood. What I'm saying is I think that sex should be consensual, and if you're choosing to marry and choosing to have sex, that should like once you have like marriage, there should at least be one period of consummation.
Mike,
to make
Mike,
the
can I give you a scenario?
Sure.
Let me give you a scenario. Let's say I'm married to someone, right? And let's
Okay.
say that I've consented to have sex with them. And let's
Okay.
say halfway through, I don't want to continue to engage in sex. Is it wrong to stop?
No. Oh
No. Right?
Question.
It's not wrong?
Now, question. Here's the thing.
Wait, no, is it wrong or is it not wrong?
It's not wrong to not have sex.
No,
like without
halfway
consent.
through to revoke consent and to stop that. Is it wrong?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, but earlier you were saying that if a potential life could exist from this, that it would be wrong specifically to engage in action which would revoke that potential
That's
from existing.
correct, Parker.
Right?
That's
Which is
very-
why you
I
said
agree
that
with
condoms are wrong, right? Specifically to
Yes.
use. So either you think that condoms are okay to use, or you think that you think it's wrong to revoke consent to sex.
They're not contradicting statements, Parker, because if the person doesn't finish, then it's not finished. You're not killing cells if you're not finishing. So if you pull out, if you don't finish sex, bro.
Saying it's wrong because you kill the sperm cells? Are you serious? Are you kidding me? You think it's wrong because you kill the sperm cells? Okay, so if someone nuts in a napkin, is that wrong?
Morally, yes, bro.
You think it's wrong to nut in a napkin? Oh my god, jizz aside, everybody! Look at that! Oh my god, all those sperm! The sperm are dying never seen before. He's killing so many sperm. This spermicide, it's happening to degrees we've never seen before. I promise you that. Okay, look at this right here, everybody. Jizz aside is happening.
Wait. Then wait. Have you ever heard of utilitarianism before?
No, I haven't. Can you
Okay,
explain?
so utilitarianism is a moral framework, okay, where you should do the things that would reduce in the lowest level of harm possible, okay? Right? The morality of an action is judged based upon its consequences. Sure, I'll give you an example of like utilitarianism in practice. The trolley problem. If you stay on course in this trolley, you're inevitably going to run over 5 people and kill them dead. But if you change course and you go to a different track, okay, you're only going to kill one person. Right. And so utilitarianism would tell you the best possible option for you to make would be to change course and kill that one person because ultimately it is the least harmful outcome available to you predicated on your decision at the time. Okay, do you like generally like agree with this framework?
It's like I don't know the entire extent of utilitarianism.
It's okay.
I can't even say.
You're good.
But like that sounds agreeable.
Okay. So because you think that jizzicide is such a big issue, keep in mind every single time a man nuts, I mean, there's like 400 trillion sperm cells. Well, then would you argue that we should like give every single man alive a mandatory vasectomy until he's like married and ready to engage in sex? Because if we were to give like every American like unmarried man a mandatory vasectomy, okay, well then we're gonna prevent the jizzicide of like about like what I don't even know what comes. What even comes after trillion?
An unimaginable amount of quadrillion, an unimaginable level
what comes
of number
after quadrillion?
that we can reference. An infinite amount of sperm cells. Okay, buddy. There's
so many
infinite
sperm cells
you can save.
Like, so would you agree with the mandatory vasections for every unmarried man in America?
Stop the jizzicide.
Because I mean, it would literally prevent the deaths of like 999 quadrillion sperm cells.
No, Dean, listen. I'm talking about my beliefs, and then I'm talking about like realistic beliefs of the like.
So do you think that every man should get a vasectomy?
No. Okay, I'm not dude. I'm not a psychopath. Okay, but listen, like,
wait. What's psychotic about suggesting that we should stop the jizzicide of like 999 quadrillion little like floaters, dude? They have a right to life too. God damn it! I'm advocating for the rights of the sperm, dude. All right, you are supporting You are supporting the mass genocide. The jizzicide of the quadrillions of individual valuable lives. What if they were yours? What if they were your little baby swimmers? Oh, they're just baby swimming, and you think that it's okay for them just to be brutally executed and murdered in broad
swimmers. All they were doing was swimming, and you wanted to take out those innocent swimmers. How dare
let them swim, bro?
How dare you? Just let them swim, bro.
No, all right. No, all jokes aside, though. Like, all jokes aside, I think that utilitarianism, what that trolley problem that you explained, that should be. That's what I'm doing.
Wait, hold up. Pause, bro, for 1 second.
That should be the extent of society, right? The best possible option to save the most situations should be implemented, which is why abortion is an absolute last.
Wait, I have a question.
You're growing the baby.
Which one's worse? Wait, I have a question. Which is worse? One person nutting or the Holocaust?
Dude.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Come on.
You're really going to hit me with this?
Why are you answering? Answer.
If we're talking trolley problem, brother, then it's no.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, bro. Fuck, man.
Dude, I'm sorry, you're just stupid.
Let me frame this.
Are you kidding me, bro? You have got to be the dumbest guest I've ever talked to. No way you're real.
How am I?
No way. I can't even right now. Please, somebody save us right now.
No. Would you rather leave
I'm going to see this on my For You page later.
Swimmers
out it's going to be a Hope Core edit. Watch it. It's going to be on my For You page later, a Hope Core edit of you literally being the dumbest guest we've ever had on the fucking live stream. Ever.
What? Wait.
Dude, I asked you the most simple question. What's worse, the Holocaust or someone nutting into a napkin? Can you answer the question?
Obviously, okay, the Holocaust, Parker, fine. The Holocaust
Okay,
is way worse, bro.
Thank you for finally
It was
answering the
torture.
question.
Yes, bro.
Right? Thank you.
All
Holy
right.
shit. I can't believe it took that fucking long.
I'm not,
Jesus
bro.
Christ,
Because
dude.
y'all were pressuring, bro. I don't know. I had to let me think, man. Like, damn. I know that's crazy.
He needs to think. Chad, he needs to think.
Oh my gosh, bro. Okay, listen. Let's go. Can we talk about abortion in terms of utilitarianism, right? Would you see that abortion would be one of the last options in that framework?
Actually no, because I don't really morally value the fetus.
Mike,
Why?
I'm not even sure you're sentient at this point, man. Like,
Why?
genuinely,
Why?
bro.
Parker,
you value
Parker,
sperm life.
explain-
Like,
I wanna
actually,
hear-
you literally have an intuition
Dude.
to value sperm life.
That's so
you guys,
unreal.
no, you guys can press on me, but I want to hear your opinions on this
never experienced
reproductive
this
system.
one before, Dean. Someone
I
actually.
don't think I don't think that I've ever really experienced it either.
Sperm life matters.
I know
Everybody.
this. Okay,
Sperm life
bro.
matters.
Oh
You
my
know
gosh,
it.
bro. I know this sounds crazy, but I just want to hear your perspectives on reproductive health because, because in my opinion, I just feel like abortion is an absolute last option. We could get into details about sperm. If you guys want to press me, that's fine. But I want to hear your opinions on reproductive. What do you
can
guys
you
think?
admit that it's kind of crazy to value sperm?
I can understand how it sounds crazy. Absolutely, yes.
Can you? Is this coming
my
from your
core
religious
belief-
values?
Yes, 100%.
What are you Mormon? You got to be Mormon.
I'm Catholic. I'm Roman Catholic.
Okay.
Roman Catholic, but it's actual textbook Roman Catholic.
Where in the Bible or Catholic doctrine?
It's not in the Bible.
does
It's in the laws of canon, and it's in the
So in the Catholic doctrine, laws of canon, where does it say that? You know what?
No,
there's a
'cause I'm
lot
so
of really
serious.
crazy Catholics.
Consummation is a part of marriage.
Do you know who Saint Thomas Aquinas is?
Yes, I know Saint Thomas Aquinas.
You know that
and
Aquinas
that's somebody
argued? You what do you think about Aquinas?
I value a lot of his work.
Did you know
I'm
that
not saying-
one piece of his work is that he thinks that rape is better than masturbation?
Can you go into detail on that? And
his argument that rape is preferable to masturbation is that at least when you're raping somebody, you're using your penis as it was intended to be used, which is with a vagina. But when you're masturbating, you're not using your penis as it was intended to be used.
Dude, I can't lie. If you're gonna make something like that, can we pull that up? Because that is crazy.
Yeah.
Can we pull? I need to see that. It's obviously I'm not. That's actually insane.
Yeah.
Because I actually need to see that. That's.
Yeah, that's fucking insane.
And yes, it. To answer the comments, that is because of my religion. That's just what I believe in. But obviously, I'm not.
Okay. So yeah, you
saying
can
the
find
whole
this.
world should.
So you could find this. This is on newadvent.org/summa SUMMA /3154.htm #article 12. And it's way down the page. I'm just gonna read you the objection, and then the response. So here's the objection. It would seem that the unnatural vice is not the greatest sin among the species of lusts, for more a sin is contrary to charity, the graver it is. Now adultery, seduction, and rape, which are injunctions to our neighbor, are seemingly more contrary to the love of our neighbor than unnatural sins, by which no other person is injured, talking about masturbation. Therefore, the unnatural sin, masturbation, is not the greatest among the species of lust. Then Aquinas responded to this by saying, just as the ordering of right reason proceeds from man, so the order of nature is from God himself. Wherefore in sins contrary to nature, masturbation, whereby the very order of nature is violated, an injury is done to God, the author of nature.
Okay.
Okay, so he's basically saying here that the very
Yes,
order
I'm
of
hearing
nature is
natural-
violated by
Because it's a natural versus
masturbation.
natural.
Contrary to he doesn't think that the very order of God is violated by rape.
He doesn't know. He's not saying that. He's saying both
This is like
natural-
this is like a well-known fact. This isn't genuinely contested. Like, yeah,
He's
it's
saying
just
that the
it's just a
unnatural
well-known
versus
fact that Aquinas thought that masturbation was worse than rape.
He's not, but do note that he's not discrediting either of them as being severely, like, he's not.
But that's kind of crazy, right?
Okay, listen, that's crazy, but I'm not saying that's not crazy, but he's not saying rape is good, bro. He's not saying
He's
that rape
saying
is
that
like
it's better than masturbation.
he's not saying adultery is good. He's not
Do
saying
you
rape is
think
good.
that
He's-
rape is better than masturbation?
Oh my gosh. My opinion, no. Okay, like I believe in religion, and then it comes down to stuff like that, bro. Then I'm gonna. I can't lie. I'm taking a different path than that agreement, but they're all wrong. All of them are wrong. Obviously, in my opinion, rape is way worse.
Is
obviously.
there anything else that you want to get out of this conversation, Parker?
Nah.
I hope you have a good rest of your day. A little bit of a crazy guy down there, but at least like his craziness was like just like nonsense. Like sperm lives matter. I don't think I've ever heard that one before. Hey, Brittany,
That
thank
was
you so much
crazy.
for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Brittany. Show some love to Brittany down below. Robert, thank you so much for the $15 who says save the jizz in the napkins 2026. Yes, this needs to be an international movement. Caitlin, thank you for the $5 who says rip jizzicide victims. Can we please have a moment of silence for all the jizzicide victims? Gabriella, thank you for the $1. Candy, thank you so much for the $15 who says is somebody going through IVF for the last year? Fuck that guy. 1 full year of IVF, multiple failed rounds, and still no baby. IVF is my only option. Fuck that guy. Yeah, that is insane to suggest that IVF should be banned. And Jessica, thank you. Thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Let's get 1,000 Jessica W's down below in that comment section. Jessica with $100 says, hey, Dean, I was so sorry to hear about Shelby. Losing a pet is never easy. Hope you're okay. Sending love from Washington State. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing a lot better. But I mean, that pain kind of sticks with you a little bit. Like yesterday out of my window downstairs, one of my neighbors was walking their dog that looked identical to Shelby, a white, fluffy, golden doodle. And dude, I started to cry a little bit, miss that dog, but it's starting to get a little bit better. But I appreciate you for the $100, Jessica. Please show some love to Jessica down below in that chat. I also thank you so much, Crispy, for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. Who says all these Christian MAGA people never know anything about the Bible. True. Kari, thank you for the $10 as well over on Super Chat. Appreciate you for that love, Kari. Show some love to Kari down below in that comment section. Then over on PayPal, thank you for the $5, April and Timothy. Then Jennifer, thank you for the $15, who says in states with strict abortion bans, women are required to carry pregnancies with fatal fetal anomalies to term. Yes, yeah, that's insane. No one should be required to do that. Thank you for the $15, Jennifer. Please show some love to Jennifer. And then Natisha, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. That is Nishita. Natisha, thank you. Natisha says, I'm an ICU doctor and care for people diagnosed with brain death. The process of diagnosis is extremely thorough, and when families refuse to pull the plug, it feels like continued life support is a violation of the body and of the deceased, and a violation of their dignity. You know what? I'm actually inclined to agree. I'd also like to thank Caitlin. Thank you for the $10 who says you're making a difference, Dean, 1% at a time. Thank you so much, Caitlin. Curtis, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, who says this guest is literally the reason why Trump keeps winning. They can't even take in complete sentences or explain why they voted for him. Yup. Kim, thank you for the $3. And then Justin, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I just saw your message, man. Unfortunately, that's going to have to happen tomorrow again. But thank you so much for the $20, dude. Thank you guys so much for the love. And it looks like we're all caught up. Parker, I'm actually getting ready to end my stream here. Do you want to go live?
Yep, that's what I was about to do here right now.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Of course, man. Yeah, go live, dude.
All right, everybody, I got you. I'll be live right now.
Sounds good. For everybody watching at home, we are now 4 hours and 21 minutes into the stream, so y'all know what that means. We will now be ending the stream for today. Today was kind of nuts, dude. I'm not going to lie. I'm really tired. It's time for me to go get some food. I love you all, and as per usual, guess what? I'll be seeing you tomorrow because I do these lives 7 days a week. If you enjoyed what you watched today, make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok so you can see me tomorrow. If you're over on YouTube, dude, drop a sub and turn those notifications on. And also make sure to drop a like and a comment on the VOD once we're done. That'd really help the VOD push out to even more people. But I appreciate all of y'all for showing up and showing out. Peace and love, folks. Go raid Parker. His YouTube is at Parker Get a Job. His TikTok is at Parker Get a Job. Go spam Dean Raid in all of his chats. And that's it for me for the night. See you tomorrow, folks. Bye-bye.